In the Kim Nam Maternity Hospital, Dr. Ho-san usually examined Min and Hoa's expecting couple. With a somber and helpless tone, he spoke of their current situation. You two should prepare yourselves mentally. I'm going to tell you something. The twin fetuses in your wife's womb are struggling. One of them, for reasons unknown, is developing abnormally. I've never encountered anything like this before. The larger fetus is causing the other to become extremely weak. I think you should prepare for the possibility of losing one, or in the worst case, both. Min and Hoa were distraught. Min asked, his voice heavy with sorrow, "Doctor, isn't there any other way to save them? I'll pay any amount of money. Just please save my twins." The doctor shook his head, looking at the couple. "It seems we can only hope for a miracle now. This case is extremely rare in medicine. I've never seen it in my entire career. So, there's no other way but to rely on luck. It's late now. You two should go home. I have other patients to see." Overwhelmed with sadness, Min and Ho sighed and returned home. They say that twins often share a very special telepathic connection. They seem to understand each other, always wanting to be close and do the same things. Let's ponder a question. What if one of these twins had to be separated? What if only one was allowed to be born on the boundary between life and death, while the other was forever confined to the underworld? It's not hard to imagine that the child left behind would harbor immense resentment. And then, that resentment would surely drive them to take their twin sibling along. In a large, spacious, luxurious mansion, isolated in the outskirts of the city, only two women remained. One old, one young. It was Hoa and her mother-in-law, Madame Lone. They were sitting and talking, and whatever the topic, it seemed very tense. Madame Lone's voice grew louder, her face contorted with displeasure as she spoke to her daughter-in-law. "Hoa, it's been 3 years since you and Min got married. Why haven't you given me a grandchild yet? You know Min is the only son in this family. Your father-in-law passed away a few years ago, and I'm old now. Don't you think I deserve to hold a grandchild? How long do I have to wait for this house to hear the cries and laughter of children?" Madame Lone continued, her face growing sadder. "Seeing Min longing for a child every day breaks my heart. Don't you feel guilty as his wife?" Ho, who was eating, paused, struck by her mother-in-law's words. Through choked tears, she replied, "Mother, I know you and Min long for children, and so do I. But honestly, Min and I have tried everything. Perhaps fate just hasn't blessed us yet, Mother. If heaven hasn't given us a child, what more can we do?" Madame Lone abruptly dropped her rice bowl on the table with a clatter, then snapped, "But I can't stand this feeling. Every morning when I go to the market, I hear people gossiping about this family, saying we married a wicked daughter-in-law, one who bears no fruit, one who bears no child. You know, I have to listen to such bitter, cruel words. They say this family is suffering from some kind of karma or retribution. How can I possibly endure that? Oh, Mother, you always listen to those market women and then come home to blame me. Why can't you sympathize with Min and me?" Ho retorted, her voice filled with despair. "What did you say? Sympathize with you? Who will sympathize with me? Who will sympathize with this family and its ancestors? Do you want me to wait until I'm in my grave without a single grandchild? Or do you wish for something else? You've been living in this house for a long time now. Perhaps you've forgotten your poor past. Let me tell you this clearly. I'm giving you 6 months. If you don't get pregnant with my son, then you'd better disappear from this house. I'll find him another wife. Ho felt a surge of indignation, remembering how her mother-in-law had opposed this marriage from the very beginning. The harsh and bitter words of her mother-in-law piled up in her heart. For so many years living in this house, I've been tormented countless times. I've endured so much pain and injustice for years. Her emotions seemed to burst. She clutched her stomach and ran into the bathroom, where she sat alone, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of self-pity and injustice for her fate. Despite things taking such a bad turn, Ho still couldn't bring herself to speak up or plead. Perhaps it was due to her past mistake. It was the darkest mistake Hoa had ever made, a secret abortion. When she was young, Ho came from a difficult background. Her family lived in a small, dilapidated house in a poor working-class neighborhood. Her parents were constantly struggling with debt, so Hoa had to go out and earn a living early. Unfortunately, being young and naive, she was lured by a scoundrel named Den. She accidentally became pregnant with his child, and the predictable outcome was that Den denied all responsibility once he found out. He ran off, leaving Hoa to face the consequences alone. At that time, it was an incredibly difficult situation for Hoa, because she knew she couldn't give birth to and raise the child. So, Hoa kept it a secret from her parents and quietly got an abortion. The place where she had it done was a clandestine, shoddy, and run-down facility. And, of course, the doctor's skill was highly questionable. After that, Ho felt pain for many days, but fortunately, she recovered. Because she recovered, Hoa didn't feel the need to go for a follow-up visit. This unknowingly cost her the ability to become a mother forever. Sometime later, while working as a waitress, Hoa accidentally met Minh, her current husband. As introduced earlier, Minh's family was very well off. After dating for a while, they began to open up about their circumstances. Minh, after hearing her story, not only didn't look down on her, but also helped her family greatly. This made Hoa's parents incredibly grateful. Even more joyfully and unexpectedly, Minh decided to officially propose marriage to Hoa. Of course, Hoa's parents readily agreed. But Madame Lone, Minh's mother, strongly disapproved of the marriage. She believed Hoa was not worthy. Seeing this, Minh tried many times to persuade his mother to agree to their marriage. After persistent efforts, Madame Lone finally consented, though reluctantly. After her wedding day, Hoa lived in an incredibly magnificent and luxurious mansion. It was said to be the wealthiest in the region, equipped with every material comfort. This truly was the life Hoa had dreamed of. To win over her in-laws, Hoa meticulously cared for every aspect of her husband's family. Knowing that her mother-in-law was strict and harsh, Hoa told herself she had to endure and swallow her pride as long as she didn't have to return to her poor working-class neighborhood. Nearly 3 years into their marriage, life continued normally. It must be said that Hoa did everything well. However, one thing she hadn't managed to do was bear a child to continue her husband's family line. Throughout those years, Hoa and Minh tried many ways to conceive. They sought blessings everywhere, consulted many spiritual masters, and tried both Eastern and Western medicine, but still couldn't have children. More than anyone else, Hoa desperately wanted a child to avoid her mother-in-law's constant criticism and harsh words. The doctor had told Hoa that it would be very difficult for her to conceive due to her thin and weak uterine lining, a lingering effect of her previous abortion. Each time, Hoa had to speak privately with the doctor to keep her past abortion a secret. She considered it a scar on her life and didn't want anyone to know. Today, Minh was away on a business trip, leaving only Madame Lone and Hoa at home. Facing her mother-in-law, Hoa felt the dinner atmosphere was incredibly tense. Her mother-in-law's words were heavy and critical. This time was no different, making Hoa feel sad and resentful to the point of breaking into uncontrollable sobs. After crying alone in the bathroom for a long time, Hoa eventually came out and returned to her room. She lay on the bed, her mind still heavy with worry about having children. She thought about how this was the first time her mother-in-law had been so harsh with her. There had been previous instances, but today reached its peak. Was it time for her to give up on this marriage? That question had haunted her since dinner until now. Yet she never wanted it to come to that. She felt lonely and had no one to confide in. From that day on, Ho called a close friend. She cried and poured out all her frustrations and hidden pains. After listening to Ho's confessions, her friend suggested a possible solution. She told Hoa that she knew a very reputable spiritual master, known for her success in helping with fertility. Her friend gave Hoa the address and urged her to seek out the master. Who knows? It's worth a try. You've worked so hard to enter such a prestigious family. You can't just give up. After that conversation, Ho thought long and hard about her friend's suggestion. She had tried many other methods to have children, but all had failed. So this time, she decided to put her hope in spirituality just to see what would happen. The next morning, after her mother-in-law had gone to the market, and today, after the market, Madame Lone would visit relatives for an ancestral ceremony and wouldn't return until tomorrow. Hoa was alone. This was her chance. She decided that after her mother-in-law left the house, she would ride her motorbike alone to the spiritual master's house, following the address her friend had given her. After waiting for a long time, Hoa finally found Master Heen's house number. Killer. She rang the doorbell, and after a while, a young woman came out to open the gate and invited her in. The woman said, "Please, Master Heen will be here shortly. Are waiting for the master?" Ho observed the room from front to back. Unlike what she usually imagined a spiritual practitioner's home to be, strange and mysterious, this master's house looked like a normal home, even spacious and airy. This made her feel less nervous and anxious. About 30 minutes later, the master emerged. Seeing Hoa sitting there, she offered a friendly smile and gently approached, sitting opposite her. Master Heen looked Ho over from head to toe, then shook her head and said, "This woman has encountered sadness regarding children." Ho was overjoyed that the master had correctly guessed her purpose, believing her to be very skilled. Ho began to pour out all her unspoken worries and asked for the master's help. After examining Hoa's palm, Master Hin sighed and said, "Your case is very serious. The vengeful spirit of the fetus you aborted years ago has caused you to suffer these consequences, and it's highly likely you will never have children. Because the innocent child you abandoned has now become a vengeful ghost carrying immense resentment, and it will surely follow you to cause harm. I think you should give up on having children and accept your fate, for it is heaven's will." Master Hin said this because she had seen Hoa's future, a lonely woman. Hoa had come here seeking hope, but hearing Master Hin's words, she felt utterly desperate. And, of course, she couldn't accept it. Ho tried to press Master Hin for another way, but the answer was still no. Despite this, Hoa remained resolute. She would not give up on her intention, never accepting this fate. So, Hoa said, "Please, Master, is there any way, no matter what, for me to have a child? I'll accept any condition to achieve that." I agreed. Seeing Hoa's determination, Master Hin slowly explained, "There is indeed a way, and the success rate is very high. However, not everyone dares to do it. I must warn you that this method is very cruel and comes with extremely heavy karma. Think carefully. Do you truly dare to do it?" Just hearing there's a way ignited a spark of hope in Hoa's heart. She immediately asked, "So there's still another way, Master? Please tell me what it is." "I understand. Whatever the cost, I will accept it." Hearing this, Master Hin slowly explained to Ho, "This is a type of dark magic used to pray for children called the Ghost Child Amulet. This amulet is made by forcing the souls of fetuses to obey the Master's commands. Although using this amulet is very effective for conceiving, it is still dark magic and thus carries many risks. If not done carefully, these ghost fetuses could turn against the user and even kill them." Hearing about the amulet and dark magic made Hoa's skin crawl. She was extremely worried when Master Hin spoke of the consequences, but she pushed all fear aside. This was her last chance to have a child, so she decided to take the risk and use it. From that moment on, Hoa's maternal instinct awoke fiercely. Finally, Hoa agreed to use this terrifying dark magic. For about 3 days, Ho diligently visited all abortion clinics in her neighborhood. She did this because the method of making this amulet was somewhat bizarre and gruesome. To create this Ghost Child Amulet, one needed to find the precise corpse of a fetus that had just fully formed. The ideal age was between 15 and 20 weeks. Especially, these features had to be those whose parents had aborted them. No, only then would they harbor deep resentment and become extremely angry, vengeful spirits. The soul part could be commanded, while the physical body would be steeped in a large red glass jar of special wine. Combined with Master Hin's spells and dark magic, this monstrous fertility amulet would be complete. As Master Hin described what she was about to do, Hoa felt utterly terrified. Just imagining it was enough to haunt her. For a moment, Ho suddenly remembered the image from her past abortion, when the doctor showed her the fetus she had aborted. It truly was a horrifying sight. Before her eyes was a messy, terrifying mass of flesh, a feeling of disgust and immense guilt. At one point, out of sheer terror, Ho wanted to stop, not wanting to continue. But her current situation forced her to do it. She was unwilling to give up and was determined to see it through. After that grim day with Master Hien, Ho returned home, continuing her search for fetus corpses in abortion clinics around her area. She even joined private online groups to contact distant abortion facilities under the guise of charity. She pretended to be a benevolent person who wanted to find discarded fetus corpses and bury them properly. Hoa also joined other private groups to find and contact girls with unwanted pregnancies. And of course, Hoa had to spend a lot of money on this. Money Hoa had plenty of, but finding people willing was the hard part. It wasn't a 1 or 2 day effort to get the desired results. She had to wait patiently. Despite the difficulties, Hoa remained resolute and refused to give up. Some days, Hoa had to wait outside hospitals from 2 or 3 a.m. She stood outside clandestine clinics before sunrise, waiting for people to bring out black plastic bags containing aborted fetuses. After the hospital staff went back inside, Hoa approached, picked up the bag and ran out. Holding the black plastic bag in her hands, Ho couldn't help but feel a shiver. Many times Hoa felt like she was truly evil and vicious. But thanks to those diligent days, she finally found a fetus corpse. Each time she obtained a corpse, Hoa brought it to Master Hien. One way to preserve these corpses was to immerse them in a large glass jar, then pour a special wine into it. Each time she visited Master Hien's house, Ho was haunted by these glass jars. She noticed that every time another fetus corpse was added, the wine became a deeper red. The wine in the jar, steeped over days, gradually turned pitch black, looking utterly horrified. Master Hien constantly urged Hoa to find enough fetus corpses within 49 days. Because after 49 days, the fetus's spiritual power would weaken and the amulet would not be formed. That meant all her efforts would be wasted. Despite searching diligently for many days in hospitals and clinics, she was still missing one fetus corpse. The jar of fetus wine now looked utterly terrifying. The fetus corpses floating in it were horrifying. The only pressing matter was that only a few days remained until the 49-day deadline. If she couldn't find the required number, all her efforts until now would be for naught. This meant Hoa's hope of getting pregnant would be completely crushed. At this point, Hoa felt extremely anxious and bewildered. Worries churned in her mind, making her unable to sleep. She returned to her room and sat on the bed, lost in thought, when suddenly she was startled by the ringing of her phone. "Hello? How are you today?" It was her friend Mai. "Oh, Mai, I'm fine. Why are you calling me at this hour?" Ho replied, "I called to ask you how it went at Master Hien's house. Was it good or bad? I tried to visit, and she said my fertility prospects are very difficult. But she also said there's still a way, so I'm asking her for a ritual to see if it works. But I'm not sure about it, Mai." This was Ho deliberately hiding from her friend that she was asking Master Hien to make a ghost amulet for conception, hoping fewer people would know. Her friend, on the other end, said, "Oh, well, who knows? It's up to you. I just told you about her because I heard people say she's good at helping with conception. But never mind. You and your husband keep trying. Who knows? Maybe luck will come. In this life, no one can say anything. I really feel for those who want children but can't have them, and those who have them want to abandon them. It's truly a perverse world. Oh, on her end, was a little surprised and asked, "What are you talking about? What is this all about?" "I don't understand." A friend began to explain. "Do you remember the girl who worked part-time with us in the dormitory about 3 months ago?" Ho thought for a while, trying to remember who that was, then finally recalled and replied, I remember now. What about her?" "Oh my God," she just called me, crying so much. "It's like this. She used to date a guy, and I thought he was a good guy. He seemed kind and cared for her. A lot. But for some reason, when Mai got pregnant, they started arguing and fighting. That guy beat her black and blue. After beating her, he just left her. He ran off, which means he's refusing to take responsibility for the baby. But you know Mai's situation. Her family is really struggling. I don't know what she's going to do. She's so sad and crying a lot. She told me she's probably going to abort this child. I feel so bad. I'm trying to convince her not to. The baby isn't at fault. Hey, why don't you call her and try to talk her out of it with me?" Ho began to feign surprise, having realized what she had to do. She told her friend, really? Oh dear, how pitiful. How many months pregnant is Mai? She told me it's about 3 months. Why do you ask? At this, Ho muttered to herself. 3 months is around 12 weeks. That's good. Her friend on the other end heard Ho muttering something incomprehensible. Hey, are you okay? I can't hear what you're saying. Oh, nothing. Do you know where Mai lives? I want to go directly to talk to her. Thinking it was for her own good, her friend gave Mai's address, hoping Ho could convince Mai to reconsider and not abandon her child. But perhaps her friend didn't realize that Ho wanted to carry out a sinister plot that required Mai's help. The very next day, Hoa quickly found Mai's address. Mai was currently staying at a relative's house in the city. Anh đã so ninyo. Ating out. Around noon, when Mai finished work and was leaving, Hoa happened to be waiting outside the door. She waved. Mai, it's Ho. Do you remember me? Mai recognized the familiar figure from her past dorm days and joyfully ran over. Oh my goodness. Of course, I remember you. Ho. In Ho's mind and memory, Mai was a vibrant and energetic girl. Yet today, Mai looked quite sickly. Her body was thin, and her face looked distraught. Then, the two sat down and talked. This was a very special conversation. Hoa feigned sympathy and spoke to Mai with a sad expression. I heard him say that you got pregnant accidentally. You didn't think it through? What are you planning to do now? Mai's face clouded with sadness. She remained silent for a while, then slowly broke down crying when Mai reached out her hand to Hoa. Hoa accidentally saw the purple bruises along her arm. showing she had been beaten. Ho was furious. What is this, Mai? That guy is truly a scumbag. Hearing someone defend her, Mai began to cry even harder. Mai clutched Hoa's hand and said, "I'm so lost right now. I don't know how to deal with this." When we were together, he spoke so sweetly, promised everything. But when I got pregnant, he gradually revealed his true nature. He's beaten me countless times, and now that he knows I'm pregnant, he just abandoned me. Honestly, my job isn't stable. I barely earn enough to live on. Now with a baby, I really don't know how I'll manage. So what are you going to do? I heard and say you want to abort the baby. I did consider that before. But after thinking it over carefully, I've decided I won't abort it. I'll try my best to raise the child. After all, it's my child. It's innocent. It's also a life. I'll give birth to it, and I'll try my best. No matter how difficult it gets, I'll endure it. I've decided now, I won't abandon it. That would be too cruel. I can't do it. As soon as Mai said this, Hoa was expected to be happy about her friend's decision. However, to everyone's surprise, Hoa's attitude abruptly changed. She showed her displeasure. "What are you saying? Don't you know making that decision is a huge mistake? I don't see anything wrong with it." "I know. It's just a senseless clump of cells, and it's only 2 or 3 months old, so how can it be wrong? You're overthinking things and causing yourself unnecessary suffering. Honestly, we should live for ourselves first. Then think about those around us. Think about it, Mai. You're a weak girl. Your job isn't stable. You earn peanuts. If you can't even take care of yourself, how can you raise a child? Do you know how expensive it is to raise a child? How will you manage? Giving birth to it would only make its life miserable. Then you'll be a single mother, suffering 100-fold, enduring people's gossip. You'll face difficulties if you ever want to remarry. Have you thought about that? The more stubborn you are, honestly, the more people will look down on you. Your life is already hard. Do you want your child's life to be just as hard?" Hoa's words were like a splash of cold water on Mai's face, making her feel utterly lost. So what should I do now? What should I decide? I already told you, resolve it as soon as possible. It's only 2 or 3 months old now. It's very easy. If you wait longer, you might even die. Let your child be born into another life, a happier one. As for you, you'll be free and able to find a deserving partner later. So what are you hesitating for? Honestly, I only want what's best for you. That's why I'm being so blunt. Mai still hadn't made a decision. Oka continued to persuade her with similar words, making Mai's resolve waver. And of course, the outcome Ho wanted was for Mai to abort the child. It seemed that at this moment, their long-standing friendship was being cast aside and abandoned. And were Hoa's self-serving calculations truly worth it? After a long session of persuasion, Mai finally decided to abort the pregnancy. The next morning, Ho took Mai to a small abortion clinic located in a quiet alley away from prying eyes. Of course, Hoa had meticulously arranged this abortion. Before Mai went inside, Hoa once again instilled negative thoughts in Mai's mind to help her make the final decision. And finally, Mai no longer had any hesitation. Hoa pretended to be helpful, offering some money to Mai for expenses. She then made a request. Mai had to give her the aborted fetus. Hoa didn't clearly explain why. And of course, Mai agreed. Before entering the cold room, Mai looked at Hoa with fearful eyes. The medical staff in the room looked at Mai with emotionless eyes. It seemed that once they accepted this profession, they no longer had any feelings. Disregarding her friend's emotions, Hoa simply waved her hand, signaling the medical staff to begin their cruel procedure. The door slowly closed. Hoa waited outside, her heart pounding with anticipation. She was anxious about waiting for the fetus, not worried about her friend. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang echoed, startling Hoa, who stood outside the door. But then, very quickly, Hoa smiled with a twisted pleasure. A smile that if anyone saw it, would feel as if she had sold her soul to the devil. It meant another young mother had cruelly abandoned her child. Another innocent life had been taken. At first, Hoa felt very guilty. Even the guilt haunted her sleep. But now, Hoa felt it was completely normal, nothing to feel guilty about. After Mai's child was aborted, the medical staff brought Hoa a black plastic bag. The feeling of guilt was gone, but for some reason, she still felt a chill when holding the plastic bag. After taking Mai home, Hoa immediately rode her motorbike to Master Heen's house in secret. She gave the plastic bag to the master. And this was the last fetus corpse. The jar of fetus wine was now full. They were fragmented pieces of flesh, no longer intact. Hoa looked at the jar and couldn't help but feel a shiver. After she had enough, the master began to add a packet of black powdered medicine to the mixture. Next, the master went into the house and brought out a nail clipper, instructing Hoa to hold up her hand. Then she meticulously clipped all 10 of Hoa's fingernails, which were then added to the wine jar. Next, she went back into the house and brought out 9 incense burners, placing them around the wine jar. Then she lit 9 incense sticks and carefully placed them in each of the 9 burners. Finally, she looked at Hoa and instructed her to clasp her hands respectfully and pray as guided. After the ritual was completed, Master Heen turned to Hoa and said, "For now, it's done. Now, go home. Remember to come back here in a week." Hearing that, time flew by quickly. It was already a week later. Today, the liquid in the wine jar had turned an inky black. The master went inside the house and brought out a small ceramic jar, then slowly approached the wine jar. Master Heen opened the lid of the jar and used a ladle to scoop the black liquid from the large jar into the smaller one until it was full. Then she placed the small jar in front of Hoa and commanded, "Now, drink all the liquid in this jar. You must drink it all. Not a single drop must remain. This can help you conceive." Now, when you drink all of this, the Ghost Child Amulet will take effect. Hoa looked into the jar, then remembered the images from before, how she had collected the fetus corpses. Remembering those images made Hoa feel nauseous. But what could she do? This was the last way for her to get pregnant and avoid being kicked out by her mother-in-law. After she finished drinking, Master Heen looked at Hoa with satisfaction. "That's good. Now, go home. But remember to come here every week to light incense for the Ghost Child Amulet once. Remember to do it regularly, and never miss a single time. Only then will you be able to conceive. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Master. Although she was very nauseous after drinking that foul liquid, Ho tried her best to hold it in, not allowing herself to vomit. She had to struggle psychologically for 3 months, just as Master Hin had instructed. Every weekend, she secretly visited the Master's house to light incense. After 3 months of perseverance, the day finally arrived. Unexpected joy truly came to Ho. After taking several pregnancy tests, all of them came back positive. She was truly overwhelmed, unable to believe it. She even pinched herself hard to see if she was dreaming, but it was real. She rejoiced and exclaimed, "Thank heavens! Finally, my wish has come true. I'm pregnant." This was truly a happy day for her. She quickly shared the news with her husband and mother-in-law. Needless to say, both were incredibly surprised and happy. Then, her husband took her for a prenatal checkup. At this point, the joy truly doubled when the doctor announced that she was carrying twins, meaning 2 tiny lives were forming in her body. Hearing the doctor say this, Ho felt overjoyed, so happy she almost cried. She thought to herself, this was a natural and deserved result of all her efforts, her patience and the sacrifice she made, finally bearing fruit. At first, Hoa thought she was simply trying her luck and didn't truly believe in the effectiveness of this amulet. But today, Hoa truly believed that the Ghost Child Amulet worked. But it wasn't just a tale. She felt that her previous cruel actions were justified. There was no need for guilt or internal struggle. From the day she became pregnant, it goes without saying that Ho was pampered by her husband and mother-in-law as if she were a precious treasure. Hoa truly became a queen. Whatever she wanted, she got. Her husband now doted on her immensely. If before he was often away from home due to distant business trips, now whenever he received a call from his wife, he would quickly return home, no matter how busy he was. As for Madame Lone, Ho's mother-in-law, her attitude changed dramatically. Madame Lone became happier and more amiable than before. Her way of speaking to Hoa also changed, from using you and I, implying a casual or disrespectful tone, to affectionately calling her my dear daughter-in-law. Indeed, her pregnancy completely transformed Hoa's life in that mansion. It felt like Hoa was stepping into a new, brighter chapter of her life. Now, they just had to wait for Hoa to give birth, and her family would be filled with endless laughter. But, ironically, did Ho truly believe she found happiness so easily, especially through a dark amulet? That was something that could never happen, and she didn't know that her joy would quickly come to an end. During the first 4 months of pregnancy, everything went well. Hoa's fetuses developed very well, and there were no problems. She was very careful with her care, regularly going for prenatal checkups to monitor the fetus's development. After 4 months, she started feeling many uncomfortable symptoms. Specifically, her whole body felt extremely tired and achy, and her temper became irritable. However, Hoa and everyone else were not too surprised, thinking these were just typical signs of pregnancy. Believing these were normal reactions for pregnant women, Hoa didn't pay much attention. But one unusual thing was that these symptoms seemed to appear more frequently and excessively for her. It was much more numerous and severe compared to any other person. This made her feel incredibly tired and uncomfortable. Even so, Hoa tried to adapt to it. She tried to endure, thinking that in the future, the house would be filled with the laughter and cries of children. But life is not a dream. Recently, Hoa had been having strange dreams every night. At first, Hoa thought it was normal, as she often thought a lot during the day. So, dreaming at night was natural, and she didn't pay much attention. But one thing she never expected. This was a premonition of the karmic consequences she would suffer later. Tonight, Hoa dreamed as usual. In her dream, Hoa found herself lying motionless on a bed. This bed was in a dark, cold room with no light. The door slowly opened. She saw many children. Their faces looked exactly alike. All of them held hands and walked towards the bed where Ho lay. The strange thing was that their footsteps were very light, as if they were floating in the air, not touching the ground, making no sound. The darkness in the room prevented Hoa from seeing their faces clearly. A moment later, two children emerged from the crowd and approached Hodatate. They began to stare at Hoa. Their eyes were sad and heavy. The two children nodded, and then the others standing behind them also approached Hoa. They all placed their hands on Hoa's belly and gently rubbed it. Suddenly, Hoa felt excruciating pain in her abdomen. When the children's hands touched her belly, that spot pulsed with immense pain. Hoa wanted to sit up and run out of that dark room, but she couldn't escape. Her body seemed to be paralyzed. She only felt intense pain in her abdomen. Other parts of her body felt frozen and numb. Ho was very uncomfortable, but her mouth felt gagged. Unable to scream for help, the children continued to stand there, reaching for her belly, looking at her with lifeless eyes. That scene was terrifying for Hoa. After a long time, Ho finally startled awake from the terrifying nightmare. But the strange thing was that the dull pain in her abdomen lingered. This made Hoa extremely worried, but since she was only about 3 months pregnant, she didn't want to tell anyone about it. Not even her husband or mother-in-law. They weren't to know. By the second trimester, Hoa's belly had grown a little larger. During this period, Ho ate and rested very normally. In fact, she even craved food more. Ho thought this was a very good sign and told herself to eat plenty of delicious food to provide nutrients for the babies in her womb. So she ate continuously, uncontrollably. The strange dreams about the identical babies no longer appeared. This made Ho feel relieved and less anxious. Hoa and her husband went for an ultrasound and were overjoyed to learn they were having 2 baby girls. The doctor announced that the fetuses were developing well, with no abnormalities. This made Hoa, her husband, and her mother-in-law incredibly happy. The day they would welcome their children into the world was approaching. Eagerly anticipating the baby's arrival, Hoa and her husband bought many beautiful clothes and items for them. After some deliberation, the couple chose 2 lovely cribs and many beautiful outfits. Hoa's husband even picked out 2 adorable teddy bears, symbolizing their 2 upcoming daughters. After returning home and putting everything away, the couple sat on the bed, happily looking at their purchases, filled with immense joy. One might think this was just a normal thing for any expectant parents. However, Hoa didn't realize that she had committed a grave taboo, especially one not to be done before childbirth. People often believe that one should not buy baby clothes before the child is born. Even more so, one should not buy baby items too early, when it's still just a fetus in the womb. And all the troubles gradually began to arise in the final month of pregnancy. From the 8th month onwards, the strange dreams about the children started recurring. It must be said that they recurred more frequently. Each time the dream happened, it brought whole physical pain and exhaustion, as well as mental fear. Night after night, in her room, Ho felt as if deep in the shadows, there were agonizing cries of many children. Sometimes they cried, sometimes they laughed in a terrifying way. She had dreamed of this familiar scene many times, but even now, Ho still didn't understand why she was lying on a cold bed within that dream. And there was a gloomy room with no light. Meanwhile, she had no strength to resist. It felt like a place she greatly feared, yet couldn't escape. It was truly horrifying. In this dream, the familiar scene unfolded as always. This time, the children acted even more savagely towards Hota. The children no longer seemed harmonious or gentle as before. Now they lunged at each other, tearing at each other like wild beasts fighting over prey. They constantly scratched and hit each other until they were covered in blood and gore. Hoa, in the dream, remained motionless on the bed. Almost all parts of her body were frozen, except for her eyes. Her eyes still functioned normally, as if to clearly and sharply witness the terrifying scene unfolding before her. And that bloody, horrifying sight once again caused Hoa to wake up and escape the nightmare. Min found his wife, startled many times in the middle of the night, covered in cold sweat from panic. He found it very strange. Her husband questioned her many times, and finally, Hoa had to tell her husband about those strange dreams. After hearing the entire sequence of the dream, Min felt very worried and anxious for his wife. Despite his worry, Min still tried to calm his wife with soothing words. "It's okay, dear." It might just be that you're very tired and thinking too much during your pregnancy. Those thoughts are making you dream strange things, but there's really nothing wrong. Don't worry, just listen to me and sleep soundly. Although somewhat reassured by her husband's comforting words, Ho still felt uncomfortable and exhausted. Perhaps the psychological pressure from many long nights of horrifying and terrifying scenes had taken its toll. By now, Hoa's mind and body were very tired. Her mood was always anxious and fearful. She never ate well and never slept soundly. Most of her day, Ho only thought about the terrifying scenes in her dreams. And because of that, over a long period, Ho became increasingly gaunt and pale. Hoa's health, it must be said, was declining rapidly. Hallucinations began to appear day and night. Not infrequently, she would collapse unconscious on the floor, causing everyone in the house great worry. Min had to quickly rush Ho to the emergency room in a state of exhaustion. After the emergency treatment, her husband asked the doctor to examine her again. He received shocking and alarming news. The strange thing was that although the fetuses were stable and not in any danger, the doctor couldn't understand why one of the two fetuses had begun to develop abnormally, if not grotesquely. Although she was in the final stage of pregnancy, for some reason, one of the two developed much larger than normal, much larger than the other fetus. After the ultrasound, the doctor noticed that the fetus's face began to change, gradually becoming deformed, no longer resembling a normal child, and that fetus had a distinct, abnormal face, unlike the other fetus. Its face looked like a monster, a horrifyingly distorted face, not at all human-like. The other fetus developed normally, but its vitality became increasingly weak. The doctor was very worried and informed Hoa and Minh to mentally prepare for the possibility of losing one or both babies. Hoa and Minh left the prenatal clinic feeling utterly sad and anxious. The doctor's warnings about the pregnancy had cast a heavy shadow over the couple's mood. They discussed that, when they returned home, they must compose themselves and pretend to be optimistic in front of Madame Lone. The couple prayed that things would not take a turn for the worse. In the following days, Hoa felt extremely tired, as if she was constantly carrying a huge sack on her shoulders. Following that, abnormal abdominal pains began to strike, and her sleep was interrupted by continuous nightmares. The images in her dreams were familiar and repeated, but the terrifying details became increasingly intense. She continuously suffered nightmares and had a weakened body for a long time. This severely damaged Hoa's health. In her dreams, Hoa now only saw one baby. She didn't know where the other children had gone. This time, Hoa could clearly see the baby's terrifying face. Its face was utterly gruesome, with wide, hollow eyes, as if a burning flame of hatred raged within. It was the flame of intense, sky-high hatred. It just stood there, staring at Hoa with terrifying red eyes. This repeated for a whole month. If calculated precisely, it was now the 8th month of her pregnancy. Hoa's belly was now very large, making her movements incredibly slow and clumsy, partly due to the weight of the fetus, making her afraid of childbirth, and partly due to the long, continuous nightmares. These things made Hoa feel exhausted and sleepless many nights. That night, it poured rain as if pouring water. Hoa had to face a sudden abdominal pain. This pain was the most severe she had ever experienced. At this moment, Hoa felt her belly contract very strongly. Hoa lay on the bed, writhing in pain and screaming in the night. Minh, her husband, immediately took the car and drove her to the hospital. Inside the maternity hospital, the doctor quickly examined Hoa's condition. One doctor spoke to another with a very worried expression. "We need to perform an emergency C-section. If this prolongs, it will affect the lives of both mother and child." At this point, the best method is a C-section to save the mother's life. Another doctor, newer with less experience, asked, "What about the fetus?" "The fetus is in critical condition. We need to perform an emergency C-section to prioritize the mother's life. As for the fetus, I cannot promise anything." Then, the doctor led Hoa into the operating room. Minh stood outside, feeling incredibly scared and anxious. He continuously prayed for divine protection for his wife and child to overcome this danger. After several hours of surgery, Minh finally heard the cry of a baby echoing loudly from the operating room, reaching outside, making him overjoyed. What was unexpected was that the baby with the abnormally deformed face, looking like a monster, was born healthy, while the other baby died during childbirth. Upon hearing this information, Hoa felt incredibly disheartened and stunned. She was truly shocked and couldn't believe it had happened. Hoa looked down at the baby with the deformed face and couldn't help but feel terrified. Looking a little closer, Hoa was incredibly surprised to see that the baby's face was exactly like the face of the baby she had seen in her prolonged dream. Its body was that of a normal baby, but its face was distorted and frightening. Hoa tried to calm her fear. Well, after all, it's my child, born from me. I can't abandon it or be afraid. She told herself this. But Hoa always felt a sense of dread when near her child. Madame Lone, her mother-in-law, after visiting and seeing the baby's face, was equally terrified. After a long time in the maternity hospital, Ho finally returned home with the deformed baby. As for the dead child, she placed it in a small coffin. But instead of burying it, she placed it on an altar and regularly burned incense. It was also a way for her husband to remember their unfortunate child who never got to be born. She thought everything would end like this, but it didn't. She thought that after giving birth, the prolonged nightmares would cease. However, in the nights that followed, Ho still dreamed of the familiar nightmare. The soul of her dead child appeared in her dreams with very sad eyes. In the dream, it slowly approached Hoa, whispered in her ear, "Mother, you remember me, don't you? I am your child. Today I've come to tell you, Mother, that you are deeply entangled with that deformed child. My sibling and I were originally souls forced into the Ghost Child Amulet by you, Mother. Because our fates were intertwined with yours, we reincarnated into your womb. I am a normal spirit, but the other one is not. It is a demon with immense resentment, and it intentionally caused my death. But if you raise it, your family will encounter many misfortunes. You, Ho, will be led down a dark path. I emphasize once more, if you continue to keep it and raise it, you too will have to die to take its place. Mother, please free it. The longer you wait, the more dire the consequences." The lost child's warning jolted Hoa awake, heart pounding with anxiety. A growing sense of unease filled Hoa's mind. She instinctively looked at the swaying cradle, then recoiled in horror as the deformed baby smiled. Suddenly, she heard the sounds of many children playing in the house. Holding the baby in her arms, she felt a cold current run down her spine, as if someone was rubbing a large block of ice against her back. However, Hoa couldn't share her fear with her husband at this moment because he was already stressed with work. She couldn't add more pressure. But the haunting dreams, coupled with the warning from the lost child's spirit, made Ho believe she needed to do something to stop what was happening. After much agonizing thought, the fateful night finally arrived. Feeling she could no longer endure it, in a moment of desperation and despair, she returned to the cradle, picked up her deformed child, and went straight to the toilet. The baby's cries echoed like a final warning, confirming in her mind that this was the only way to save her family and prevent future misfortunes. As her lost child had warned, in that instant, she pushed the baby's head into the bathtub. The baby's cries grew desperate. then slowly weakened, until silence filled the cold, eerie bathroom. Or stood there, her hands still trembling. The feeling in her heart was like a storm, as if the whole world was crumbling on her shoulders. She collapsed to the toilet floor, sobbing in despair and agony. Min, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly heard a loud noise and immediately rushed out to see what was happening. He burst into the toilet and saw the horrific scene unfolding before his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Min rushed over like a whirlwind. He grabbed the dead child in his arms, then looked at Ho with profound bewilderment and grief. He yelled, "Are you crazy? What are you doing? That's our child. Are you still sane?" Min's loud shouts reached upstairs. Madame Lone ran down from upstairs and witnessed everything. Madame Lone, usually sharp-tongued, couldn't control herself when faced with the horrifying scene and fainted on the spot. Ho, at this moment, could only cover her face and cry in a state of extreme panic. It seemed she was no longer sane. She kept repeating, "I just want to protect this family. I just want to protect family. Please understand me." Suddenly, Ho's chaotic mind became clearer than ever. She immediately told her husband and mother-in-law about the ominous dreams and the warning from her lost child. Then she confessed her past cruel actions, including using the Ghost Child Amulet to conceive. After that incident, Hoa's husband and mother-in-law had Hoa committed to a mental hospital. Hoa's family officially shattered, leaving behind only painful memories and lingering obsessions. Hoa would forever live in the torment of her conscience. Master Heen's initial prediction had come true. Indeed, Hoa's fate was to become a lonely woman without children, without family, without loved ones by her side. That is why it is said that in this world, what we desire may not necessarily come true. We must learn to accept that. Don't be like Hoa, who, to achieve her temporary desires and ambitions, ultimately suffered a deeply regrettable outcome. Although she didn't lose her life, she will surely be tormented for the rest of it, until she closes her eyes forever. Linh, an energetic and creative high school student, enjoys reading, painting, and participating in extracurricular activities. Linh is enthusiastic in class and often helps her friends with their studies. She also actively participates in volunteer programs, demonstrating a spirit of sharing and community love. With her friendly and outgoing personality, Linh is well liked and admired by her friends. As the new school year began, Linh transferred to Minh Thanh High School, a place famous for rumors of being haunted. Stories of Minh Thanh School being haunted often stem from tales of students or teachers encountering ghosts, making many people curious. Some rumors include strange occurrences in the school, such as footsteps, blurry figures, or unexplained phenomena at night. These stories are often linked to the school's history, past incidents, or former students. For example, a student named Nam once had a strange experience at Minh Thanh School. One evening, while participating in an extracurricular activity, Nam stayed late in the classroom to study. As it grew late, he felt the atmosphere become silent and somewhat frightening. Suddenly, Nam heard whispers as if someone was calling his name. Ow! He turned around but saw no one. Then, a door opened by itself, sending shivers down Nam's spine. He decided to leave. But before he could take a step, he saw a blurry figure glide down the hallway. The figure stood silently, then slowly disappeared. On her very first day, Linh heard chilling stories from her classmates about a female student named Mai, who had gone missing 10 years ago. It was rumored that Mai's soul still lingered in the school, unable to find peace. As Linh stepped through the gates of Minh Thanh High School, she couldn't help but feel anxious. It was an old school with large buildings, ancient trees, and a gloomy atmosphere that made her feel like she was stepping into another world. The other students around her were laughing and talking, but Linh felt a bit lost in the crowd, having just transferred and not yet having made close friends. Immediately after entering the classroom, she heard ghost stories from her classmates. A friend named Anne, with eyes full of anticipation, began to recount the disappearance of a female student named Mai, who had gone missing 10 years ago. Anne, with a serious expression, looked at Linh and the friends sitting around her and said, "They say my soul is still wandering the school, searching for something unfinished. I mean, like she wants to complete something before she can move on." That's what the adults say. A bit more about Mai. Mai was an intelligent and sensitive student. She was always diligent in her studies and harbored a dream of becoming a scientist. However, Mai's life began to take a dark turn when she joined a school research group that conducted mysterious experiments involving supernatural abilities. One night, while the group was performing a ritual to explore hidden powers, something unusual happened. They summoned spirits from the past, unaware that this act opened the door to a dark world, or what people call the underworld. Suddenly, darkness flooded the room, terrifying the entire group. Mai felt herself being pulled into an abyss, as if an unseen force was trying to possess her soul. Although her friends tried to save Mai, she ultimately vanished into the gloomy void without explanation, leaving only a cold gust of wind and agonizing screams. "Tao! Tao! Tao! Help me, Tao!" After that night, Mai never returned to school, and the story of her mysterious death began to be discussed and rumored by everyone. After Mai was reported missing, the atmosphere in the school became heavy and gloomy. Students and teachers alike were shocked and worried. "It's so strange. Mai was just sitting in the lab, then she suddenly disappeared. It's truly inexplicable." How scary. The story of Mai was not only a personal loss, but also a major shock to the entire school community where she was studying. This was because Mai was a kind, cheerful, and friendly girl. Mai's friends, especially her close ones, felt incredibly sad, empty, and lost. Students in the school spread rumors that after her death, Mai became a lost soul, unable to find peace. They often heard her cries late at night, and many believed Mai's ghost still lingered in the school, searching for something, perhaps to harm people or to complete something before moving on peacefully. After hearing this, Linh shivered. She wondered, why would something like this happen here? Especially in this modern age, do people still believe in ghosts? It truly sounds more like a fictional story. But it's real. That's what hurts. These stories reminded her of the legends she had heard as a child. But now, they were happening in real life. During recess, Linh decided to walk around the school to get acquainted with the new environment. She visited the library, which had tall, old bookshelves. After wandering around the library for a while, Lin suddenly stopped at a shelf filled with old notebooks. They looked like a collection of diaries. After examining them, she found an old, worn-out diary that smelled musty. Lin opened the diary, and the handwritten words inside captivated her. This was Mai's diary, left behind before her disappearance. The first pages spoke of the pressures Mai endured from her studies and friends. In the diary, there was a passage. I feel abandoned right now, isolated. And it seems no one around me wants to play with me. I am truly pathetic and pitiful. Reading this, Lin felt sympathy for the fate of this student. She continued reading, feeling as if she was empathizing with Mai's deepest sorrows. The next pages, Mai began to write about her first days. At school, the excitement of meeting new friends, and the sweet memories of her school day. She wrote about her dreams and ambitions, wanting to become a scientist. The subsequent pages, however, chronicled a change in Mai's mood. She described recurring nightmares and began to feel lost, no longer finding joy in her studies or life. Lin thought that Mai might be suffering from a psychological illness. Then she read on. Mai wrote about how she and her close group of friends were drawn into mysterious experiments conducted by teachers related to exploring supernatural abilities. Lin, who believed in the spiritual world, was naturally drawn into the story despite her fear. The next entry in the diary further showed that Mai realized this was not merely science, but also mysterious and dangerous spiritual elements. Her diary became a place for Mai to express her fears. She wrote about seeing chilling figures, hearing strange sounds at night. She felt as if some force was secretly watching her and her friends. Gradually, loneliness and fear became overwhelming, making Mai feel trapped. In the final pages, Mai wrote emotional lines like a cry for help, as if she knew she would disappear one day soon. If anyone reads this, please save me. I can't bear it anymore. She described a feeling of suffocation, as if being swallowed by darkness. Her writing was heavy with pain and despair. But the words also contained hope that one day someone would find the diary and know her story. From that day on, Lin lay in bed, unable to sleep. Images of Mai and the stories she had heard, as well as those read in the diary, haunted her mind. She wondered why a student, merely under pressure, could disappear so mysteriously. It was truly incomprehensible. Lin decided that she would find out more about Mai and the secrets of this school. The next morning, Lin returned to the library to find the diary. She believed that what Mai wrote could be a clue to deciphering the strange phenomena she had experienced. Lin promised herself that she would not let Mai's soul wander unhelped. From that moment, her journey to understand Mai began. She didn't know that this decision would lead her into an unimaginable adventure, uncovering mysteries and tight connections to her own life. She was ready to face the unknown, but would she be brave enough to uncover the truth? Every day in class, it seemed these students were experts on the spiritual, as ghost stories became the main topic of conversation. Have you guys heard of the girl in the white uniform? It's really spooky. A student named and asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. People say that female ghost is believed to appear in the old classroom whenever there's a cold wind. They say she only appears on bright, moonlit nights. Oh, what happened to that girl? How did she die? Linh asked, curious, and lowered her voice. They say she once tripped and fell while chasing a friend. She fell down the stairs, and no one ever found her body. Another student, Lan, added, "It's not over yet. There's also the story about the science lab. Students have seen figures gliding past the windows. Those who entered that room at night often said they heard sighs, and that lab equipment would turn on by itself, even if no one was there." Despite being a bit scared, Linh couldn't resist the allure of these stories. She wanted to learn more about the school she would be attending for the next few years. "The scariest stories are about Mai," Anne continued, her tone turning serious. "Mai was an excellent student, but she was constantly bullied by her friends. When she went missing, everyone thought she had run away, but no one expected that she had encountered such an unbelievable thing. I felt a sense of bewilderment in my heart. Did anyone find her? No. Since then, people started hearing whispers and seeing her blurry figure. They say that on rainy nights, if you listen carefully, you'll hear Mai's cries echoing in the hallway of the science lab." This story made Linh shiver. She wondered why a place of study would contain such terrifying stories. These stories were not just like something out of a sci-fi movie. Now, they had become reality. When class ended, Linh decided to walk around the school. Linh felt as if every nook and cranny of this school carried its own story, from the time-worn walls to the ancient stone benches. She felt as if she was stepping into a place where mysteries had yet to be unveiled. Returning to the library, Linh couldn't stop thinking about Mai and what she had heard. She felt an invisible pull, drawing her to investigate this matter. This force made Linh determined that she would be the one to uncover the truth, help Mai find peace, and bring this story to light. Although it was daytime and the school was bustling with students' laughter and chatter, as night fell, the atmosphere became gloomy and mysterious. In the evening, Linh returned to school to complete a group assignment with some friends. As everyone started leaving, Linh decided to stay a little longer to learn more about Mai's diary. She felt as if some force was pulling her towards undiscovered secrets. While sitting alone in the library, she heard whispers echoing around her. At first, Linh thought it was just the sound of book pages being turned, but when she looked around, she realized no one else was there. She held her breath, a sudden coldness enveloping her, making her skin crawl. Linh tried to reassure herself, but then she saw a blurry figure glide past the library window. She blinked, not believing what she saw. Linh stood up and approached the window. Linh only saw the faint light from the dark hallway in the distance. She felt as if someone was watching her from afar. "Oh my goodness, am I seeing a ghost?" Feeling a little scared, Linh decided to go home. When she got home, Linh couldn't sleep. Her mind raced with thoughts and the image of the strange figure she had just seen. She decided she had to investigate this phenomenon immediately. Linh searched for information online, discovering stories related to Minh Thanh School and wandering spirits. Suddenly, while browsing, She found an old post on a ghostly forum where a former student wrote that during a class, she had seen Mai standing in the middle of the classroom with blank eyes. The whole class started to feel a chilling cold, and faint cries were heard. Linh shivered as she read these lines. Oh my God, it's exactly like what Anne said at first. I was half believing, half doubting, but now I completely believe it. So Anne's story was true. Determined not to let fear paralyze her, Linh returned to the school late one afternoon. She wanted to test and see if those phenomena would happen again. She decided to sit in a hidden corner in the hallway near the science lab and began to observe. Listening for any sound. As the lights began to flicker and darkness slowly enveloped, Linh felt a cold gust of wind pass by. She listened carefully and suddenly realized that faint sighs were echoing from the science lab. Linh felt her heart pound. Is that Mai's voice from the story? Is Mai calling me? Her curiosity piqued. She cautiously walked towards the sound, her mind filled with panic. She thought that if a ghost suddenly jumped out to scare her, she would surely faint on the spot. But Linh continued, full of determination. Outside the lab, Linh approached, clenching her hands. She peeked through the crack in the door, but inside there was only darkness. Suddenly, she felt a cold breeze pass through her, as if someone had just walked past. Linh took a deep breath and decided to gently knock on the door, then bravely asked, Mai, if you hear me, please let me know. Linh whispered, but only silence replied. She felt someone's presence, a familiar and strange feeling, but only in an invisible way. After waiting for a while to see if anyone would respond, and hearing nothing, Linh decided to leave the spot. But the feeling of apprehension still haunted her. On the way home, the stories of Mai and the mysteries of this school made her even more curious and eager to explore deeper. She not only wanted to understand the strange phenomena, but also wanted to help Mai's tormented soul find release, as described in her classmates' stories. Like the main characters she often read about in ghost stories. With determination in her heart, Linh knew she needed to uncover the truth behind these phenomena and understand Mai's life better. That was the key to unlocking all the mysteries. She would not stop until she found the answers to the questions plaguing her mind. Late one afternoon, Linh attended a group meeting in the library with her friends. As everyone gradually left, she felt a strong urge not to leave. Linh opened Mai's diary, and in the faint light of the desk lamp, she immersed herself in the handwritten words filled with emotion and sorrow. I feel like no one understands me. This passage in the diary deeply moved her. Linh felt as if Mai was speaking directly to her. As night fell, with only the faint light from the lamp remaining, she again began to hear strange sounds. At first, they were just gentle clicks and rustles, like pages being turned. But then the sound seemed to become clearer, as if someone was whispering in her ear. Linh tried to focus on the diary, but the whispers grew louder. Do you really want to find out the story, really? She felt her heart pound, goosebumps spreading all over her body. A chill ran down Lin's spine, as if someone was rubbing a large stone against it. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the desk lamp. In a panic, she quickly turned on her phone's flashlight to illuminate her surroundings. In the dim light, she saw a shadow flitting across the corner of the library. A sense of fear, mixed with curiosity, made her decide to stay and investigate, despite being very scared. Since I've come this far, I have to go through with it. Linh cautiously walked towards where the shadow had appeared, her heart pounding in her chest. As she got closer, she saw an old chair swaying, as if someone had just sat down. At that very moment, she heard soft, gentle weeping, but full of pain. Deeply moved, Linh couldn't stand still. She told herself this could be an opportunity to connect with Mai. Linh began to speak. I understand you're hurting. If you want to talk, I'm listening. As the crying subsided, the surroundings became quiet. Linh stood there, hoping for a response, feeling something magical. As if Mai was listening. Overcoming her fear, Linh decided to stay a little longer. She continued to open the diary and began to read aloud the words, wanting Mai to know that she understood her pain. The words gradually became warmer in the silent space. Linh sensed Mai's presence closer, but only in an invisible, ethereal way. After a few hours, Linh decided to leave the library. As she stepped out, she felt as if she had formed some kind of connection with Mai. But at the same time, she knew that this was just the beginning. The next morning, Linh recounted her experiences from the previous night to Anne and Lan, but they seemed half believing, half doubting the story. Maybe you just imagined it. Even if this story is true, it seems no one has encountered Mai's ghost in recent years. The things I told you about happened a long time ago. They said so, but Linh didn't feel that way at all. She was certain she had felt something. When she returned to the classroom, Linh felt as if she was being watched. The whispers still echoed in her mind. She began to notice strange phenomena around the school. Doors automatically opening and closing, shadows flitting through hallways at night, and a cold sensation in secluded areas. One day, Linh decided to join Lan on a school tour organized by a teacher. As they passed through the old areas, she couldn't help but feel a gloomy atmosphere lingering in the air. There was a small, long-closed basement room that no one dared to enter. The teacher was referring to an old, long-abandoned classroom in the school. Let's call it the abandoned classroom for clarity. Although this room was not dilapidated, no one had entered it for a long time. After hearing this, Linh felt a strange sense of provocation. She thought, perhaps this is where Mai once studied. After the tour, Linh decided to investigate that classroom. She secretly looked for a way to get in. Although she knew there would be dangers, and that if discovered by the teachers, she would receive a bad mark. According to the unwritten rules of the school, students were strictly forbidden to enter that room without the principal's permission. Her curiosity and desire to help Mai made her unable to resist. She decided to take a risk. Linh prepared the necessary tools for a true expedition. She brought a flashlight, Mai's diary, and the determination not to let fear stop her. She felt like she was standing on the threshold of a terrifying yet equally dramatic journey. Linh thought that investigating Mai shouldn't stop at strange phenomena. She needed to find the truth behind this tragic story. She was determined to uncover the secret behind Mai's death at all costs. Linh thought this because ever since she heard Mai's story, even mentioning Mai's name, Linh felt something very strange inside. And after hearing about the old classroom from the teacher, Linh felt like she had an important clue. One evening, Linh decided to return to the school. As she was walking down the hallway towards the lab, suddenly the hallway lights flickered. She felt more anxious than ever. She secretly walked past all the classrooms where she had heard whispers and seen strange figures. Finally, she stood before the door of the old classroom, which had been closed for many years. Linh took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped inside. The air inside was cold and utterly silent. Old desks and chairs were covered in thick dust, as if time had forgotten this place. Furthermore, as soon as she stepped in, Linh felt a strange energy, as if someone was watching her. She decided to look for any clues related to Mai. Along the time-worn walls, Linh saw scribbled drawings on the blackboard. She paused, pondering. These might be drawings made by previous students. She walked forward and touched the blackboard surface. Immediately after, a cold gust of wind blew, extinguishing her flashlight. Linh panicked, her hands trembling, but quickly turned the light back on. The light revealed a dark corner where an old desk stood. On the desk was a worn, dust-covered book. When she opened the book, Linh realized it was a school history book. Ah, so this is a book about the school's history. Then it should be in the library, right? Why is it left here all dusty? The pages were yellowed, and towards the end or on certain pages, there were many student notes. One thing particularly caught her attention. A class photo that included Mai. She wore a white uniform, standing in the middle of the class with a bright smile, but her eyes held a deep sadness. Below the photo was a handwritten note. Mai seems outgoing, but no one truly understands her. As she continued, turning the pages, Linh found an interesting but perplexing passage. Someone is watching us from the shadow. Every time I study, I feel cold and hear whispers in my ear. This made Linh feel a little uneasy. She felt as if she shouldn't be reading in this room. Suddenly, a thud came from the door. Linh turned around, her heart pounding. The door slammed shut on its own. She felt sweat rolling down her forehead, but Linh didn't give up. She knew that once she committed to investigating, she had to mentally prepare for fear. Turning back to the book, Linh found a letter hidden between the pages. The letter, written by a student, expressed concern about Mai and the strange things happening at school. Everyone doesn't believe me, but Mai needs help. Linh read it, still not fully understanding, but felt that a crucial clue was emerging. She speculated that Mai might have tried to seek help, but no one listened. Linh thought so, which only strengthened her resolve to understand what truly happened to Mai. Linh left the old classroom with a head full of information, but as she stepped into the hallway, she felt something was wrong. A shadow darted across the end of the hallway, making her stop. Overcoming her fear, she whispered, "Mai, are you there?" Linh called out loudly. But no one answered. When she returned home, Linh couldn't stop thinking about what she had seen. She decided to meet Mai's former classmates to hear their stories. The next day, Linh approached several students who had studied with Mai. Some were hesitant, but Linh found a friend named Than, who seemed to remember Mai very clearly. Than told Linh about Mai's struggles, which she had witnessed. Mai was very cheerful, but after a while, she became quiet. Everyone bullied her, but no one knew. We didn't realize it until it was too late. We felt terrible for not knowing our friend was going through that. Linh felt that Than was very sad, recounting this story. Her sadness carried a hint of remorse. But she also realized that my story needed to be told. Linh immediately advised, "Why don't you speak out, so everyone can find a solution? And do you know anything special that happened on the day Mai disappeared?" Than hesitated for a moment before saying, "Once, Mai said that she saw something strange in the lab, almost like a shadowy figure. Its whole body was black, and its form was unclear. When Mai told everyone about it, no one believed her. And then Mai disappeared right there in the lab." Hearing these words, Linh understood that she needed to revisit the lab. It might hold Mai's secrets. Determined and resolute, Linh began planning a new expedition, ready to face the mysteries that await. She knew this was not just a journey to help a spirit, but also a way to help herself and her friends recognize the power of empathy. After hearing Than's words, she felt even more tense and anxious, as if something was waiting for her there. As night fell, preparing for her new expedition, she once again brought her flashlight, Mai's diary, and a small audio recorder to capture any strange sounds. Before leaving home, Linh had a strong feeling that she would discover something important on this solo expedition. Linh ran quickly to the school at night. Everything was now silent. Linh began to walk towards the hallway leading to the lab. As she entered the lab, her flashlight beam cut through the gloomy darkness, revealing dusty lab tables and equipment. She felt the cold air and the eerie silence, making her feel as if someone was watching her. As she looked around, Linh felt a gentle breeze pass by. She stopped to listen to the sounds around her. Suddenly, the audio recorder in her pocket turned on, emitting whispers that she couldn't hear. She felt a surge of fear, but was determined not to give up. "Mai, if you're here, please let me know," Linh called out, and immediately a stronger gust of wind blew, opening the window. She pointed her flashlight towards the window, and the light highlighted stains on the wall. A blurry image appeared in the corner of her eye, as if someone was there. But when she turned, no one was. Linh decided to check the area behind the classroom, a place where students usually dared not enter. She found a hidden door, obscured by old tables. When she opened the door, a dark space appeared, and a musty smell permeated the air. In the corner of the room, Linh discovered a locked cabinet. She gently approached the cabinet, tried it, and it opened. Inside was a pile of old documents, including experiment reports and some of Mai's test papers. She flipped through the pages, and suddenly a small card fell out, on which was written, "I can't take it anymore. Someone help me." This was like a desperate cry for help from Mai. Emotions welled up. She felt the pain Mai had gone through. Immediately, the audio recorder emitted faint weeping. Linh quickly turned it on and recorded her own words. "Mai, I'm here. You're not alone anymore." As she turned to lock the cabinet, suddenly, there was a knock on the door, startling her. Linh felt her heart pounding. Thinking someone else was there, she gathered all her courage and opened the door to find a classmate, Keen. Keen, standing there with a worried look. Lin, I felt something was wrong when you weren't here. Can I help you? Lin looked into Keen's eyes, feeling as if his gaze was a warm light in the darkness. She shared with Keen my story and the strange phenomena she had experienced. Although Keen was hesitant at first, he eventually agreed to help Lin explore the mystery. Together, for 2 days, they searched for documents and clues in the lab. They found Mai's writings and experiments, including a peculiar experiment she had noted, related to a chemical that could induce hallucinations. This chemical was called LSD. Allow. Lin realized that Mai might have discovered something dangerous, and because of that, she suffered greatly and then disappeared. After discovering the name of the chemical, Lin and Keen decided to leave the room. As Lin and Keen were about to leave, the lab's main door suddenly slammed shut. The flashlight's light abruptly died, leaving them in complete darkness. Lin felt the air grow cold and thick, and a whispering voice echoed. Help me! Help me! Lin clutched Keen's hand, then whispered in his ear, That's Mai! I think that's Mai. She spoke with a mix of fear and excitement. So, they decided not to run, but to stand and wait for something to happen. The two immediately replied to the voice. Mai, we will help you. As the surroundings gradually calmed down, a faint light emanated from the locked cabinet, as if a ray of light was opening. They approached, and from inside the locked cabinet, an old worn book appeared. Lin quickly turned to Keen and pointed at the book. Keen, this might be what Mai needs. Keen nodded in agreement. Lin opened the book, and the pages sparkled inside, as if covered with gold glitter. Lin told Keen this could be the way to rescue Mai. Keen also felt the hidden power within the book. He turned and said to Lin, Then we need to examine this page very carefully. Read its contents thoroughly. Who knows? There might be a way to break the magic that made Mai disappear without a clear reason. Or at least, it will tell us why Mai disappeared. I don't know why I have such a strong feeling about this. The two were determined to explore the book's secrets together, knowing that this could lead to answers for Mai and for themselves. Their journey to find the truth had just begun, and Lin felt a new strength awakening within her. She had not only found a companion, but also an opportunity to truly help a wandering soul. Lin and Keen clasped the book in their hands, a mix of apprehension and fear filling the space. As the light from the cabinet slowly dimmed, they decided to return to the lab where everything began. They needed to uncover the secrets within the book and understand more about Mai. Inside the book were many handwritten notes from previous students, along with drawings depicting rituals and mysterious experiments. One of the most striking pages was a drawing of a circle made of strange symbols, accompanied by a note. Be careful not to experiment. This could be why Mai encountered strange things. Keen shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine as he thought about what Mai might have gone through. He quickly turned the pages, searching for useful information. When he reached the last page, an image appeared before Lin's eyes. A blurry ghost figure similar to the one Lin had seen in the library. We need to do something, Linh said with determination. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew, extinguishing the flashlight once more. Both stood in darkness, and Linh felt something heavy descend, as if the air had become thicker. Mai, are you here? Keen called out again, but only silence replied. In the next moment, whispers echoed from the corner of the room. Help me. Please, help me. The voice sounded like Mai's, yet also like a chilling shriek. Linh and Keen clutched each other's hands, fear spreading. Linh, in a trembling voice, said to Keen, "We need to perform a ritual, just like in the book." Linh then read aloud the words from the book, feeling as if they held a special power. She and Keen quickly searched for necessary items around the lab. Candles, salt, and some other objects they could use to create the circle. In the eerie silence of the room, the faint flashlight beam illuminated the scene. Linh and Keen stood together, determined to perform the ritual exactly as guided by the ancient book. Linh gently spread the salt into a perfect circle on the floor. The salt shimmered like tiny stars, and she focused, feeling the surrounding stillness, full of determination to see this through. Keen carefully arranged the candles around the circle. He chose white candles, symbolizing purity and light. Each candle was placed precisely, forming a luminous, shimmering circle. When everything was ready, Linh and Keen looked at each other, their eyes reflecting trust and resolve. They sat down inside the circle, took a deep breath to calm their minds, as instructed. When Linh lit the first candle, the flame flickered, casting a warm glow in the silent space. Keen followed, lighting the second candle, creating an even brighter light. Together, they closed their eyes and concentrated on their intention, praying for protection and peace. The atmosphere in the room became more mystical as the candles flickered, casting strange shadows on the floor. Keen tried to act as a protective shield. As they completed the ritual, Linh felt the air around them begin to change. Faint sighs and whispers started to echo, as if spirits were gathering. The flickering light from each candle created eerie shadows on the walls. With her heart pounding, Linh held Keen's hand tightly, then spoke the incantation, and together they began the ritual. Linh read the words from the book, her voice trembling with excitement. Mai, if you hear us, please let us know. Linh called out, and she felt a surge of power from the candles. Suddenly, the space around them began to tremble. Immediately, a blurry figure appeared within the circle of light. The light illuminated its features. It was indeed Mai, with sad, painful eyes. I can't get out, she whispered. Don't worry, just trust us. We're here to help you, Keen said. But immediately, Mai's figure transformed into a terrifying form, with a piercing shriek like a cold wind. Mai's eyes looked extremely fierce now, but Keen realized it was some evil force controlling her soul. Mai tried to communicate with Linh and Keen. Linh felt the demon approaching, and she instinctively recoiled, but full of determination. She refused to back down. Mai, you must tell us why this happened, she cried out, and continued to read the words from the book. As she read a passage, Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the flames of the candles. In the darkness, Linh could still hear the cries and agonizing shrieks. "No! No!" Mai shrieked, and a wave of dark sound enveloped them. "We must be resolute!" She and Keen clutched each other's hands, determined not to let fear take over. They continued to read, trying to keep the circle from breaking. Suddenly, the light from the candles flared up again. Mai reappeared, her form clearer, but her face was filled with extreme anguish. "I can't escape because of what I saw. There's a demon here. Mai, lead us to where you saw that demon." Linh cried out, feeling everything around them becoming chaotic. A cold gust of wind blew, like an agreement, and Mai nodded. My soul began to lead them through the school's dark hallways. Linh and Keen followed closely, feeling as if they were drawn into a desperate journey. They passed old classrooms to a final door that no one dared to open. When Mai stopped, Linh felt a terrifying power emanating from the door. "This is the place," Mai said, her voice weak. Linh and Keen knew this was where the dark secret Mai had faced was hidden. "Together, we fear nothing," Keen encouraged. Linh nodded, and with strong determination, they opened the door. Inside was a dark space where shadows swirled. Linh felt a musty smell and a cold sensation spreading. Inside, there was a large mirror with their own reflections. But the images were distorted and horrifying. "That's it. That's what Mai saw," Keen whispered. Suddenly, the images began to rush towards them from the mirror, forming terrifying scenes. "Help me!" The voices echoed, merging into a chaotic sound. Linh and Keen felt as if they were caught in a violent whirlwind. "We have to smash this mirror," Linh cried out, and they both began to search for anything around the room that could break the mirror. At that moment, Mai's figure reappeared, but this time she looked stronger. Mai spoke, as if giving instructions. "Help me smash this mirror. Hurry, smash it!" After searching for a while, Linh and Keen finally found a small wooden chair. With all their strength, Linh and Keen lifted the wooden chair and struck the mirror hard. The mirror shattered, its fragments clattering like thunder, and the spirits that appeared in the mirror now also vanished. Inside the mirror, the images of trapped, wailing souls were finally released. Mai then smiled, and her figure gradually faded away, whispering, "Thank you for saving me." A gentle breeze passed through, bringing warmth, and the space became peaceful. When everything returned to normal, Linh and Keen stood in the room, looking at each other with deep understanding. They had helped a soul find peace, but they also realized that their journey had not ended, and more mysteries awaited their discovery. After breaking the mirror, Linh and Keen felt a gentle breeze pass by, but the air in the room was still heavy, with an unusual silence. A sense of unease still lingered deep in their minds. Linh felt that not everything was over. "We must leave this place now, Linh," Keen said, his eyes filled with worry. But Linh felt an unexplainable urge. She insisted on waiting, sensing that there was something they hadn't found yet. "I have a feeling that things aren't over here, Keen." Keen looked at the broken mirror again. The glittering shards were like stars, but strangely, they formed a new image, a dark scene with blurry, calling figures. "I have to see," she whispered. She bent down to pick up a shard, and immediately the image within transformed into a horrifying sight. Students in uniforms, with terrified faces, were surrounded by an unknown demon. "Keen, hurry!" Keen urged, but Linh was too engrossed in the image. Suddenly, the figures in the mirror began to move, and a chilling sound echoed, as if souls were screaming. "What did Mai have to go through?" Linh whispered, unable to tear her gaze from the terrifying scene. At that moment, a cold wave swept over her, making her feel as if something from deep within the mirror was pulling her in. Linh tried to cry out again, but it was too late. She felt herself being sucked into a dark space, and everything around her began to spin. When everything stopped, she found herself in a dark room, like an old classroom, but there was no light. Blurry figures flitted past, creating terrifying sound. Linh was now utterly panicked, terrified, and wondered, "Where am I?" Keen stood beside her, his face pale and haggard, whispering softly, "I think we've entered the mirror." "Maybe we're trapped in the mirror, just like Mai," Keen said, looking around. "Oh my God! We have to find a way out. Really, we have to find a way out." Suddenly, whispers echoed from the ghostly figures. Help me, the dark demon." Linh felt a chill run down her spine. The surrounding spirits looked at them with eyes pleading for help, yet also filled with hatred. Keen shook his head and decided to tell Linh, "Don't listen to them. Don't listen." Keen looked at Linh, then continued, "We need to find a way to escape this demon as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late." With that, Linh and Keen clasped hands and ran through the dark room. From behind, they felt as if someone was following their every step. When they reached the exit, a strong gust of wind hit, and the door suddenly slammed shut. Linh turned around. A large blurry shadow appeared at the end of the hallway. Its figure was indistinct, but it seemed to be approaching them. Linh immediately screamed, "Oh no, run! The demon is coming!" And then they both ran, but each time they turned, the dark shadow was closer, emitting terrifying shrieks, as if it wanted to chase and possess Linh and Keen's souls. As they ran, Linh and Keen passed old paintings on the walls depicting students with despairing eyes. But among the paintings, what caught Ling's attention was Mai's portrait. But she no longer looked lively. Instead, her eyes were filled with sorrow. However, her voice was swallowed by a shriek. They ran to the end of the hallway, where there was a large window leading outside. But before they could get close, the dark shadow blocked their path. The demon let out a savage laugh, echoing through the dark room. At this moment, Keen decided to do something. He whispered to Linh that his grandmother used to say that if a ghost blocked your path, you should run straight through it to escape. "But it's a demon, not a ghost," Linh replied. "Never mind, it's either all or nothing now." "Let's try it," Keen shouted, and they decided to charge straight at the dark shadow. They collided powerfully, but instead of falling, they felt as if they were pushed back. Keen cried out in fear. "Oh no, it's too strong." Linh felt an internal struggle, as if she was fighting against her own fear and the darkness within herself. "We can't let it win," she shouted. We must stand firm. Deep in her mind, an image of Mai appeared, pleading for help. Mai, be strong! Give us strength, Lin screamed. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy pass through her, as if Mai was giving her strength. In that instant, Lin and Keen faced the demon's dark shadow together. They clasped each other's hands and began to chant from the book, and the sounds around them gradually fell silent. We can do this, Keen said, determination clear on his face. They poured all their strength into the prayer, calling for help from Mai and other souls. The demon's shadow seemed to waver, and after a moment, as Lin and Kian read the incantation in the book, the demon's figure dissolved like mist. The demon screamed loudly, and the surrounding air became thin. Lin felt the power of the dark shadow pressing down on them. With each word spoken, the demon's power was gradually defeated. Mai, come help us. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the door, and Mai's radiant image appeared, shining brightly. Mai spoke, her eyes filled with hope. Stay strong. Together, we can defeat the demon. As they chanted together, a powerful wave of light enveloped the demon's dark shadow. Lin and Keen shouted in unison, Go away! Get out of here! We're not afraid of you. The light from Mai's image gradually spread, covering the dark shadow. Finally, the demon's shrieks ceased. A burst of light appeared, pulling the demon into the void. Finally, the demon truly vanished, and the surrounding space returned to silence. Lin opened her eyes, feeling as if she had just emerged from a nightmare. King stood beside her, panting, his face filled with joy. We did it. But as they looked around, they realized they were back in the lab, where it all began. The lab door opened, and a warm light spread everywhere. They stepped outside, and the air was calm and peaceful again. But before they left the school, Lin felt a presence beside her. A gentle voice echoed, Thank you, friends. Lin turned, thinking it was Mai's shadow. But this time, it was not sadness or pain, but peace and serenity. Lin spoke, tears welling up. You are free now, Mai. Mai smiled and nodded. I will always be by your side until I reincarnate. Don't forget what happened. You were very brave to do this. After speaking, Mai slowly faded away. But the light from her image still glowed brightly in Lin and Keen's minds. They knew that Mai's story had ended, but their journey had only just begun. As they left the school, Lin and Keen felt a new strength within themselves. They were determined not only to remember Mai, but also to protect others from evil darkness and never let souls like Mai suffer again. Because they understood that no matter how powerful evil darkness was, the light of courage and friendship would always triumph. After leaving the school, Lin and Keen felt as if they had escaped a nightmare. A few days later, Lin returned to school, her mood heavy. Although Mai's figure was no longer there, she could still feel her friend's presence. In the afternoon, while tidying up her desk, Lin found an old, water-soaked diary. She opened it and found the pages torn and tattered, but still readable. The more I seek the truth, the deeper I sink into the darkness and evil in this school. I saw what no one should see, and now I can't escape. This might be from another student, Lin muttered, reading the words. She decided to investigate further the strange things in the school, starting from the lab where Mai met her fate. 2 days later, Lin and Keen returned to the school in the evening, filled with anxiety, but also determination. They were equipped with flashlights and necessary tools, not wanting to be caught off guard like last time. They headed towards the lab, where they felt something mysterious still awaited them. As they entered the room, the air grew cold again. Lin took out the diary and began to read the painful words. If you are reading this, be careful. There is something lurking in the darkness. It seems it's not just Mai, Keen said, looking around with suspicion. Maybe many other students have suffered like this. Lin nodded, determined to find clues. They began to check every nook and cranny in the room, from drawers to old bookshelves. Suddenly, Lin heard whispers from a dark corner. Is anyone here? Keen whispered, but Lin felt something familiar in that voice. They approached and saw a large painting hanging on the wall. It was a painting of a classroom with blurry faces. Lin said, "How strange. Why do these faces look so similar?" When the flashlight shone on it, Lin realized the painting was a portrait of the students who had gone missing over the years. Below it was a note. "We will never forget," Keen speculated. This could be a clue. We need to continue investigating these students. Lin opened the diary and once again turned to the end. She found an entry near the end where a name, Hui, was mentioned as a student who went missing 3 years ago. Lin recalled the stories she had heard. He used to be a smart, diligent student, just like Mai. But after he participated in an experiment here, no one saw him again. His disappearance was exactly like Mai's earlier disappearance. The voice then echoed again, this time louder, as if someone was calling from behind the painting. Lin felt a chill run down her spine. Oh, so Lin decided, we have to find Hui. Keen nodded cautiously. But we have to be careful. We don't know what awaits us. This time, it seems it will be even scarier than before. So, Lin and Keen once again decided to search for Hui's old classroom. When they arrived, Lin felt a cold wind blow, and the old door opened by itself. Inside the room, everything was as before, with dusty desks and chairs. Lin immediately said, "Oh no, something seems wrong." They stepped in. Lin felt a strange energy in the air. Lin said, "That's right. I feel like someone is watching us. Hui might be here." Keen felt the same way. He looked at Lin and said, "Then we need to call him." After speaking, Keen called out, "Hui, if you hear us, please, let us know." A hoarse voice echoed, startling both of them. A blurry dark shadow appeared from the corner of the room. Lin recognized it. Lin immediately screamed, "It's him! It's the demon! It hasn't vanished yet." The dark shadow approached, its sharp laughter echoing in the dark room, making their minds dizzy. "You cannot save him," the demon roared. At this moment, Keen and Lin no longer felt afraid of the demon. "We will not give up, demon!" The demon laughed mockingly. Such arrogance from mere children. You don't know your own strength. After speaking, the demon immediately enveloped Lin and Keen like a tiger pouncing on prey, paralyzing them. Run, Keen, run! Lin screamed, and they desperately tried to find a way to escape. They rushed out of the room, but the demon's dark shadow pursued them, getting closer and closer. Lin felt her fear rising, but she couldn't allow herself to fall. She cried out loudly, encouraging Keen. Come on, Keen. We have to find a way to escape this danger. After running for a while, Keen and Lin found a small room next door. Inside were many old documents and lab equipment. They felt a power emanating from these objects that could help them defeat the dark shadow. Lin immediately suggested, we can use these things to create a ritual. We have to do it quickly. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the demon, which was approaching. Lin began to read the words in the book, calling upon her inner strength, the power of righteous light. We must summon Hui's soul and other spirits to fight against the demon. The demon's dark shadow repeated again. You will never succeed. But Lin didn't back down. She continued to read loudly, and sounds from an ancient past echoed in the space. Gradually, they merged into a powerful melody. As she read, light from the candles began to flare up, and Hui's image appeared. Feeling the power from the prayer, Hu gradually became clearer. Along with the power from the incantation in the book, a powerful wave spread out, making the demon stagger. The demon shrieked in anger, the light grew stronger, and finally it let out an agonizing scream, as if vanishing into thin air. Lin screamed, and the surrounding darkness began to fade. Hui came, radiating light, pulling Hui's image out of the darkness. Hui spoke, his eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you, friends. I couldn't have escaped without you. Kian looked at Lin and Hui with a bright smile. Together, we truly defeated the demon. When the last shadow vanished, the air in the room became lighter. I smiled at Lin. I will never forget your kindness. Lin said, tears welling up. I will always remember you. And then Hui vanished into the light, leaving Lin and King with a feeling of peace. They had not only saved a soul, but also created a strong connection between the living and the departed. After leaving the school, Lin and Keen felt as if they had escaped a nightmare. A few days later, Lin returned to school with a heavy heart. While cleaning her desk, she found an old, water-soaked diary. She opened it and found the pages torn and tattered, but still readable. The more I search for the truth, the deeper I sink into the darkness. I saw what no one should see, and now I cannot escape. It seems it's not just Mai and Hai, Keen said, looking at Lin with a worried expression. We must find Hao. He might know something. They found Hai's old classroom. As they entered, Lin felt a cold wind blow, and the old door opened by itself. In the room, everything was as before, with dusty desks and chairs. Lin immediately said, Hui might be here. We need to call him. Keen immediately called out, Hui, if you hear us, please let us know. Lin suddenly shivered, feeling as if she was in the middle of a nightmare. We must save them. When everything was ready, Lin arranged them into a star shape in the middle of the room. We must summon Hui's soul and other spirits to fight against the evil demon. As she read, light from the candles began to flare up, and Hui's image appeared. Feeling the power from the prayer, Hui gradually became clearer. Along with the power from the book, a powerful wave spread out, making the dark shadow real. The demon shrieked in anger, its shape constantly changing into strange, monstrous forms, like creatures from a nightmare, emitting a piercing sound that echoed through the room. Linh felt fear surging, but she couldn't allow herself to fall. She shouted towards Kian, "We have to find a way to bring Hai back." Linh and Kian returned home, but the feeling of peace never truly returned. They knew that the darkness had been defeated, but its traces remained deeply embedded in their minds. One night, Linh dreamed again of the souls they had saved. Faint faces in the dim light, whispers, and calls for help from those still trapped in the demon's loop. A week later, Linh decided to return to school, not only to learn more about what happened, but also to make sure the place was truly peaceful. She brought Kian along, and together they walked through the school gate, once a realm of fear. "We'll start from the lab," Kian said, his face serious. "If anything is left, it'll surely be there." As they entered, the atmosphere still felt heavy, but the light from the window brought a glimmer of hope. Linh sensed a change. There were no more dark shadows around them, but she still couldn't shake the feeling that something was unfinished. Searching thoroughly, they discovered a small door behind the lab, a door they had never noticed before. Linh took a deep breath. This door might lead us to discover every nook and cranny. They opened the door. Inside was a staircase leading down to a dark basement. No one spoke. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the gloomy space. When they reached the bottom, they found a large room filled with old equipment and scattered documents. "These things are really strange," Kian remarked as he flipped through the worn pages. "Perhaps this is where the horrifying experiments took place." Linh suddenly stopped, noticing a large painting on the wall, an image of a group of students with panicked faces. "This is Hui's class," she recognized, her heart pounding. She thought they had been dragged into these experiments, just like Mai. While searching, Linh came across a long table with a large, almost cracked mirror, but Linh sensed a strange energy emanating from it. She reached out and touched the mirror, and suddenly saw blurry images of crying souls. A voice filled with pain echoed, "Help us!" "No, we can't let that demon deceive us again," Linh retorted. Her eyes filled with determination. "But they need us," Kian said, looking at the spirits in the mirror. His voice filled with concern. "I will help you escape this place." With Lin's resolute words, Kian reluctantly followed. Linh and Kian immediately set about finding the necessary items to perform the ritual. They needed an intact mirror, paper, and some glitter. After a search, they found an intact mirror tucked away in a corner. Linh then said, "We will perform the soul-summoning ritual. That might be the way to help them escape this world." They carefully arranged everything, forming a series of 5 circles in the dark room. Linh began to read from an old book they found. The light from the candles began to sparkle, creating a mystical atmosphere. Linh spoke loudly, her heart full of hope. "We call your names, Hui. Mai, and all the lost souls. Come here. A surge of energy began to rise around them, but the light from the circles remained steadfast. A blurry image appeared before them. It was Holy. I have been waiting for you here for a long time, ever since I was sucked back into the loop by that demon. But there are many other trapped souls. They need your help. Lin and Keen felt the urgency to save more souls. They continued to read aloud, calling out each name. The spirits gradually appeared, and the light from the circles grew stronger. Voices from the spirits echoed in unison, "Thank you." Honestly, we have been trapped in this loop by that demon for a very long time. Keen said, with eyes burning with the flame of justice, "Don't worry, follow us. We will lead you out." But just as the spirits began to emerge from the darkness, a piercing shriek echoed. A second demon appeared, pushing them back, then attacking them and the other spirits like an unstoppable storm. It roared in anger, as if it didn't want to wait any longer. "You cannot escape this place." The light from the 5 circles wavered, but Lin didn't give up. Lin instructed everyone to hold hands, whether human or ghost. "Hold hands tightly, we must unite." They held each other's hands, and with all the strength of their belief, they continued to call out to the surrounding spirits. A powerful wave emanated from the circle. The demon roared in agony. At this moment, the light from the 5 circles also continuously increased in strength. Finally, the demon began to dissolve, and the surrounding spirits thanked them with whispers. "Thank you, Lin and Keen. Without your courage, perhaps we would never have been able to escape this terrifying loop of the demon." When all the spirits had left, Lin and Keen felt exhilarated and spoke with joy and happiness. "Keep these memories in your heart. Let them be a remembrance." Returning to school, they began to write down everything they had experienced, along with the stories of the souls they had saved. They hoped their story would help others understand what happened at school and never forget the departed. Their journey continued. Lin and Keen vowed never to let evil darkness consume their lives or anyone else's. They were determined to protect memories, souls, and themselves in an unending battle. As Lin and Keen looked back on their journey, they realized it wasn't just a battle against evil darkness, but also a journey to find light within their own souls. The dangerous experiences they overcame taught them a valuable lesson: the power of friendship, courage, and perseverance. They understood that evil darkness always lurks, but light is stronger if nurtured by love and unity. The souls they saved were proof that no one is left behind and that mutual help can bring healing. The biggest lesson Lin and Keen learned was to always remember those around them and never stop searching for the truth. They were determined to share their story, inspiring anyone facing fear and pain. Life is not just light or darkness, but also unity. And with every step they took in the future, they knew that no matter the challenge, they would always stand together, face it together, and keep the light of justice shining. According to folk beliefs, the 7th lunar month is the month of wandering souls, because during this month, the underworld allows spirits to return to the mortal world for one day to complete unfinished business from their living life. Starting from the first day of the lunar month until the end of the 7th month, the spirits must return to the Ghost Gate Pass to report. During these days, families will hold rituals to offer food to the wandering soul. Usually on the 27th, they set up an offering table in front of the house and perform the ritual. Depending on the region and local beliefs, the offerings may vary. Some places offer vegetarian food, others non-vegetarian. After the householder finishes the ritual, they leave the offerings there, hoping that the wandering souls will take them, or rather, that the living will snatch those things. If a family has all their offerings taken, it means they will receive much good fortune and luck. However, in some places, people believe that those who participate in snatching the offerings are competing for food with wandering spirits and will easily be possessed, leading to madness or loss of spirit, and even affecting their lives. Many taboos are set during this month because it carries a mysterious spiritual color that cannot be explained. Because of such beliefs, many rules are established, such as not staying out too late at midnight, as it is easy to encounter ghosts. Do not bathe too late or look at yourself in the mirror, as you may encounter spirits there. Or do not burn incense at midnight or burn votive paper at this time, as it will attract wandering spirits and bring misfortune. And when going out during these days, do not pick up things like wallets or small red cloth bags containing gold, silver, rice, salt, needles, and multicolored threads, as these are amulets people make to ward off misfortune. If anyone picks them up, that person will suffer severe consequences. If you see such things, do not pay attention to them and just walk past, because if you pick it up, you could be in danger. At this moment, the consequences may not be immediate, but you are definitely being followed by a ghost. Be careful. Many people do not believe in ghosts, gods, or supernatural forces, so they act disrespectfully, even blasphemously, and all must pay a very high price, sometimes even with their life. The following story is about a young man who did not believe in ghosts and supernatural forces, and thus faced a tragic fate. It was at the climax of the story. At this moment, the sound of music, along with an advertisement in the Ghost Story video blared. Son immediately paused the video and muttered to his friend Quan, who was lying next to him, "What kind of nonsense do these authors write? Making people believe in ghosts? It's just for entertainment. If you believe them, you're crazy. You'll find lost property and return it to the owner. That's not bad luck. If I were in a difficult situation right now and found a red cloth bag with gold, silver, and money inside, would I be afraid of ghosts? It's ridiculous to say you should avoid it. Stories are just stories. No need to believe them." Son laughed, looking at his friend lying next to him, but Quan still seemed very focused, as if thinking about something. "Hey, aren't you asleep yet?" Son asked. "Not yet. I'm trying to listen to the end of this story. It seems interesting," Quan replied. "But I think the author who wrote this story didn't write it well." What's true about the 7th month being the month of wandering souls? Yes, that's true. It's when the underworld allows spirits to return to the mortal world for 1 month to resolve unfinished business from their living lives. This part is correct, I confirm it. But it's missing one more thing. If you are sincere, you can meet them twice a month, on the first day and the full moon. Do you want me to tell you a story that's 1,000 times better and more captivating than the one you're listening to? This one is real. I experienced it myself, and I'm still racking my brains trying to figure out how to deal with it. Do you want to hear it? What? What did you say? You said you encountered a ghost, Sun exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. At this moment, the room light was still off. The light from his phone cast a dim glow, but one could still see his face, expressing extreme eagerness. He looked at Quan, as if wanting him to tell an even more captivating story than the one he was listening to on YouTube. Didn't you say you didn't believe? Why are you so excited now? Quan also sat up, his face calm, and asked his friend in return. I'm just curious. You like listening to ghost stories, but I see many days when you come home late from work, you turn it off. Did you turn it off because you were scared? Sun teased Quan. Are you crazy? Why would I turn it off? There are no ghosts in this world. I don't believe in them. So why would I be scared? It's just that sometimes at night, when it's quiet, and I hear a sound, I get startled. I'm only scared of that stupid dog, Quan retorted, laughing even louder. Oh, you were startled. That means you have feelings. I thought you were also immersed in the story. About 20 years ago, around 2003, I remember there was no YouTube, and I didn't have a phone with all the modern fast information like now. Back then I had just moved to Hanoi for work. Oh, do you want to know how I heard ghost stories back then? Sun, intrigued, asked. How did you listen to ghost stories for so long? Of course, I'm a fan of ghost stories. I have to listen to Dr. Nguyen Gongon's channel every night to fall asleep, Quan said. Crazy, you're nuts. I listen to music to sleep. And sometimes I even watch a movie, but you listen to ghost stories to sleep. Are you insane? Sun. You're not a ghost story fan, so you wouldn't understand that feeling. It's a hobby. Sun looked at his friend in surprise. It was strange. One always listened to ghost stories. He would open YouTube at any time to listen and then talk endlessly about the story's content and characters. Whenever he found a good story, he never forgot to comment, praising it, or even offering suggestions to the author on how the story should develop or how problems should be resolved. Sun, on the other hand, didn't like listening to ghost stories much because he found them illogical and silly. He believed that the authors just wrote them to scare listeners. What era is this? Ghosts and demons? It's modern now. The world even launches spaceships and fights wars with cyber technology. And you tell me frivolous ghost stories are captivating? Crazy. You call me crazy? Then millions of people are crazy. Look at this. Quan then showed Sun videos with millions of listens about ghost stories and hundreds of thousands of comments. Some even enthusiastically shared their own spiritual encounters, wanting to prove that the spiritual world still exists parallel to the modern world. It's just that we, as ordinary people, cannot see it clearly. Okay, I won't talk about that anymore. Finish your story. What happened in 2003? Back then, I worked as a mechanic for a boss who provided food and lodging on site in an outer district, near Van Dien Cemetery. The roads there were desolate and dark, and I was alone in the workshop, feeling bored. I turned on the radio, and the first story I heard was titled A Night in the Abandoned House by Mr. Angan, with the captivating storytelling of Hong Dao and her team. You wouldn't understand the feeling of being so scared in the middle of the night that you're literally shaking, pulling the blankets tight, sweating profusely, and not daring to get up to pee. I closed my eyes and imagined myself as a character in that story, along with Mr. Nan and Hong Dao's mesmerizing voices. There were incredibly realistic sound effects. That was my deepest impression of listening to ghost stories for the first time. But now, it's impossible to find that feeling of happiness again. That's also a memory, and the reason why I often listen to ghost stories. Since I had that CD player, every week I would travel all the way to Hanoi to those cassette and CD stores and buy all those CDs. They were just audio discs, there were no visuals, that's how it was back then. I listened to them so many times that I knew the characters' lines by heart. Abandoned land by the river, a shadow follows the moon, a new grave in the underworld, a moonless night, a corpse possessing the living, or the sound of the crow calling for souls. These were all masterpieces of their time that even now I will never forget. But there was one time I was so scared my soul almost left my body. That day, a younger guy told me he also listened to good news stories, so I planned to buy one that evening. I rode from Van Dien to Hadong, near Kongchi Hospital, which is AIDS hospital. I was riding normally, not rushing or being reckless. But then, from behind, a car sped up. From afar, I could already hear the car's engine screaming. At first, I thought it was a group of street racers. Those guys often drive fast or race. The more desolate the road, the more they liked it. Especially if there was a pretty girl on the back. They loved showing off. I was also a bit cocky, but since I slept at the mechanic's workshop, I occasionally went out to watch them race and cursed them for driving recklessly. My old clunker of a bike was a Honda 79, completely wrecked. Everything rattled except the horn. So I didn't dare join their races. Those guys were all riding Huang or Daolin bikes or Qianbi. If I joined, I'd just get smoke in my face, and they'd probably catch up to me, even if I had a head start of a kilometer. The motorcycle roared closer, and I heard a sound, but it wasn't the street racers. It was a guy riding a bike with a girl showing off. He was doing wheelies and drifting, really skillful. Even though I don't like showing off, I still admired the good riders. You really know how to talk smoothly, twisting and turning. Suddenly, he was riding on one wheel, one hand raised in a salute. There was a girl sitting on the back, dressed provocatively, white skin, wearing a very trendy tank top. Her arms were wrapped tightly around the guy. I was young back then, so seeing a girl made me all excited. And that guy saluting, my little guy, below also saluted along. The familiar scent of their perfume wafted through the air, intoxicating me. In my head, I couldn't help but have dark thoughts about the girl clinging tightly to the guy, afraid of falling off. Her laughter and the popping sounds of the bike excited me a lot. I also followed them. You know, that guy was wearing branded clothes and a helmet, a real street racer. And I was a mechanic with grease on my hands, my clothes dirty, riding a battered old bike, looking quite pathetic. But when that guy sped off, I also clung on, twisting the throttle to follow, just to catch a glimpse of that pretty girl. But what happened next? Now you're telling the story, Quan said, then laughed. But just a blink, and in front of us were two large dump trucks. Those huge 3-axle trucks. They were getting close. I don't know if that young man was too confident in his skill driving, but he swerved right into the middle, twisting and turning, even on one wheel. You see how crazy that is? The girl behind him was clutching him tightly, her eyes squeezed shut. I couldn't hear what she was saying because she was only a few dozen meters in front of me. So what happened? Son asked. I saw him doing a wheelie. That's what's crazy. I can do it with one hand too, Son chimed in. But I was behind him and saw him driving like that. I was so scared, I couldn't bear it. I swear, that guy was really reckless. I muttered, "You're dead." He answered, "Insies. Oh. You see." And just as I said that, I heard a loud bang, and then a shriek, a scream of agony from someone. But strangely, I didn't hear any sound of a car collision. At first, I didn't think that guy would do something that even now, I don't understand how he survived. One's eyes seemed to recall the incident as he sighed and continued. Just then, as I approached, I saw a few people muttering that someone had died, an accident. Then, I was stunned to realize that the person who died was the girl riding with him, and the person who ran off was the young man she was with. That young man was showing off to his girlfriend, lost control, and hit another motorbike. The girl fell off the bike and was thrown onto the road, rolling. But, unfortunately, a 3-axle dump truck carrying sand ran over the girl's midsection. When I rode past, the girl wasn't dead yet. Do you want to know what I saw? Son immediately grew curious. What did you see? Don't tell me it was a ghost. I'm not afraid of ghosts now. It wasn't a ghost, but from her belly, her intestines spilled out, all white, but there was no blood sticking to them. The girl's legs were still twitching, a truly pitiful sight, but people said her condition was beyond saving. Her abdomen was crushed by the truck wheel, flattened, and her internal organs protruded. The girl's eyes were wide open, as if wanting to say something, but no sound came out. That feeling at the time was truly terrifying for me. It was the first time I witnessed such a tragic and painful death right before my eyes. That girl was the one who was riding behind the reckless young man earlier, the one I praised for skillful driving. But then at this moment, the young man was very calm, but he didn't dare approach the girl, standing far away. Then he took out his phone to call someone. I had never seen anyone as stubborn, defiant, and brutally calm and cold as this guy. He showed no emotion at all. His face was like a killer's. He was only a few years older than me, but I have to say, he was extremely stubborn. I thought he would at least be scared or panicked. But no, he was close to the girl, then turned and walked straight away. A moment later, a car came to pick him up, and he drove off, disappearing, leaving the poor girl lying there. A few seconds later, the girl stopped moving. Some local people brought a mat and covered the body. I also brought incense and money from sympathetic villagers who stopped at the accident site. Witnessing that accident scared me out of my wits. It was the first time I witnessed such a horrifying scene. A living person suddenly died right before my eyes, making my hands and feet tremble. My whole body felt like my blood sugar dropped, my vision blurred, and I felt dizzy. It took me about 15 minutes to return to normal. I turned my bike around and went straight home. I didn't dare listen to ghost stories for a while, because that incident haunted me so much. Even now, I still remember all the ghost story CDs I put in a plastic bag and stored away. Who cares what you're scared of? What does it have to do with you? Sun looked at his friend as if he was an alien who had fallen from the sky. I don't know why, but ever since I've known this guy, I've felt a bit different. Maybe it's because he listens to a lot of ghost stories, so he's always haunted by ghosts and spirits and such. But he never believes any of it. Sun then asked, "Do you believe there are ghosts in this world?" "Of course, I believe. There are things that cannot be explained in words. Even people with knowledge, experience, and wisdom would agree. This question isn't just one you're asking. Humanity has been searching for thousands of years, and there's still no satisfactory answer. So, those who believe, believe. Those who don't, it's fine. Because river water doesn't interfere with well water, and ghosts are the same. If we don't bother them, they won't bother us." Hearing Quan say that Sun could only nod to let it pass. With a loyal fan of the spiritual like him, he would argue about anything. It was possible that Quan was quite superstitious and very devout. Every first day of the lunar month, he would buy flowers and fruits, burn incense, and pray carefully at his shop. Speaking of Sun and Quan's work, it wasn't particularly related. They were good friends from high school. After high school, Quan decided to learn a trade. He went through many hardships, but by now, he could be considered somewhat successful, owning a struggling phone and electronics repair shop in a prime location. Sun, on the other hand, went to college after high school, but after graduating, he couldn't find a job and had been married once. The couple was incompatible, so they divorced after only a few months with no children or lingering tie. Before that, Sun drove a taxi for a tech company in Hanoi. Quan had his shop, and business was quite smooth. Since Sun's taxi job was difficult, Quan wanted to invite his friend to help manage his shop. At this time, Sun also agreed to work with his friend. The two lived and ate at the shop. Occasionally, if a customer called, the two would take turns going out to repair things. The shop was quite spacious, and with a dense residential area nearby, business seemed prosperous. Both were hard-working, so they didn't have to worry too much about finances. They planned that if things stabilized, they would open another shop and hire more technicians if needed. Today, after returning from a job and showering, Quan was listening to a ghost story, and the two had the conversation just recounted. Sun was an extremely practical and stubborn person. He would only believe what he directly experienced. That's why it was difficult to convince him that ghosts existed in this world. As for ghost stories, many have heard them, but few have ever encountered one. Quan continued, his voice mysterious. "I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. That day was also the full moon of the 7th lunar month. I heard people around gossiping that the location where the girl had the accident was a black spot or something similar. Accidents often occur there, Serious ones, often fatal. Every year, there are several incidents. Some local families even put up warning signs, but it was useless. It wasn't until later that the landlord found a sorcerer or someone similar to set up an altar and perform prayers for several days and nights that the accidents stopped. How do you explain that to me? Why does a single location continuously have fatal accidents? Why, before the prayers, were there constant fatal accidents at that location? But after they were done, they stopped. Isn't that related to spiritual matters? You say there are no ghosts or anything similar in this world? Then explain it to me. Or do you just know how to offer opposing arguments without any concrete evidence? Like saying that spot has poor visibility or potholes, so it's easy to fall. This is unconvincing. The accident site is very open, not obscured by anything. Besides, there are a few bikini billboard ads there. People driving look at the models in bikinis instead of the road, causing silly accidents. So I ask you, how come so many other places with alluring bikini models plastered all over the streets don't have accidents, but only that one spot does? This question is very difficult. How can anyone answer it? So you say you don't know the answer. Well, when I die and you're still alive, I'll visit you in your dreams with the answer, Sun replied. No matter what you say, I don't believe in ghosts or anything similar. Death is the end. Hearing Sun say that, Quan sighed. It's true you haven't seen the coffin, so you haven't shed tears. Let me finish telling you the story of that couple. If you still don't believe, then so be it. Quan began to speak with a rather sharp tone. Sun, understanding his friend's nature, ignored it. When I saw that girl dead, I was so scared that I turned my bike around and didn't dare go to Hadong to buy ghost stories anymore. But you know what? He looked at his friend and asked, What? Don't tell me you saw a ghost. Keep going, Sun said, looking at Quan with a mysterious smile. I remember clearly, and am certain that she was dead. When I rode my bike back, I was going even slower than a bicycle. At that time, the Hadong Vandian Road was nicknamed the Death Road, with all the 3- and 4-wheeled vehicles speeding around day and night, tearing up the road. Not to mention the reckless coach buses. So at night, you just had to be careful. Sun knew this because his house was right on the Kaobu side. Back then, he studied at a high school in the village, so he was familiar with this road. There was always news of accidents. It's better now, but back then, this area only had the sound of rustling eucalyptus trees, like women shedding their leaves during their period. It was 2 rows of trees from the factory to the gate number 3 of Vandia Cemetery. And you know very well that those girls in skimpy outfits, standing by the eucalyptus trees, what were they doing? What do you mean, girls? Sun looked at his friend, then suddenly understood. Girls, girls, hookers, hookers, putting them in the car. Right. I remember sometimes I used to go to that area. Hookers getting in cars and going to motels. I know girls are hookers now. So you mean those hookers stood there waiting for clients by the eucalyptus trees, right? Sun burst out laughing. I can't believe today's story is so spicy, bringing back so many memories. I also can't believe Quan is such a captivating storyteller. And why is his shop so busy? His mouth is as sweet as candy, Exactly when I was going back. I didn't pay attention. Honestly, back then, I was only around 18-20. I didn't think much about these things. I didn't care about girls or anything that would stress me out. Your old man, during that period, was crazy about a girl with smelly armpits. So why are you talking about stressing out, getting your ass confused? Ah, because Lan didn't love me. That's why I was disappointed and decided to follow this career path. It gave me motivation to try harder. Quan continued his story. On the way back, I was in a very heavy and fearful state. Anyone would be scared after seeing that horrifying scene, right? My old bike was rattling, going as slow as possible. But when I rode past the row of eucalyptus trees, suddenly a hand grabbed me, and a familiar perfume, exactly like the one I smelled on that girl who died earlier, wafted towards me. Sun shivered slightly, looking at Quan with undisguised shock. He stammered, "You're not bluffing, are you? Don't scare me with nonsense. Don't say it's the ghost of that girl from earlier following you to seek revenge." I didn't say anything. My face was contorted in a way you couldn't imagine what I had gone through. The story Quan was telling was now getting truly dramatic. Sun, also excited, asked, "What happened? Tell me, what happened to you?" I was startled when that hand grabbed me, and a soft voice whispered in my ear, "Don't go, brother. I saw you looking at me from earlier. You looked on the way there, and you looked on the way back. Do you want me?" My heart was pounding wildly with fear, utterly terrified. I was a naive boy who had never even held a girlfriend's hand. So when an older girl said that to me, my body tingled all over. I couldn't clearly see her face, just that she was wearing a flimsy tank top, revealing graceful curves. A strange fragrance made my heart flutter. I tried to turn my face to look at her closely, but the more I looked, the blurrier she became. The full moon on the 7th month was bright, but it wasn't as bright as her lipstick and makeup. Quan sighed to Sun. Sun, at this point, was also engrossed in Quan's story, so he asked, "So, what happened?" Without making Sun wait long, Quan continued, "I am your lover. If you want me, I would be yours tonight. Stay with me. It's very cold here." Hearing this, I was both happy and worried because, honestly, I was still scared. And that mechanic's workshop was opposite Vandian Cemetery. This area was also desolate. Inside and out, above and below, it was all desolate. In front was a national road and an area full of graves. When I witnessed that accident at the workshop, it was normal. I even heard ghost stories, no problem. But when I witnessed that accident, I was very scared. The whole ride home was like I had lost my soul. I felt an unusual sense of unease for no clear reason. Perhaps my mind wasn't stable, or maybe I was too sensitive. So I followed her, but I felt like this girl was the assertive one. The cold girl grabbed my wrist tightly and led me away. I was like a ghost, following her like a machine, not even knowing I was about to fall into a den of wolves. The full moon that night was also supposed to be radiant, not much less than the moon on the 16th. I left my bike outside and followed that girl inside. You know, honestly, I've been in this area for a while, but I haven't paid much attention. During the day, I just stayed at the workshop, so I didn't have time to explore. And at night, I just lingered around that area. I don't know who she knew or dated, so I wasn't really clear about this area. Quan remained silent, listening to his friend's story. Below the rows of eucalyptus trees was an abandoned field. The land was probably zoned for development, so it was overgrown. Occasionally, there would be a house for planting vegetables or some wild greens. That girl held my hand and pulled me along. Under the bright moonlight, her figure was blurry and indistinct. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or awake, but the sensation was incredibly real, hard to describe in words. But I was also worried because my motorbike was still parked on the main road with the ignition on. If it got stolen, I'd be dead. So I asked the girl, "Sister, where are you taking me?" It seemed the girl read my thoughts. She said, "Don't worry, brother. No one dares to touch your bike." Her laughter and words at that moment had a magical power that clouded my mind, and I couldn't think of anything else. It was quite a long, dark stretch under the trees. I was a bit scared, so I held the girl's hand tightly. But she didn't react. She just let me hold it. I just felt that she was very cold. A cold like ice water. Suddenly, the girl said, "Don't be afraid, brother. I won't harm you. I am already afraid of you. So why do you keep being afraid of me? You are so warm." "What's your name, sister?" I stammered, feeling awkward and lightheaded, as this was the first time I had such an intimate encounter with a girl. "You think it's weird. You think it's weird? I'm a normal guy. Any guy would do that. If not, then there's a problem. If it were me, I would too," Son replied, his showing a hint of anticipation.
Quan continued, "Sister, my name is Quan.
"I live here, all alone. I'm very lonely. Will you be my friend?" My mind became dazed. The girl's words entered my ears like a powerful stimulant. My young, naive heart pounded. Overwhelmed by longing, I immediately pulled her close and took the initiative. Many desires accumulated in my mind because I was a young man, full of youthful vigor and extremely sensitive to women. Perhaps you've experienced that too, so you understand, right? Son nodded, saying nothing. Quan continued. I was like someone possessed. My whole body was burning with intense desire, as if a fire was consuming me fiercely. I knew nothing of morality or self-control. Everything was cast aside. This girl was lost like a wild beast caught in a net. At that moment, even if someone had pulled out a gun and shot me in the head, I wouldn't have cared. I just went at it like a madman. After a while, exhausted, I just rolled over and fell asleep. The area around me, I realize now, was a cemetery. But at that time, I didn't think much of it and didn't care, thinking that since she was a working girl, any place would do. You were a virgin, so how did she deflower you? That's what's frustrating. Son chuckled, looking at his friend recounting a painful memory without flinching. His life had also been ruined by older girls. He was too embarrassed to tell anyone about it. So what? What happened? I mean, what happened to you and that girl afterward? Quan shook his head, sighed, and replied, You wouldn't believe it if I told you. I didn't even know who she was. After that crazy night of passion, I fell asleep until almost morning. My whole body was covered in dew. Feeling cold, I woke up in the middle of the night and found myself lying on a mound of earth. Looking around, there was no one, just a few scattered graves. There was no one there at all. Don't you think that's strange and bizarre? Quan was bewildered, looking at Sun with questioning eyes. So you just got a free girl. And she didn't ask for money, and you didn't lose your wallet? Sun asked eagerly. If I had lost my motorbike at that moment, it would have been the most logical story. Because back then, in that area, there were many drug addicts and junkies. There were many cases where those working girls were lured in and then robbed of their possessions, having to swallow their bitterness. Some even suffered physical harm if they resisted. We don't know. I waited for a long time, even called out. But no one answered. I just walked back along the old road, my mind full of doubts about what had just happened. I wondered if I was dreaming, but the marks on my body and the real sensations made me unable to believe it was a dream. It must have been real. The chirping of crickets and the calls of large birds startled me, making my skin crawl. I tried to walk quickly to the main road to get back to the workshop. Quan sat up, looked at Sun and said, "Believe it or not, that wasn't a person, it was a ghost." "What? Don't make things up. How can there be such a strange thing?" Sun retorted. "But there is. I experienced it myself. How could I not know?" "But how did you know? How did you know that girl was a ghost?" Sun asked. "I already suspected it." But at that moment, her body was truly alluring. Reason couldn't overcome desire. When I got back to the main road, my bike was still there, and there was no one around. And clearly, before, I noticed a few girls standing there, waiting for clients, lurking behind the trees on both sides of the road. There's no reason why it's so empty now. It's the full moon of the Wandering Souls month. Aren't people supposed to avoid doing things? Sun chuckled. You're funny. You don't even avoid it yourself. Besides, everyone has physiological needs. You're talking like a child. Knowing Sun was mocking him, Quan's face darkened and he said, "The next morning I asked the owner for a day off. I went back to the 13th eucalyptus tree where that girl met me, but there was no sign of anything. I even went down into the field and saw the graves, but there was nothing there either. Isn't that ridiculous? I walked around the area where she and but I didn't see anything. Only a patch of grass was flattened on one side due to the weight. This area is also very secluded, surrounded by several graves built higher than a person's head. If you look from the highway and don't go down, you'd never know. And even if you go down and don't look for it, you wouldn't know. In the middle of those graves, there's a patch of lush green grass like that. I don't know whose grave this is, but it's built in a strange, three-sided, spiraling way. I was about to turn back when I saw a very fearsome man, tall and muscular, with a bald head, staring at me, shouting loudly. He startled me. Hey you, are you a junkie? Get your ass out of here. Sun chuckled, shaking his head, but Quan ignored him and continued his story. I was about to retort, but an old tall man with white hair carrying a stack of votive paper, and next to him a hoe. He seemed to be cleaning up a nearby grave. So I was intimidated and didn't dare to argue. So I asked, "Uncle, are you working at the mechanics workshop near Vandee? You're not a junkie, are you? You're not a junkie. So what are you doing here? Are you looking for acquaintances?" "Acquaintances? You mean those hookers here that robbed you, right?" "No, honestly, it's not like that. Her name is Huang. I came here to meet her," I replied, not knowing that the old man flinched slightly, his eyes darting around as if worried about something. But he immediately changed his attitude and scolded me as if dousing me with cold water. "This area is my family's land. There are only a few graves here. What are you looking for? Don't lie." The old man looked at me. Then his eyes widened as he shouted, "If you're not a junkie, then go relieve yourself down there. You're a bunch of irresponsible fools, growing vegetables on other people's land, and then coming here to just pee and poop, making a mess, and then bringing those prostitutes here to have sex. And afterward, throwing away sanitary pads everywhere. You irresponsible scoundrels. If I catch any of you, I'll shove your faces in poop." The old man then grabbed a bamboo stick and a hoe, slammed it deep into the ground, and tied a wooden sign right in front of it with a few words written on it. After reading it, I was so nauseous. With a surprised voice, I asked, "What did it say on it?" "No peeing pooping here. If caught, you'll eat it all." On the back, it said, "No drug use. If caught, you'll be beaten to death. No mercy." "That old man is really something," Son exclaimed, nodding in approval. But then asked, "So what happened next?" I was on the main road, my mind in turmoil, countless questions. I didn't know if I was awake or dreaming. What about the girl from yesterday? If she was real, that would be great. She gave me free sex. But if she was a ghost, why did she choose me? I'm not that outstanding, besides being handsome, tall, good with words, a bit cheeky, obedient, honest, cheerful, hard-working, and chivalrous. There's nothing else. "Shut up! You're bragging too much." Son laughed, looking at his friend, also very curious about the story his virgin friend was going through, but still half believing, half doubting. This guy can boast like a god, but who would suddenly brag about meeting a ghost, and even getting deflowered by a ghost, losing his virginity disgracefully? What's so great about that to boast about? This made Son confused. Because he truly never believed in ghosts or mysteries in this world. So he wasn't scared. At this moment, he spoke up again. "So what happened? This story is quite good. Tell me more. Honestly, the content of this story is very captivating. You must have heard many ghost stories from Engan too. It's quite interesting. But why didn't you elaborate on what the ghost did? Was it as pleasurable as with a real girl? Even I find myself very intrigued and curious, not just others. But I still wonder about one thing. How did you know it was a ghost? I've heard many ghost stories, but they're all fake ghosts, ugly and bloody and all sorts of things. How did you encounter a beautiful, radiant ghost who even slept with you?" "Who would believe that?" Son said, laughing, showing no seriousness, looking at his friend, who was now pensive and reflective. "You're just a listener, so why are you punching me in the face like that?" Quan said angrily, refuting, looking at his friend with disdain. Anyway, let's stop this story here. I'll finish it tomorrow. And don't mess with me, okay? But I affirm that girl was a ghost. Quan's story made Sun reluctant, begging, "Come on, finish it. I'm serious." This story of yours is 1,000 times better than any story I sometimes hear on YouTube. Honestly. Why don't you try writing stories and telling ghost stories? Instead of being a plumber, who knows? Maybe you'll meet a kind landlady, and you'll end up with that lucky plumber. Maybe you'll even get laid. What do I need? Why did you think about starting a family? Your wife left you? So, find a new wife. Why suffer like this? Besides, now that you have a stable job and income, where will you find a wife? Smart and skillful with many topics, but Sun still didn't seem very interested in this. So he reluctantly said, "You finish your story first, then I'll tell you mine. It's not that I don't want to get married, man, but I'm in a hurry. However, wives and children are a lifelong matter, not something you just pick up at the market, you know? You can't just take them and marry them that easily." He mused, then softly said, "You know why I don't love anyone now? Or rather, I don't dare to love anyone. Maybe you have erectile dysfunction or something related to male issues. Or your family has few daughters. You're not rich or handsome, not well educated, so you're a bit daring. I see you're rich, handsome, well educated, well mannered, and everything is fine. So it must be related to physiological issues, or maybe you like men." Sun questioned. "I'm talking seriously. It has nothing to do with those reasons. I'm a straight guy, not a bit daring. And I'm not that bad." Quan laughed loudly, looking at his friend with disdain. "As for those reasons, I give up. Because girls now are very pragmatic. There's no such thing as a thatched hut of love, or a heart of gold, like the old folks used to say. A guy like you, who works hard, is quite honest. Obedient, kind, honest, handsome, cheerful. No exaggeration. I don't see any other reason why girls stay with you for a short time and then break up. I remember you and Smelly Lan were deeply in love. I thought you'd get married. So why did it end up like that? You wouldn't understand. Lan and I broke up a long time ago. After that, I dated many other girls, but they all feared me. Why? Why? For what reason? Sun asked. It's related to ghosts. Did you hear that? Sun was startled, feeling like his friend was trying to confuse him. His eyes darted down towards his friend's crotch, as if hinting at what he had just said. Saying that, both friends burst out laughing. Outside, under the full moon of the 7th month, the gentle moonlight illuminated a vast space. It was around midnight, but it had been a long time since the two had had time to talk like this, because Sun's plumbing and electricity shop was quite busy. However, it seemed people were wary of construction during this month of wandering souls, so business had been slow for the past month. Perhaps only small purchases were made, but for large projects like construction or demolition, people avoided touching them. Now that you're awake, since you're so stubborn, I'll tell you the whole story and explain why I haven't had a girlfriend until now. It's a long and haunting story, and it happened on the full moon, didn't it? Quan got out of bed, went to the refrigerator to get some beers and snacks left over from dinner, then called Sun. The two sat down with 2 beers on the table, some smoked pork leg, some fried peanuts, and a plate of fried fish, just enough for the 2 of them to snack on. Actually, it's not about me having erectile dysfunction or any male-related illness, Quan said, looking at his beer glass, his eyes fixed on the bubbling foam. Then he slowly spoke. What is it? You and I are like brothers. What problem do you have that you can't tell me? Everything has a solution. Sun encouraged his friend. Quan sighed deeply, looked directly into Sun's eyes, and said, Do you believe there are ghosts in this world? At first, I didn't believe it, but after hearing your story and your truth, I'm starting to believe it a little now. I'm serious, not kidding at all. Actually, I've been for decades. I can't. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Quan's phone. He didn't know who was calling, seeing a strange number. Quan muttered, Who's calling at this hour? Sun rushed over. Hey, answer it. Who knows? It might be your ghost, or someone needing something important at this hour. Relatives are calling all over the place. Who knows? It might be an urgent job. Pick it up. Sun urged, but Quan pressed the ignore button. It's probably those scammers trying to trick me into a loan. They don't leave people alone. But after a few seconds, the same number rang again. Loudly. His friend, still hesitant, Sun urged him again. Pick it up. It's important if they're calling again. So, this time, without letting his friend hesitate, Sun grabbed his phone and turned on the loudspeaker. Hello, plumbing and electrical services, good evening. But strangely, on the other end, there was no voice, only faint, eerie music, like the background music of the ghost stories he usually listened to. Sun jumped up and yelled, Who's playing this cruel prank? What kind of weird thing is this in the middle of the night? At this point, the 2 friends looked at each other, both feeling a chill. Suddenly, Quan sat up abruptly, his face pale, and looked at Sun. It's her calling. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? I forgot to burn the votive paper for the full moon. Sun immediately grabbed a stack of votive paper he had bought and ran out to the front of the shop. He also had 2 paper effigies of women that looked remarkably real, along with many accessories like cosmetics, handbags, phones, and even several red, yellow, purple, and green bikinis stuffed into a bulky plastic bag. Seeing his friends' strange and incomprehensible actions, Sun wondered what was going on here, and quietly followed. There was a huge cement incense burner, placed in the middle of a large apartment complex courtyard. It was unclear if people here also observed the taboos of the 7th month. But today, there was no one downstairs. On normal days, this apartment complex had quite a lot of people moving around. The road in front also only occasionally had 1 or 2 motorbikes or cars passing by. Son was a non-believer in ghosts. In the past, he used to drive at night regularly. But strangely, tonight he felt a bit eerie. Especially since hearing his friend's strange story, Sun felt even more bewildered. Quan, at this moment, was using both hands to fold the votive paper into beautiful flower shapes, like a fan. Then he slowly lit it, and the flame flared up. He threw each piece into the incense burner. The light radiated, illuminating Quan's face. But in his friend's eyes, Sun noticed something very worried. As if there was something mysterious inside. "Why are you burning votive paper in the middle of the night?" "I'm not superstitious. But you seem very strange tonight. What's wrong, Sun?" Sun looked at his friend burning the votive paper, feeling bewildered, and also looked out at the street. The surroundings were silent. The moonlight at night grew brighter, illuminating a large area. Sun's shop was located right on the ground floor of the crowded apartment complex. Normally, many people would be walking around, yet tonight it was unusually deserted. Sun noticed a large banyan tree in the corner, with a stone bench against the wall. A girl was intently playing on her phone. He thought of starting a conversation, but then he heard Quan mumbling prayers and incantations that he didn't understand. Then, for the second batch of offerings, Sun also helped his friend, throwing a bikini into the incense burner, and the fire flared up fiercely, forcing them to move back a bit to avoid the heat. "Who are you burning that for? Why are there two sets? Is it someone who lives a wild life? Even in the underworld, they wear red, yellow, purple, and green bikinis. This must be a new model. Only slim people can wear it. And it even has brand names and perfume." Sun asked, mocking his friend. His friend's behavior was unusually strange compared to usual, so he wanted to probe his friend's thoughts. "The person I just told you about, her name is Wang. Believe it or not, those two are waiting for me here," Quan said vaguely. Sun's eyes widened, unable to hide his bewildered expression, looking at his friend as if he were a mental patient. "Are you crazy, Quan? Are you messing with me? Why are you acting so seriously? This joke isn't funny at all," Sun said, but at this moment he also looked around. The surroundings were completely silent. He only heard the crackling of the paper effigies burning. Sun then looked back at the wall, at the stone bench where he had seen the girl on her phone earlier. But, strangely, the girl was no longer there. This gave Sun goosebumps. What the hell is going on here? She was just there, a few seconds ago. She was sitting opposite the wall. She couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Is she a ghost? Sun suddenly felt scared, moving closer to his friend for courage. At this point, he no longer dared to pretend. Sun nervously asked Quan, "Did you see that girl sitting on the stone bench earlier? Where did she go?" "She was just sitting there, and now she's gone. How can this be?" "These are things you haven't experienced, so you can't understand. Anything can happen in this life. It's just that you haven't had the chance, haven't seen it, so you don't believe it. I assure you, that girl earlier, the one you saw, was a ghost. You shouldn't be afraid. You don't bother them, they won't bother you. But you should avoid them. Don't stand there talking nonsense or saying inappropriate things. It's not good." With that, Quan clasped his hands together as if pressing on his abdomen, closed his eyes, and seemed to be talking telepathically to someone. He repeated Wang's name. It seemed as if he was talking to two different people. Sun was like a ghost, first looking at his friend, then looking around for something. Beside them, the fire was flickering. The bright yellow moon overhead was now slowly setting, and the surrounding area began to grow darker. Sun grew more and more scared. Today, this was extremely strange for him, but he didn't dare to go back to the shop alone because he was afraid that if the girl suddenly appeared, he might have a heart attack or die instantly. He didn't know how long it had been. Quan looked up at the sky and said, "We should stop now. I've sent her the offerings, and she agreed to accept. Luckily, she wasn't angry that I forgot to burn them earlier." His friend was staring intently, so Quan forced a smile. "Don't worry, she won't blame you or have any issues with you. She just said that you'll have good news soon, so you shouldn't worry too much." "She? Who is she?" Sun asked. "Do you really want to know? You idiot! You and I are like brothers." "What about you that I wouldn't want to know? Tell me, who is she? Is she the girl who was sitting on the stone bench earlier?" Sun pointed to the empty stone bench in front of him, looking bewildered and confused, staring at Quan with incomprehension. Quan shook his head and said, "No, she's the one I told you about." Sun recoiled a step, looking at his phone. "Earlier, I heard her say that in a few hours there would be a jumping incident here." "What? Who's jumping? What's going on?" "Quan, don't scare me." At this point, Sun was truly scared. His face pale because of the ghost stories his friend told him today, all about death. "What? That girl you saw sitting on the stone bench earlier was the one who jumped from the 3rd floor last year and died tragically. Perhaps this month she was allowed to return, so she's just lingering there." "How do you know that?" Sun asked. "She used to buy hardware at the shop. But for some reason, she did something like that. She's not able to reincarnate now, probably still clinging to something. But her family probably has some problems, so she can't go home. I meet her every year. Last year, around July, she died. Luckily, you didn't trust anyone down there. Otherwise, you would have committed a grave sin." Sun remembered that last year, he hadn't moved here yet to work with Quan. But he had read online that there was a story about someone falling from the 3rd floor of this apartment complex, a tragic and complete death. He didn't even dare to look at the photos because it was too haunting. Well, he never thought he would have the chance to see her spirit today. "But why didn't you save the person who was about to jump from the building?" Sun looked at his friend and asked, but then suddenly realized his question was too silly. How would he know who to save? That's just her fate. Sometimes it's an accidental death. Sometimes it's a deliberate jump, or even a murder case. Who would I save? Look at this apartment complex. It's 45 stories high, with dozens of apartments on each floor. You tell me to save what? Am I supposed to go knock on every door and warn people not to jump, and then they beat me to death? Quan sighed deeply, then looked up from the courtyard of the apartment complex at the towering building, feeling incredibly small, not knowing what to do. He then looked at Sun and said, "Come inside. I'll tell you the rest of the unfinished story. Don't you want to hear it?" Quan went inside, Sun followed, and everything behind him suddenly felt so unsettling. Sun instinctively glanced towards the stone bench from earlier. At this point, a figure appeared there. This time, there was no doubt. It was definitely not a person, because how could a person move so fast? How could someone disappear and reappear so mysteriously without a sound? Son immediately followed his friend, not daring to look back again. And when they reached the shop, Son slammed the door shut, but his eyes were still wide, looking out through the glass door. Under the flickering light, the girl was no longer there. Today truly opened Son's mind, and he completely believed that there were indeed ghosts in this world. Don't be scared. She's just an ordinary spirit with no special powers. She committed suicide by jumping because she was angry with her family. Perhaps that's why she just sits there every time she returns. I don't feel anything scary, but I just leave it alone. Twice a month, on the full moon and the first day, just like those people who comment online, say to tease her. This month, perhaps the underworld is running a KPI, so there are a lot of them. You should go to the nearby cemeteries, and there are many of them dancing and jumping there. No need. Quan said in a light-hearted, half-joking tone, while Son was a bit shocked. Perhaps this was the first time he had witnessed such an event. Quan, on the other hand, considered ghosts normal. As he always said, river water doesn't interfere with well water. There's no reason to be afraid of such spirits. If we don't harm them, they won't harm us. That's the rule. Holding a can of beer in his hand, Quan calmly said, "You're still very curious about me, aren't you? Every girl who came to me only stayed for a short time before breaking up. Now, something bad has happened." Son looked at his friend with wide eyes like car headlights, nodding intently, as if wanting to devour every word his friend said. Although they had been friends for decades, it was only today that Son noticed his friend was not normal, or that the abnormal thing was something he was trying to hide, trying to avoid something. If Son hadn't come to work with him and hadn't accidentally heard a ghost story today, he would never have known. On the outside, Quan seemed perfectly normal, even exceeding normal standards. From a basic family with well-off parents, he was a tough, tall, handsome man, with a stable career and a captivating way of speaking that drew people in, especially girls. They flocked to him. But he wouldn't marry. His parents also scolded him constantly about this, but he still didn't care. He ignored them until his old parents nagged him too much, so he moved into the shop to eat and live there. He didn't go home anymore. This made Quan's parents very angry, but they couldn't do anything. Not infrequently, Quan's parents would call Son, subtly asking about their son's reasons through Son, because his parents only had him as their sole son. They had plenty of money, but without the sound of children, how could those two old people bear it? But Quan just remained indifferent. Many times, his mother introduced him to girls, and even took him to various spiritual masters to perform rituals, spending a lot of money. But it was all use. This only made the two old people more worried. Where was I in the story earlier, I wonder? Quan picked up a can of beer, brought it to his mouth, tilted his head back to gulp, then stared out the window. Son, on the other hand, was worried because just now he was afraid that someone would jump from the building, as Quan had just said. If this is true, it's truly imaginative. If I don't want to believe it, I still have to. You live widely, and that old man thought you were a junkie who came to relieve yourself on his land. So he chased you to humiliate you. Son wanted to laugh, but he couldn't at this moment. He was usually very straightforward and blunt. He looked at his friend staring into the distance and didn't rush him, just patiently waited for him to speak. Do you know who she is? Which girl? The one who jumped from the building. I heard about it last year online. No, the girl I first slept with. Why are you asking me? What do I know? Quan glanced at his friend and said, actually, for all these years, anyone I dated, she would sabotage them, scaring them away from me. She wants to claim me as her own. Why don't you find a way to resolve it or deal with it? How can a human live with a ghost? Sun asked, scared when he heard Quan say that, and advised his friend. But honestly, I also feel a little sorry for the fate of those two sisters. I understand that the mortal world and the underworld can never truly marry. But I don't need to marry her. We still meet twice a month. And for this reason, any girl who comes to me gets scared away. Some even almost died because of her. I'm helpless. What? She does that? Then she's a demon, not a ghost anymore. And what did you say? I've been hearing something a bit off. He looked at his friend, his face darkening, and said, you need to speak carefully about this. If she hears you, it's all over. Sun looked around. At this moment, everything was normal, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, it's daytime now. She's not here. But I won't let her harm you. He looked at his friend, speaking with a sincere tone. Sun was bewildered. Sun was bewildered. At this moment, he felt extremely strange, as if talking to a madman. He himself felt it wasn't real at all. All the recent events were blurry like a joke. For someone who never believed in ghosts or mysteries like Sun, he would have to change his views now. But who is she? What's her name? Where does she live? What did she do when she was alive? How old is she? Why does she pursue you even after death? A barrage of questions Sun posed to Quan, which were also his initial doubts. Do you remember the reckless driver I told you about? The one who crashed at the hospital, didn't he? Yes. He drove recklessly, doing wheelies and drifting, causing the girl to fly off, right? But what does that have to do with it? The girl who died in that accident, according to her, was only because when she saw them hugging, I accidentally swore, you're dead. You remember, don't you? Sun nodded, but shivered with fear. It was she who followed me from that day. She was sitting on my bike when I rode to the eucalyptus trees, and suddenly she pulled me down to the field, and everything happened. But at that time, I didn't know that it was because I had spoken ill of her that she haunted me until now. So, you mean she was actually a prostitute? I don't know if she was a prostitute. But the guy who rode her, at first, I didn't know. But a few days later, people said he also crashed his car into a pole to commit suicide near where that girl died. That was his retribution, I guess. Oh, didn't you say he was the girl's boyfriend? I found out later he was a womanizer. He slept around recklessly, was a bit of a hoodlum, and also had some influence. And he was the son of a gang leader in that area, the old man who held the hoe and threatened me earlier. The son's name is Ba. The father's name is Che. They are really bad, Ban said, grinding his teeth, looking extremely resentful. So how did he ride that girl and cause her death? The more you talk, the more confusing it gets. It's easy to understand, you idiot. You're slow to grasp things. One snorted softly, then continued. Pache's father and son murdered the working girl named Huang, right at the spot where I and the ghost girl had sex. More accurately, his son murdered her at that spot, and then his father, knowing about it, helped him bury the body and destroy evidence to help his son escape the law. And you know, those working girls are here today, gone tomorrow, constantly changing names and locations, so no one cares if they go missing. I sighed deeply. I only found this out much later, when that old man Che scolded me for being afraid. But I wanted to find out if the girl I slept with was a human or a ghost, so I put in a lot of effort to investigate, because back then, the entire area of Road 70 was under the protection of old Che. From restaurants to massage parlors or other entertainment venues, especially gambling dens. If you wanted to go to that area, you had to ask for permission from him. Otherwise, you couldn't leave there safely with your money. You've seen the movie The Judge, haven't you? That old man Che was as notorious as Quan, the boss of the Fanti group. It was crazy. After many days of investigation, I finally found information that the murdered girl was named Huang from Fulthor, and that Bao was old Che's son. That's why his father tried to erase the evidence and hide Huang's body to help his son evade legal prosecution. Son hesitantly asked, "So, what about the girl who died in the accident while riding with Bao? Who was she? Was she related to Huang? Was she your girlfriend? Or was Huang your girlfriend, who ultimately wanted to claim you?" Son's mouth fell open in surprise at his friend. Honestly, even at that moment, he couldn't believe this story. It was absurd and illogical, sounded completely ghostly. But since he had witnessed the strange events earlier with his own eyes, which couldn't be explained in words, he had to believe it, whether he wanted to or not. This Huang has a younger sister named Tom. When her sister went missing, she went looking for her. But unfortunately, she fell into Ba's trap. Don't you think it's crazy? Both sisters were tragically killed by that dog. I understand. But which one, Huang or Tom, did you have sex with? Both. What? Are you serious or joking? Both. Are you still human, Quan? This question from Sun made him look at his friend as if he were an alien from another planet who had just landed there. He couldn't believe it. This guy isn't human anymore. If this story were written as a ghost story, it would probably be a great work. And what about old Che, the father, the gang leader? He can't escape the law of karma. That old man was also very evil. He buried Wang's body alive, and even added many things like silver coins, multicolored threads, and smeared it with dog's blood, hoping to completely destroy Huang's soul. He wanted this evil deed to remain undiscovered. But the old man didn't know that doing this not only didn't work, but also accumulated Huang's resentment even more. She kept lingering at that spot, and that day, I was the one who encountered her. Finally, what those two poor girls wanted me to help them with was to report the BHA's criminal enterprise to the police. Ba was sentenced to life imprisonment for many crimes, including gambling, drug dealing, human trafficking, procuring prostitutes, and protecting thugs. He's probably dead in prison by now. At this moment, a very loud noise came from outside the courtyard. Song flinched, then suddenly remembered something. He looked at Quan with a pale face, but Quan still remained unusually calm, only saying, "Oh, a group of people are gathering under the building. It's a man around 50. You don't believe it. Go see for yourself. But don't look. It's very powerful." Although very scared, Sun was still half believing, half doubting. Step by step, he peeked outside. The sky was getting brighter. Downstairs in the apartment complex, people were starting to wake up for exercise. A few breakfast vendors were already preparing their goods. But when they heard the noise, everyone was panicked, waiting to see what was going on. "Oh my God, someone jumped. It's completely shattered. How scary!" "Is it a man or a woman?" "He's a man, but he's deformed." "Who's making that noise?" The sounds of panic echoed. A few brave people approached, but quickly turned away. Some took out their phones and called the building manager and the police. It's truly tragic. Sun didn't dare to go see. Hearing a few people talk about it, he started to feel so scared he shivered, partly from witnessing the tragic and painful death of the unfortunate man firsthand, but most of all, because the words Quan had said earlier were absolutely accurate. Song didn't know how to explain this. "So, are you going to blame me now? I can't help you with anything. Wong and Tom were the same. They just wanted to inform me of this news, because if the body fell near the shop, it would affect business for a while." Quan told his friend in a very calm voice. It seemed that this was normal for him, or perhaps from having dealt with many spirits, his personality had become somewhat strange. "Anyway, what's happening out there has nothing to do with us, and we can't help them either. Do you want to know why I burn incense on the first day of the month and on the full moon? It's because that old man jumped down, didn't he? So, do you believe now? There are truly ghosts in this world. But why did you say before that river water doesn't interfere with well water? You don't harm them, or rather, they don't harm you. Why do Huang and her sisters cling to you and won't let go?" Sun looked at his friend, asking the question that bothered him. Actually, this issue isn't a big deal. I love both sisters. I also have an agreement with them. Besides, living this life is fine for me. I meet them twice a month, Tom on the first day, Huang on the full moon. But this is the 7th month, so I get to meet both sisters. Man, you're something else, something different from the rest of the world, Quan. I'm afraid of you. Sun didn't know what to say to his friend, who had a bit of both good and evil in him. He wasn't entirely bad, nor entirely good. It was very difficult to explain in words. "Okay, I give up. You're too advanced." Sun tried to express his feelings, but at this moment, he stammered, unable to say a word. He looked at his friend as if seeing a husband with his wife, then looked out at the courtyard of the apartment building. People were gathering around the bloody scene, discussing the death of the man who had just jumped. At this moment, Quan took out his wallet. Inside his wallet were 2 small photos of 2 beautiful, identical girls, which he pressed against his chest. Then he drifted into sleep. Perhaps he was soul traveling to meet the spirits of the 2 sisters, Huang and Tom. Next, we will transfer this story from a ghost story to our dear listeners. We hope it will become a great story. As usual, after a tiring day at work, Phuong walked slowly into her house. At the door, she softly called out, "Mom, help me! I'm home!" Madame Thuy, a middle-aged woman in her 60s, ran out, her voice filled with warmth. "Oh, my dear, you're home now. You look tired today, more than usual. What's wrong?" As she spoke, she gently stroked Phuong's hair with her wrinkled hands. "Nothing, Mom. Just a few small problems. But I've resolved them all. Come inside." On the way home, I stopped at the market and bought some food. "Let me cook today, Mom." Phuong and her mother lived in a small house hidden behind an alley. Her mother had bought the house when Phuong got into college. At first, she only intended for Phuong to stay for 4 years of university, then return home to find a job. But eventually, Phuong found a job with a high salary, so she persuaded her mother to buy the house, using the money to bring her mother up to live with her for easier care. Mother and daughter were now close. Phuong's father had unfortunately died in a motorbike accident when Phuong was only 6 years old. All her love now was for her mother, who had suffered to raise her. The house wasn't very large, but it was enough for the two of them to live comfortably. The attic was cleaned up to make a small room for Phuong. Downstairs, Phuong used a large space to build a separate room for her mother. She didn't want to disturb her mother, as her work and study schedule often required her to stay up late. Her mother also had a light sleep, and even a small sound could wake her up. As for Phuong, she was a beautiful girl with a round face, long black hair, and fair skin. When she smiled, two deep dimples appeared. She was tall, 1.6 meters. Of course, with such simple yet striking beauty, it was not difficult to captivate any man who met her for the first time. After more than an hour in the kitchen, Phuong had finished cooking a fragrant, steaming meal. Phuong had a hobby of helping her mother in the kitchen, learning all of her mother's delicious recipes, washing clothes, and tidying the house. Phuong could now take on all the housework for her mother. She was truly a skillful and capable woman. But it wasn't until she went to college that she found her true love. Perhaps because she was too meticulous and careful, she also screened her boyfriends very thoroughly. Phuong pouted, her face sulky, feigning anger. "I don't want to talk to Mom anymore. I'll eat and then go study, so Mom won't say I'm annoying." "Oh, goodness, you're pretending to be angry when I bring up the boyfriend topic. Where's your boyfriend, Nam? Why don't you bring him here to meet your mother? How long are you going to keep him a secret?" As soon as she heard Nam's name, Phuong's face turned red. "Nam. Oh, you're not going to pretend anymore, Missy? Your friend Ni already told me everything. It's normal for a grown girl to have a boyfriend. Why hide it?" Phuong muttered to herself. Her mouth can never keep a secret. But I can't blame her. She did the right thing. And partly, Mom made her tell me. But let's put that aside, Mom. Other bigger things need to be discussed. Phuong's eyes widened and she asked, "What is it, Mom?" "Yesterday, I went to Uncle Tuan's house. He confirmed that 3 years ago, a couple rented this house, but after a while, they moved out. When they left, Only the young man came to hand over the house. The girl was nowhere to be seen. Mom, don't tell me. Don't be scared. But tonight, if that strange thing comes to bother you again, then put this under your pillow and sleep, dear. After saying that, her mother went into her room. A moment later, she came out with a red amulet. Inside was a bagua drawing, surrounded by Chinese characters written in black ink. This is an amulet your mother got from Master Ba. He said to use this temporarily to ward off evil and then investigate the cause later. It's not natural for a spirit to linger in our house like this. Something must have happened for that spirit to bother our house. The house Fuong's mother bought was from Mr. Tuan. Mr. Tuan had owned this house for a long time. But because he was old and his children had invited him to live in a new blessed house, he rented out his old house cheaply to earn some extra money for himself. He didn't want to burden his children, even though they were very filial. When he heard someone wanted to buy the house to live in, he was a bit hesitant. Since the incident 3 years ago, no one had dared to rent this house anymore. A few people had dared to try living in it, but after a few months, they had to move out because they were bothered by something every night and couldn't sleep. He kept asking Fuong's mother if she had thought carefully before deciding to buy this house. At first, Fuong's mother was also a bit hesitant, but she thought of her daughter's future. It wouldn't do for her to return to her poor hometown after 4 years of college. The future was too bleak. Besides, this house was sold cheaply, and there was still some money left over. She intended to use that money as a dowry when her daughter got married, and she lived an upright life, never doing anything against moral principles, so why should she fear ghosts? And finally, Fuong and her mother decided to move into this house. Holding the amulet in her hand, Fuong felt reassured as she went up to her room. They had lived here for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of constant disturbances. Around 1 or 2 a.m., there would be rustling sounds by the window. At first, she thought it was a cat or a mouse messing around. But when she approached the window, the sounds would completely stop. Ow! Not a single night could she sleep soundly. Every time she closed her eyes, a white shadow would appear in her dreams. The white shadow would chase her, seemingly wanting to say something, but Fuong couldn't hear it. It was like this every day. This nightmare appeared until Fuong woke up several times before she could fall back asleep. This time, with the amulet in hand, Fuong thought she would surely sleep well tonight. But everything was completely different from what she expected. At midnight, Fuong was quite tired from a pile of homework and presentations. She had spent almost 4 hours completing them. Closing her laptop, she thought she would quickly send a few texts to Nam, then go to sleep. But suddenly, the power went out. She quickly turned on her phone, opened the flashlight, and pointed it towards the door to go downstairs to find a candle to light. She wasn't used to being alone without light. But what was happening? The door couldn't open. Fuong tried to twist the doorknob, but it was stuck. Fuong called out, "Mom, something's wrong with my door. Mom, help me." There was no response from her mother. Suddenly, the wind blew strongly. and the 2 windows slammed shut repeatedly. The rustling sound Fu Wong had been hearing for the past few days grew louder and clearer. Fu Wong turned to look at the window, and a white shadow flitted past. Fu Wong's limbs became stiff. The shadow passed again. This time, Fu Wong couldn't be mistaken. It was the shadow that had been chasing her in her dreams. She knelt down and slowly backed towards the door. But her body at this moment felt paralyzed, heavy, unable to move. The shadow slowly appeared in front of Fu Wong, then approached her. It was a very young girl, with a small, pretty face, but her eyes held a profound sadness. Her 2 sorrowful eyes stared directly at Fu Wong. "Don't be afraid, sister. I don't mean you any harm. Oh, I've been bothering you these past few days because I want your help. But you and I are strangers. How can I help you? As long as you agree, I will guide you. Help this ghost. If I don't help it now, it will surely bother me for a long time. But if I agree to help it, will I be in danger? Why doesn't it ask others for help, but me? Many people have lived in this house before. So many confusing thoughts swirled in her head, but she decided to take a chance and accept to help, just to get through tonight. Okay, I agree to help you. But I have a few questions. Why me? And why didn't you ask for help directly from the beginning, but instead bothered me like this for 2 weeks? First, I'm asking for your help because the person who helps me must be a virgin. As for why, I will explain slowly. And why I only appeared to scare you today is because of the amulet. The amulet you brought up here helped you see me. I tried to ask for your help by appearing in your dreams, but you kept running away and wouldn't face me. Fu Wong was startled, looking at her laptop where she had temporarily placed the amulet. After finishing studying, I'll take it and stick it above my bed, she said. I don't understand what you're saying. My mother gave me that amulet, so you wouldn't bother me, didn't she? That's not a protective amulet like your mother said. On the contrary, it's a summoning amulet, used by powerful sorcerers to summon spirits. And when you hold this amulet, you can see spirits. That's why you can see me and talk to me. So what do I do now to help you? Behind this house, there's a flamboyant tree. I'm buried next to it. Now, please dig up my body. In my hand, there's a small blue pearl necklace. Please wear that necklace, and then you'll be able to see me. And now, I have to go. And please, please help me. I have a great injustice that I need your help with. Please. Pearl. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew, sending Fu Wong's hair flying into her face. And when she opened her eyes, no one was around. She suddenly got out of bed. Before she could compose herself, she heard a knock on the door. Fu Wong, bring the light up so I can open the door. At that moment, the power suddenly returned. Seeing her daughter's face pale and full of fear, covered in sweat, Fu Wong's mother ran over and grabbed Fu Wong's shoulders. What's wrong, dear? I heard you calling just now. What happened? Your face is so pale. A spirit appeared and asked for my help. And it said the amulet you gave me was a summoning amulet, not a protective amulet. Is that true, Mom? Why is it like that? You said it was a protective amulet. Did the master give you the wrong one? But let's deal with that later. Now Mom and I should go downstairs. From now on you sleep with me. Being alone is dangerous. I don't know when it will take you. After saying that, Fuong and her mother quickly went downstairs. Outside, the wind was still blowing in gusts. Around 1 a.m., suddenly there was a knock on the door. Fuong! It was Nai, Fuong's best friend. From inside, Fuong quickly ran to open the door, sticking her head out with messy hair and a tired, dazed face from the events of last night. Fuong grimaced. Why are you here so early? Class isn't until 7:30, you know. Oh, you. I came early to take you to breakfast. Why are you so grumpy? And you, my dear girl, woke up early just to cook lunch? Are you going or not? And why do you look so tired? Let me pinch you a bit. Let me tell you, 30 minutes later, both were in the school cafeteria. You sit here while I go get food. What do you want to eat? Sausage? I don't want to eat anything. And you, if you're ordering, order me a bottle of mineral water, okay? 5 minutes later, holding a bottle of cold mineral water, Nanchi gently bent down and handed the bottle to Fu, then asked, "What's wrong? You look like you had a nightmare last night." "Oh, I forgot. You always have nightmares." She giggled. "That mouth of yours." Fuong turned and glared at Nai. "I didn't see a ghost, I met one." Ning was surprised by Fuong's words and immediately asked, "You met what?" "You met a ghost? Are you serious? Last night it appeared and asked for my help. Are you telling me a joke, Fuong? Your story is too silly. It doesn't even make me laugh." Listening to Nai's tone, Fuong just wanted to turn and slap her. But suddenly a thought occurred to her. Ni had never been afraid of anything, especially ghost stories. Perhaps I can ask her to go with me to the flamboyant tree behind the house. Whatever happens, I have to go there to see the truth, whether the body of that ghost is buried there or not. If I don't do that, I probably won't be able to sleep peacefully. So, Fuang suddenly looked at Noji with a dangerous expression. "You don't believe me, do you? So, dare you come to my house tonight? I have something very interesting to show you." As Fuang spoke, she gave me a provocative look. "You want to show me a ghost? Fine. Dora? Fine. I want to see what a ghost looks like. Is she prettier than me? And if I come to your house and there's nothing, watch out." Nai laughed, her voice full of cunning, her eyes fixed on Fuong's chest. Seeing Ni's eyes fixed on her chest, Fuong blushed and quickly covered herself with both hands. "You... Didn't your mother choose your gender when she gave birth to you?" Ni continued to tease Fuong. "This is my hobby. Ever since you moved to the new house, I've missed you so much, like those nights when we lay next to each other." "Stop it!" "I don't understand how I can be friends with such a pervert." A little about their past. When they both got into college, Fuong had to rent a room. Then she became friends with Nai, and the two moved into a room together. They were as close as sisters, but every night, Nai had a strange habit. Every night before going to sleep, I have to touch and squeeze Fuong's 2 round fruits. Otherwise, I can't sleep soundly. At 8 p.m., Nai rode her somewhat old bicycle to Phuong's house. Phuong's alley was quite dark, but because Nai was naturally fearless, she strolled leisurely. The closer she got, the more excited Ni became. She walked and called out, "Phuong, I'm here. Phuong." Opened the door and led her friend inside. "Come in. Wait for me for a bit while I get some soft drinks, and then come up." Upstairs in Phuong's room, Nai sat down, her eyes scanning the room, seeing nothing strange except for a red square amulet placed next to the laptop. From downstairs, Phuong brought up 2 cans of soft drinks and 2 glasses filled with ice. She took one for herself and handed one to Nhai Dai. "Here, drink." Nai held the glass in her hand, took a sip, and her tone seemed to want to tease. "So, where's that female ghost? Bring her out so I can see her face and see if she's prettier than me." Nai immediately laughed. "No need to rush. Give me a moment while I call Nam over. The 3 of us can go together." "Go where?" "And what is this?" Nai asked, holding the amulet. Under the room light, the intricate, swirling Chinese characters on the amulet were visible. Phuong quickly slapped Nui's hand hard, making the amulet fall, then said in an annoyed tone, "You're playing with fire. Can't you sit still? Why are our hands always so fidgety?" Nai, having been slapped, looked at Phuong with mischievous eyes. Of course, the most attractive thing about Phuong, for an NIE, was nothing other than her plump breasts. Today, Phuong was wearing a thin white shirt. "Stop it, okay? I'll slap you for real. Be serious. What's so scary? And why do we need to call Nam over? You still haven't answered me what this is. This is a serious matter. We need a man to come along for safety. Just the 2 of us girls. I don't feel safe. This is called a summoning amulet. Whoever holds this amulet will see spirits. The ghost told me so." "You mean you can see ghosts? How interesting. But I don't see any ghosts. You want to see ghosts that much? If you wait longer, you might cry. But today, I won't show you the ghost's face. Instead, I'll show you something more interesting. This is the ghost's corpse." "Her corpse? Are you serious? Are you scared?" "I'm not sure if it's true or not. The ghost told me to dig up the land next to the flamboyant tree behind the house, and I would find her body. So wait a moment while I call Nam over." After saying that, Phuong immediately called Nam. "Nam, hurry over to my house. You still remember what I told you this morning, right?" On the other end of the line, Nam's voice echoed. "Ah, the story about the ghost and the flamboyant tree, right? Okay, I'll be right there. Do you need me to bring a shovel or a pickaxe? You can bring metal cutters too." 15 minutes later, Nam arrived at Phuong's house. He knocked on the door. "Phuong, I'm here. Phuong, I'm here." Phuong and Nek came out. "Holding the amulet. You're here. Are we ready to go?" Nai glanced at Nam and asked, "You seem very interested in this, Nam. I'm just worried about Phuong's safety. I didn't expect you to be here too." Nai didn't think much and replied to Nam, "Of course, I want to see the ghost's face. Girls with a tomboy personality like that. I don't understand how you still haven't found a boyfriend." Nam looked at Nai. "You don't look bad either. Why don't you change your personality? Maybe you'll find a husband later. Whether I get a husband or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Why do you keep talking about me like that? Do I owe you something? I'm just pitying you, you clumsy and flat-chested. Nam laughed loudly, continuing to tease. Now what? Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you, Nam. Their conversation grew increasingly intense, until Fuong had to scream. Will you two stop it? Both Nam and Ani looked at Fuong, who was seething. Nam swallowed hard, while Ni also pulled down her shirt, not forgetting to glare at Nam. Are you going with me now? Or are you just going to stand here and argue? Of course. Let me go get the shovel and cutters. Nam clumsily ran to his bike. Why are you so hot-headed? Calm down, I said, stroking Fuong's back. A moment later, the three followed a small path between Fuong's house and the neighbor's house, which soon led them to the back of Fuong's house. All the houses, including Fuong's, were surrounded by a barbed wire fence. Fuong's house was located right in the middle. Beyond the fence was a large empty plot of land. Standing in front of the barbed wire fence, Nam looked at it again. The fence formed an even round opening, just enough for one person to crawl through. Nam spoke. The two of you, who wants to go first? Nam waited, but no one moved. You two go ahead. There's nothing dangerous. Nam looked around, then turned to the two girls behind him. First Fuong crawled through, then Hai. Fuong looked around the empty land. So, I didn't see any flamboyant tree here last night. Look carefully, it's that one. Nam pointed to the distance in front of them. The moonlight illuminated the top of the flamboyant tree, and the wind blew, making the leaves rustle and sway, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden. Suddenly, Fuong felt a chill run through her. So, the ghost was right. There really is a flamboyant tree behind my house. So what do we do now? Go forward or turn back? I don't know. If we go forward now, the probability of digging up a body is very high. If we turn back, that ghost won't let me sleep peacefully. I think we should keep going. Just the three of us. If we're careful, it'll be fine. Besides, didn't you say the ghost wanted your help? It didn't. What if it's luring you here to harm you? I spoke, but she was also scared. What if something happens? Okay, let's keep going. Since we're here, we have to find out what's true. If there's really an injustice, then that ghost will seek me out for help. You go first. I'll be right behind you to ensure your safety. To be even safer, Nam turned on his phone's flashlight to light the way. Following Nam's words, Fuong and I picked up their phones, shone the lights on the ground, and started walking. Nam carried the shovel on his shoulder, constantly looking around cautiously. After a while longer, the three reached the flamboyant tree. When Nam shone his light, Fuong saw the undulating graves lurking in the phone's light. Oh my God, is this a cemetery? The three now shared a common feeling of unease. Fuong began to look for a way back. Let's go back. I'm scared. We've come this far. Let's just go for it. I don't think anything will happen. That's right. We've gone to all this trouble to come here. Let's just look around and see if we find anything. This remote, deserted place. I don't think anyone comes here. No need to be scared. Nai calmly said, "Okay. Then the three of us will search around the flamboyant tree. If you find anything, shout." The three began to search around the flamboyant tree. Fuang walked around, and for some reason, she felt a shiver. She saw a mound of earth that was slightly raised compared to the flat ground around it. She called out, "Nam Nai, come here. This spot of earth is a bit strange." Hearing that, Nai immediately replied, "This might be where the ghost said someone dug it up and buried it again." "So, should we dig here now?" Fuang hid behind Ni, her hands clutching Ni's shoulders. Then, gently nodded. Nam began to dig the mound of earth. For the first 10 minutes, he didn't see anything strange, except that this part of the earth seemed easier to dig because someone had dug it up before. After a few dozen more shovelfuls, a foul, rotten smell of decaying flesh began to emanate. Behind him, Fuang quickly raised her hand to cover her nose. Nam dug down about a few more centimeters. Nam's shovel hit something quite hard. Nam continued to dig, and it was a human skull. Nam stopped. Nam called the two girls behind him to come closer. "Yes, you two. Look, it's a human skull. It's real. It's a human body." Fuang screamed in fear, grabbing Nai's shoulders. "Dig up the rest. Let's see." Nai also, with a hint of fear, told Nam, following Ni's words. Nam continued to dig up the rest of the earth. 15 minutes later, in front of the three of them was a pit. At the bottom was a body that had almost completely decomposed. Only a few membranes of flesh clung to the bones, not yet dissolved. The body was buried face down, with both arms drooping, not like how a normal person would be buried. And, of course, on the right wrist of the corpse was a small blue pearl necklace. The wind suddenly picked up, and clouds gathered, obscuring the moonlight. Nam turned to Fuang. "What are you going to do now? Should we call the police?" "We definitely have to call the police. But I want to clarify a few things before calling. The ghost said it had an injustice it wanted me to help with, and to contact it, I had to wear that blue pearl necklace. Even though I'm very scared, I have to help it, Nam," Fuang said, suppressing her fear. "Okay, then I'll go down and get that pearl necklace for you." After saying that, Nam quickly jumped into the pit, sitting next to the corpse. Nam gathered all his courage, touched the corpse, and took off the pearl necklace. Perhaps the bravest thing Nam had ever done was not confessing his love to Fuang, but touching a dead body like that. And just as he was taking it off, he muttered, "Please don't come back to haunt me. I just want to help you. I don't mean any disrespect. Please forgive me." A moment later, Nam brought the pearl necklace up and handed it to Fuang. As soon as Fuang touched the pearl necklace, the wind suddenly howled, a very strong gust sweeping past, making the clouds that had obscured the moon fly away. "Why is the wind suddenly blowing so strongly?" Fuang looked at Nam, her face drained of color, her eyes staring blankly into the empty space in front of her. "It's her." "Yes, it's me. I'm glad you agreed to help." I followed your words and came here to dig up your body. What do I do now? Phuong nervously took 2 steps back. Nam stood there, not understanding what was happening. Look at Phuong. Phuong, who are you talking to? Phuong. Who? You don't see her? Phuong pointed forward. What? There's no one there. Just give her the pearl necklace. The ghost spoke up. Phuong handed the pearl necklace to Nai, and as Ni touched it, another gust of wind blew. This time, Ni clearly saw a white shadow hovering in the air, in front of her and Phuong. Ni was a little startled. She immediately asked, Who are you? I am Gok. I was buried here 3 years ago. But I was murdered, not sick. Who murdered you? Phuong then interrupted. 3 years ago, because my family was too poor, I came from the countryside to this city to find work. I found a job as a waitress in a restaurant. I rented a room to work and earn money to send back home. While working, I met a man named Sun. He was a regular at the restaurant. He was an English teacher at a language center in this city. He came to eat every day. Gradually, he got to know me and started pursuing me. He promised to find me a decent, high-paying job. At first, he treated me very well, spoiling me and loving me. I trusted him and moved in with him. The house you're living in is the house he and I used to live in. We lived together for a while, but he and I never slept in the same bed. I slept upstairs, and he slept downstairs. One evening, it was my birthday. He bought gifts, flowers, prepared many dishes, and even wine. After eating, I went upstairs to lie down, but I felt very sleepy. Although I didn't drink a single drop of wine in a daze. I felt a very heavy person pressing on me. I opened my eyes and saw him. He was forcing himself on me. I tried to resist. But how could a girl like me resist a perverted man lusting for me? I could only submit and let him do as he pleased. The next morning, I woke up and ran out of the room. I intended to call the police. He grabbed me and strangled me until I died. Even after taking my life, he didn't stop. Now, he defiled my corpse, then buried my body here in the dark. The next day, I wanted to take revenge on him, but I couldn't touch him. He seemed to have some magic that kept me trapped here. I can only appear around this area and this house, but I can't follow him. That's strange. Usually I hear that ghosts have supernatural powers and can go wherever they want and harm whoever they want, Nai said, looking quite calm. Phuong interrupted. I think he knows a little bit about magic. Once, I saw him use a charm to heal a neighbor's illness. So we are facing a murderer who is also a pervert and knows how to use black magic. That's right. I'm not his first victim. I think I've met 2 other girls. I think those 2 girls had similar fates to mine. Dealing with an ordinary person is easy, but dealing with someone who knows magic like him is really a problem. But there's someone who can help you too. Who is it? It's Master Ba. Master Ba. Wait, how do you know Master Ba? When I was alive, I had a condition where every time I focused on something, I would get a headache. It followed me from high school. Later, when I came here, because it affected my work, I looked for a doctor to treat it, but no matter how much medicine I took, it didn't go away. Finally, Uncle Tuan sent my sister and me to Master Ba. I went there to ask for his help. He gave me medicine to drink for 7 days, along with the pearl necklace I was wearing, and then I recovered. That pearl necklace was like my protective charm. What are you two doing here? You've been talking for so long that Nai and Fuong didn't notice Nam was staring at them. Take this, and you'll know who we were talking to. I threw the pearl necklace to Nam. Nam caught the pearl necklace in his hand. Nam tried his best to see, but of course, Nam couldn't see Engok. Are you messing with me? There's no one here. Nam sounded a bit annoyed, thinking they were playing a prank on him. What are you doing? Don't believe me. Ask your girlfriend here. Fuong, is she telling the truth? What did you two see? I don't know either. Why is it like this? Fuong looked up at Nangok. I told you. The person who helps me and can see me must be a virgin. He's a man, so how can he see me? Fuong asked Nangok, whose face was cold with sharp eyes looking at Nam. No, he's a man, so it's natural that he can't see me, even if he holds the pearl necklace. Nai tried to suppress her laughter. Now, the only way to help me is for you two to find Master Ba, then tell him my story. He will surely help me. After the conversation, Nam used the shovel to fill the excavated earth. The three returned to Fuong's room. Entering the house, Fuong's mother was waiting and asked, "Where did you kids go?" "I heard your voices outside just now." "Oh, hello, Auntie." "Ah, Nam, are you Fuong's boyfriend?" "Yes." "So where did you kids go?" "We just took a walk around." "Now we'd like to go up to the room." Then they all went up to Fuong's room. Nam sat down, annoyed because he didn't understand what had happened earlier. "Honestly, I don't understand. Did you two really see that ghost? Calm down. You can't see it because you're not a girl, right? So what are you planning to do now? Call the police?" "We can't do that yet. If you call the police, with just a skeleton dug up from a cemetery, and claim the witness is a ghost, who will believe you? They'll just accuse you of disturbing a corpse and intentionally making false accusations against an innocent person," Fuong said. "Fuong is right. You always talk about calling the police, when there's no evidence. So what should we do now to bring that killer, who's still at large, to justice?" "Of course not. Tomorrow, we'll go to Master Ba's house and ask him for help. Let's decide on that. Tomorrow, at 8 a.m., you two come here, and we'll go together. I want to stay here and sit with you tonight. It's been a long time since we talked, and I miss your scent too much." Ni smiled, sitting closer and hugging Fuong, burying her head in Fuong's body. "You can stay the night, but if you touch me, I'll make you sleep on the floor." "Oh, I know. It's so annoying. You keep saying it." Nai chuckled softly. But, of course, he wouldn't leave Fuong alone. It's never easy to break a habit. The next morning, while Nai was still asleep, Fuong woke up early, unable to sleep because of the events of yesterday. After washing her face, Fuong went out to the yard. Her mother was sweeping the yard. She quickly ran over and grabbed the broom her mother was holding, gently taking it from her. Fuong smiled. "Mom, let me sweep." Why are you awake so early? Today is Sunday. Aren't you going to sleep in a little more? Did you sleep well last night? Did that strange thing bother you? No. Mom, can I ask you to do something for me? What is it? Where is Master Ba's house, Mom? I want to go there to ask for another amulet. Actually, it didn't bother me last night, but I need to ask for another amulet to be safe. You can ask Master Ba, and later I'll give you the address. Now, I need to go into the kitchen and fry some eggs for the kids. Come eat breakfast when you're done, okay? Oh, one more thing. Well, what is it, Mom? That Nem guy looks decent. What's his personality like? Based on his appearance, I'd give him 5 points. If he's suitable, consider him for the long term. Don't quarrel with people. It's a shame. So, Mom is old now. How will I hold a grandchild? If not, then when I die, I won't even have one. Where will I get the strength to help you cook? Phuong's mother went on and on. Mom, you're teasing me again. I'm mad at you. Phuong's mother just smiled kindly and stroked her daughter's head. Don't eat later, okay? Anyway, I'm going inside now. From inside the house, Nia emerged, rubbing her eyes, her voice raspy, calling out, Phuong, can I borrow some of your clothes? Yeah. I didn't go home last night and couldn't shower, and I don't have anything to change into. You lazy girl, you're awake. Last night I told you not to touch me, but you still did it, didn't you? It seems you didn't get enough sweeping from Mom, so you're still not disciplined. Calm down, okay? I did what I did for a reason. What reason? Oh, well. Anyway, I'm going in first. You take your time coming in later. You stand right there, girl. At 8 a.m., Nam arrived at Phuong's house. As planned, the three friends held the address of Master Ba's house that Phuong's mother had given them. The three took a taxi to the neighboring district to find the Master's house. Master Ba's house was deep in an alley. To get there, they had to cross a river. Sitting on the ferry, Phuong asked the ferryman about Master Ba's background. What kind of person is Master Ba? The ferryman, while rowing, slowly replied, Master Ba used to be a sorcerer who later moved to this small village. He always helped countless people who were bothered by evil spirits. Before, this place was a cemetery. Not many people lived here. Later, many people moved here, but they couldn't avoid strange occurrences, like this section of the river we're crossing now. Whenever a boat approached this area, the next day, that person would be gone. And the day after, their body would be found floating in the river. Since the Master came here, he used his magic to eliminate the demon hiding in this river. He said it was a person who was murdered and thrown into the river. Because it died unjustly, it wanted to take revenge on anyone who came near this river. Besides exorcising ghosts and helping people, he also treated illnesses. Other masters treated with amulets, but Master Ba treated with herbs and traditional medicine, like ancient healing. After hearing the story, Phuong's group of 3 arrived at the other side of the river. Then they walked a bit further and reached a house. In the spacious front yard, there were a few ceramic potted plants arranged neatly. Behind the house was a herb garden with many kinds of plants. Master Ba's house wasn't very large, but it was quite spacious, if only one person lived there. Master Ba, are you home? Fuang knocked on the door. From inside, a man around 60, with white hair and beard, but an imposing and dignified presence emerged. He was still very healthy and agile, showing no signs of being a 60-year-old. He opened the door with a smile. You kids are here? Come in. Come in. I've been waiting for you. You were waiting for us, Master? Yes, I knew you would come. Master Ba smiled, pouring 4 cups of tea and handing them to the 3. Then he slowly spoke. I know. And you are Fuang, aren't you? Yes. A few days ago, your mother came here to ask for an amulet to ward off evil, right? Yes, Master. I asked your mother for your age, date of birth, time of birth, and fate. And I know there's a spirit following you, based on your destiny. Your destiny is to help spirits. In 10 years, you will face a great calamity. But if you help a spirit, you will overcome that ordeal. That's why I intentionally gave you that amulet, so you could meet that spirit. You're very powerful, Master. So, he can see the ghost. The Master then said, that spirit wants your help. Tell me what it wants. Fuang showed Master Ba the blue pearl necklace she was wearing, and recounted how the 3 of them met Ongok, and how Ongok was harmed. Seeing the pearl necklace on Fuang's hand, Master Ba was startled. 3 years ago, a young girl came here. I gave her medicine to treat her chronic headaches. I gave her medicine and a pearl necklace. Seeing her demeanor, I guessed she would encounter a great misfortune. I never expected her to leave and never return. It's truly heartbreaking. So what should we do now, Master? We must report the murderer to the authorities for legal punishment and release the girl's soul so she can reincarnate. Do you agree to help the girl? But how can we catch him without evidence? The police won't believe us. Then we must find a way for him to turn himself in. Acknowledge his guilt. How, Master? We must ask the girl to help. Come here, you two. Master Ba called Fuang and Nai closer. Yeah, Jane. As Fuang and Ni approached, Master Ba took a small needle and pricked Fuang's fingertip, then placed his index and middle fingers on hers, pressing their palms together. With his other hand, he used his index and middle fingers to touch and hold her forehead. Then the master muttered something, and blood from Fuang's fingertip dripped onto the blue pearl necklace. Similarly, the master did the same with Nai. Then the master said, now, you two can see the girl. And even more, the girl can possess your bodies, if you agree. But remember one thing. When she possesses you, the person facing you will see her face, not yours. And you, young man, come here. Master Ba called Nam closer. Nam stood up, slowly walked over and sat down. If this is left to just 2 girls, with their gentle hands, it might be difficult. So, we really need a man to be by their side to support them. Now, I will open your spiritual sight. You will be able to see the girl's spirit. Of course, even without Master Ba saying it, Nam would always be by Fuang's side, protecting her. The master took out a small glass bottle from his pocket, filled with powder. He instructed Nam to close his eyes. Then he continued to use his index and middle fingers, placing them across Nam's eyes, muttering a few incantations. Suddenly, the master shouted, "Open!" After everything, Master Ba called Foong aside into a room. Follow me into this room. In the room, Master Ba took out a small old silver coin from a small black box and gave it to Fu Wang. Master Ba said, "Take this coin and keep it with you. I am giving it to you to protect against spirits who die tragically. They often have a strong desire for revenge. I'm afraid that girl will do anything for revenge. Whenever you feel you're losing control, throw this coin at the person possessed, or wherever it is, throw it there. It will immediately be sealed for a short time. Then I will come, and we will find a way to deal with it later." After that, Master Ba and Fuang stepped out. In his hand, the master held 4 yellow talismans and 4 large white candles, which he gave to Fuang's group. "Tonight, at exactly 12 a.m., place these 4 talismans at the 4 corners of the house, put the 4 candles on top of the talismans, and light them. Place some of the girl's earth in the middle of the house and summon her soul. When the girl comes, the seal will be broken. Then the girl will be free. You understand, right?" "Yes, Master." "Then we will go home. But may I ask one more thing?" Master Ba chuckled and said, "What is it?" "Just ask." "Master, you live here alone? No wife or children?" Master Ba stroked his white beard and recounted, "When I was young, I was afflicted with a terrible illness that left me half dead. My mother took me to many healers, but they all gave up. Finally, the person who saved me was a sorcerer. I seemed to have a connection with that master. Before I knew it, he accepted me as his disciple, teaching me magic to help those possessed by evil spirits. During that time, I also had a fellow disciple. His name was Tu Hoi. The 3 of us traveled all over the country, from south to north, to practice and accumulate virtue. But doing this work, one must live alone. No outsiders should live with you to avoid harming them. That's why none of the 3 of us got married. Well, my life only had one companion, and that was my fellow disciple who studied with me under our master. After our master passed away, I moved to this small village, and my fellow disciple went somewhere unknown. After that, Fuang's group said goodbye to the master and left. Returning home, Nam went to the back of Fuang's house, to the spot where Ungok was buried. Nam dug up the grave again, took a piece of earth, and kneaded it with the pearl necklace to give to Fuang. From there, the 3 gathered in Fuang's room, placing the 4 talismans and 4 candles at the 4 corners of the room. Fuang said, "It's 11:45 p.m. now. 15 more minutes until 12 a.m. Then we will summon Ungok's soul. Weldy will summon Ungok's soul. Until now, what needs to be done is to approach the killer and make him confess. Do you have a plan yet? Earlier, Njai and I discussed it. I will go to that language center, find him, and enroll in a course for him to tutor Nachi and me. Are you crazy? That's like opening yourself up to danger. That's exactly what we want. Ni and I will be the bait to lure him. When he falls into the trap, I will let Ongok possess me and then capture him for his crime. No, you can't do that. It's too dangerous. I know you won't agree, so I have a better plan. While we're studying with him, we'll buy a miniature camera. You'll monitor our entire process of studying with him. If you see anything dangerous for us, you'll intervene immediately." Nam gently held Fuang's hand. Phuong, this is extremely dangerous. You must be very careful. We are dealing with a killer, not an ordinary person. If something happens to you, how can I live? Oh, he's still alive and well right here. You two are being so romantic. Just stop it, you're annoying me. Hey, then you deserve it. Phuong laughed teasingly. Oh, my best friend. She's already found a boyfriend and abandoned me. Do you know how I feel? Never mind. You're as gentle and lovely as Phuong. So someone would have snatched you up long ago. You haven't been married for one night. And you're already complaining. Nam still teased me. But then it was almost 12 a.m., preparing to summon Ungok. Phuong quickly stopped them. At 12 a.m., the three began to light the candles and talismans in the four corners of the room, exactly as Master Ba had instructed. Phuong then put Ungok's earth in the middle of the four candles and began to burn it. As the clock struck 12, Phuong stood next to Niaye and Nam, loudly reciting, wondering, "Soul, where are you? Let go of your sorrow and come here." Nai Nam then turned, their eyes wide with surprise, looking at Phuong. "What are you reading, Phuong?" "Where did you get that?" Ni immediately asked. "I just made it up. I watched movies and saw those sorcerers. Whenever they wanted to summon a spirit, they would recite an incantation. And besides, I just recited something to summon a spirit." Phuong explained, looking innocent. "You're scaring me a little bit," Nam also chimed in. "Spirit, you are wandering here. Thank you for calling me to this place." Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, and the wind blew strongly. The sound of the wind sweeping through Phuong's room, that echoing sound, lingered for a while. Downstairs, Angok's spirit appeared, causing Phuong to shiver with fear. This time, probably because it was the third time, Phuong was no longer afraid. As for Nai, she was naturally bold, and not to mention, she had met Ingok once at the flamboyant tree, so she wasn't surprised. As for Nam, this was his first time, and although he was a man, Nam had never been so afraid of a girl like this. He took a few moments to make sure he wasn't mistaken. But how could he be mistaken when the white shadow hovering downstairs was indeed Dengo? "Hello, sisters. And now, is it my voice?" "Yes. If you call, I'll answer." "Oh, you just called randomly." "You mean you answered?" "You intentionally answered to scare them, didn't you?" "Actually, ordinary people wouldn't hear my voice." Angok chuckled. "Hello, brother. Why are you so quiet?" Angok looked at Nam. "Perhaps he thinks I'm too pretty," Nam stammered, flustered. "This is the first time I've met you. I don't know what to say." "But you really are pretty." Phuong pinched Nam's side hard, making Nam jump, and said to Nok, "He thinks you're pretty. Why don't you two go together?" "Really? Then I'll go sightseeing with Nam, okay?" "Oh, no, I won't go. I still love life and want to live. I don't want to meet my ancestors soon." "Oh, Phuong, you love life. You don't love him." "Only I love you unconditionally." Ni immediately clutched Phuong's hand and hugged her. "No, that girl is pretty, but not as pretty as you. I only love you. You smooth talker, Engok. So now you're free. Can you go home? I'll only truly be free when I've taken revenge on that scoundrel. Only then can I reincarnate." Angok said sadly, "Angok, you can choose to take revenge or let him face legal punishment." he deserves to die. But justice has enough power to judge. Don't create more karma. Let the police handle it. Justice? Where was justice when he harmed me? Where was justice when he wasn't punished for 3 years and still lived peacefully outside? If I hadn't met you, would his evil deeds have been exposed? Or would many other girls be lured by him, just like me? There is no such thing as justice in this world, sister. If I kill him now, it's too easy for him. Death is the end. If so, why not let him live a life worse than death? Let him be tormented. Let him be haunted by his own sins, just like you were, until he dies. Ni tried to help Phuong persuade Ongok. But after a moment of thought, Ongok said, "Okay, I'll temporarily listen to you two. But if justice can't punish him, I'll take matters into my own hands. If so, will you help me carry out the plan?" After explaining her plan to Ongok, everyone was ready to act. But they didn't know that things wouldn't be as simple as they thought. The next morning, Phuong's group began to execute their plan. Nam went to buy a miniature camera. Phuong and I would go to the center to find Sun. Inside the center, Inyai and Phuong approached the staff member at the counter. "Hello, sister. My friend wants to find a tutor to study English." "Hello, two of you. Our center is one of the best service providers in the city. Customers with money are free to choose the time, teacher, place, and the number of tutors as requested. The service fee is also quite reasonable, suitable for students like you. So please give us some information and your requirements. Yes, we want to find a tutor for 1 month. Money is not an issue. Only the quality of teaching matters. I heard there's a teacher named Sun here who's very good, right, sister?" "Oh, Teacher Sun is our most popular teacher at the center. But if you want to invite him to teach, the fee is a bit high." "That's fine, sister. We don't care about money." "Okay, then please, fill in your information here. I'll give you Teacher Sun's phone number to contact him and discuss the specifics." "Yes, thank you, sister." At 4 p.m., Phuong's group met at a coffee shop opposite the English Language Center. "Did you buy the camera yet?" "I bought it. It looks like a button. It's very convenient to attach to clothes. That way, I can easily observe everything around. Because now I'm going to call him to set the location and time." "Where should we choose?" "My dorm room. My dorm room has very few people. Mostly workers rent there, so they usually come home very late. That way, it would be convenient for him and easier to lure him," Ni suggested. "That's a good idea. The location is Naichi's dorm room. The time, I think it should be from 9 to 10 p.m. Now, the rest is up to Ongok." "Who just mentioned my name?" Ongok startled Nam. "What are you doing?" "Let me join too," she spoke, while hovering around, making Phuong and Ni's hair fly around, even though there was no wind around. Then, suddenly, Ingok bumped into Nam's coffee cup, making it fall and shatter. Everyone in the shop stared at the phenomenon happening at Phuong's table. Nam quickly cleaned up, stammering, "What happened? I swear, it's not real." Only then did everyone's eyes turn away from Phuong's table. The waiter quickly ran over to clean the coffee cup and bring another cup. "Oh, Oh, Gok, don't mess around. You're scaring everyone. Fuong sighed, looking at Nam's spirit. It's been so long since I could freely fly around like this. The feeling of freedom is truly precious. Ngok then smiled. Now everything is ready. Camera, location, time. The only thing left is to confirm Sun's response. Then we'll take the next step. Ngok will always be by my side and knees. Okay? When he comes, he'll tell me if it's him or not. Fuong then came to Ni's dorm room, while Nam watched from a coffee shop opposite the dorm, his laptop clearly displaying the blurry images from the camera installed on Fuong's shirt collar. To avoid the curious eyes of others, he had to find a hidden corner of the shop. At 9 p.m., there was a knock on Ni's door. She ran out to open it. Are you teacher's son? Yes, I am. Are you the two who wanted me to come here to tutor you? Yes, please come in, teacher. As he stepped inside, Sun immediately looked around, and his eyes stopped at Fuong. Fuong's beauty instantly captivated him. Are you okay? Ah, yes. I'm fine. He looked at Fuong with a lustful gaze, and a dark plan formed in his mind, revealing his inherent perverted nature. He licked his lips, his mouth watering, his eyes marking his prey right in front of him. All of these behaviors were captured by Nam through the camera. So, this is definitely the pervert who harmed Ngok 3 years ago. Inside the room, as soon as she saw teacher's son enter, Ngok immediately recognized him. Her eyes burned with hatred. Ngok lunged and slapped teacher's son, making him stumble. Fuong quickly rushed to help him. Are you okay, teacher? I'm fine. It must be that the old house is slippery and I'm wearing socks, so I just slipped. Who would dare to touch me like that? He thought to himself, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted, because he paid more attention to Fuong at this moment. Fuong sat close to him, giving him more opportunities to observe Fuong's smooth and full body, which made him even more determined to possess Fuong. A moment later, Nai brought out a plate of fruit and 2 glasses of water. She placed them on the table. Nearly began to introduce them. I'm Nai, and this is Fuong. We're both students from the countryside. We're quite weak in this subject, so we had to come to the center to find a tutor. From now on, we hope you can help us. Of course, you don't need to worry about that. In just 1 month, your English level will surely be different. Now, let's start studying, shall we? After the lesson, Sun stayed for a while to find a way to approach Fuyong. He began to gather information. That's enough for today. You two are quite quick learners. Not bad at all. But do you want to improve faster? How, teacher? I'll tutor you both outside of official class hours, and I won't charge you. What do you think? Oh, that would be great. I can't believe you're so kind. Okay, then come to my house tomorrow night. My place is spacious and comfortable. You'll learn more there. Hearing this, all 3 girls knew something was wrong. Ngok immediately warned Fuong, don't listen to him. He's very dangerous if we go there. Fuong, having heard Ngok's words clearly, still pretended nothing was wrong to avoid suspicion. To your house, teacher? Oh, but we can study here too. Can't we? Teacher, of course you can study here. But this dorm room is too small. I intend to teach you too, using projectors to make the lessons more lively. And those projectors are at my house. Besides, my house is very spacious, so just come. Don't be shy. But if you're shy, then so be it. You can ask for another tutor. I've always taught with projectors, not used to teaching with books like this. My materials are all on my computer. You too can contact the center. We are just two ordinary students now. If we refuse, the plan will fail, and the killer will escape. But if we agree, Fuong and Naji are clearly putting themselves in a dangerous situation. Son's intention and words were clear. He was targeting Fuong. If Fuong went to his house, she would surely not return unharmed. Before she could answer, Ni suddenly spoke up. That's fine too. We'll go to your house tomorrow night, teacher. Okay, then come at 9 p.m. tomorrow night. Here's the address. Oh. Ding Jay. On Child. When you get there, the biggest house is mine. Otherwise, you can ask the neighbors. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, girls. After Teacher Sun left, Fuong quickly pulled Nai aside. How dare you? It's clearly a trap, and anyone would know it's a trap. But if we don't agree, we'll lose our chance. I know it's a trap, but we just need to be careful with his tricks. Outside, Nam, who had seen Teacher Sun leave the dorm area, immediately ran over. So, how was it? Is everything okay? Not okay at all. He wants to lure us to his house. Did you agree? Yes. Tomorrow at 9 p.m., we'll go to his house. So, tomorrow, we'll follow the plan we discussed, right? And earlier, it was lucky he didn't know Ongok was hitting him. I can't blame Ongok. And if it were me, I would have also lunged at his neck. Not gently like Engok. That guy kept looking at me as if he wanted to eat me alive. If not for you guys, I would have killed him already, Ongok said angrily. Ill. Meanwhile, on his way home, Sun's mind was filled with images of Fuong. He vaguely imagined incredibly perverse scenes. He felt a strong desire for Fuong. But suddenly, he remembered something that made him stop, pushing him back, something even more familiar. It was the blue pearl necklace on Fuong's hand. The group made a fatal mistake. Fuong was still wearing the pearl necklace, and at this moment, none of them had noticed it. Teacher Sung suddenly realized something. His mouth twisted, his face darkened. He muttered to himself, "It's going to be a fun party." Sun walked and hummed a perverse tune. Back at Ni's dorm room, while they were all talking, suddenly they heard a thud from next door, as if something had fallen. Nam immediately asked, "Who's there?" There was no answer. They all cautiously walked to Nai's dorm room and saw a girl who had just stumbled and fallen. Fuong quickly rushed over. "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" The next morning, as planned, Fuong and Nai went to Sun's house, while Nam continued to monitor them from a distance. After a while, Fuong and Nai found a large mansion, but it was located in a remote, somewhat deserted area. Standing in front of the gate, Fuong pressed the doorbell. A loud chime echoed from inside the house. Sun ran out. "You two are here? Come in. Make yourselves at home." Sun greeted them cheerfully. As they entered the house, both Fuong and I felt goosebumps. The quiet space was extremely eerie. Many evil spirits were gathering here. She tried to appear calm, but deep inside, she felt a sense of unease. Come sit down. Don't be shy. Make yourselves comfortable. Here, have some fruit juice, girls. It's good for your health and skin. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Fuang and I were very cautious, hesitant to drink. Drink it. It's delicious. I made it myself. Didn't buy it. Continuously pressured, Fuang reluctantly took a sip. Now, let's study, shall we, girls? Teacher, before we start, can I ask you a question? What is it? 3 years ago, did you know a girl named Angok? Oh, why are you asking me that, Nissy? She was the girl who was murdered, wasn't she? What are you talking about? If you're still pretending not to remember, then look. Do you recognize this necklace? Suddenly, the wind howled. The lights flickered for a moment, then came back on. Angok had possessed Fuang. Her face was pale, filled with resentment, her eyes burning with hatred. You scoundrel, do you recognize me? Teacher Sun was startled. He rushed over to Fuang. He laughed loudly and said, "You think you can scare me, girl? I didn't expect you to be as naive as these two girls. I saw you as soon as I walked in. You dog, you'll die." Hawk, possessing Fuang, lunged at Sun, intending to attack. But as soon as she touched Sun, Ingok was thrown back unconscious. You are truly naive, Angok. You can't touch me. You're just a ghost. And if I haven't told you yet, I'm a sorcerer. You dog, you'll get what's coming to you. I curse you. Let's see what retribution you'll face. Now, stand still so I can deal with this girl. Oh, and thank you for bringing these two girls here. With that, Sun pulled a talisman from his pocket and threw it at Nangok, simultaneously chanting loudly, "Seal!" as the talisman touched her. Fuang collapsed, her head spinning. Angok's soul was thrown out of Fuang's body. She was trapped in a magic circle, floating in mid-air, unable to move. Teacher Sun slowly walked towards Fuang and sat down. He gently stroked Fuang's cheek. "You're so beautiful, Fuang, and you smell so good. I love your scent." Oh, Nat, help me. Nat, who had been drugged by a smoothie containing anesthetic, was lying unconscious. Fuang weakly tried her best to reach the door to escape, but she couldn't because her body had just been possessed by Angok. There was no anesthetic in Fuang's drink, but the amount poured did not make her faint. Everything was within Sun's calculations. Seeing Fuang trying to escape through the door, Teacher Sun stopped her. He flipped Fuang over, pressed down on her, then licked her from her ear to her chest. His hands tore open Fuang's shirt, revealing her firm breasts. Outside the villa, seeing what was happening, Nam quickly rushed to Fuang's side, smashing the door open and barging in. Nam saw Teacher Sun about to strip off Fuang's remaining clothes. Nam shouted loudly, "Let go of her, or I'll kill you." "Oh, so I have an ally who wants to kill me. Come play fair with me." Nam immediately lunged at Teacher Sun, his hands swinging, punching Sun in the face. Sun staggered back, dodged, and returned a kick. Nam reacted just as quickly, stepping back. Then Nam lunged, elbowing Sun in the chest. Teacher Sun quickly dodged, easily catching Nam's hand. He then swiftly kicked Nam in the stomach. Oing tingle. Nam quickly grabbed Sun's leg, leaving him standing on one leg. Nam then used his leg to sweep Sun's remaining leg, making Sun lose his balance and fall to the ground. Sun spit out blood. Nam continued to lunge at Sun. But this time, Sun did not wait for a direct fight. Suddenly, he shouted, "My soldiers, stop him!" Unexpectedly from behind, the figures of soldiers in black quickly rushed out, attacking Nam fiercely. Nam lost his balance and fell, hitting his head on the ground, then losing consciousness. Sun sat up, rubbing his hands together, looking at the battlefield around him. The two girls lay motionless, and Nam was also unconscious. He looked up at the sky and laughed. "A bunch of kids trying to mess with me. You're just a bunch of children. I'll prepare a feast for you all." After that, he tied up Ni and Nam and left them in a corner. As for Fuang, he tore off Fuang's shirt, leaving her completely naked, only covering her private part. He wanted to leave the best parts for when Nam and Ni woke up. He continued to tie Fuang's hands and feet, then hung her suspended in the middle of the room. It wasn't high, but enough so that Fuang's feet didn't touch the ground. Around her, he set up a projector, displaying the entire scene of the room, recorded by the camera installed at the door. A few minutes later, Fuang's group gradually regained consciousness. Realizing that a piece of cloth covered their private parts, they all screamed loudly. "You bastard! What are you doing? Let me go! Hey, little girls! You bastard! Let Fuang go! You're so good? Let me go, and I'll fight you fairly. Don't be so dirty. Even tied up like this, you can still shout. But never mind. Just sit still and watch how I serve your girlfriend." Fuang, lying beside unconscious Nan, could only helplessly cry out, "Oh, we have a guest I completely forgot about." He slowly glanced towards the distance on the ceiling. "I'll make sure to settle this with Angok if I learn the spell." Angok, eyes burning with hatred, looked at Sun. "Don't bother, we already know each other. I sent your soul to peace a long time ago, Angok. But you're truly naive and foolish. Why did you come with these kids to seek revenge on me? A mistake." Then he slowly walked closer to Fuang. One hand lifted Fuang's chin, the other stroked her body. "Didn't you come to study today? We'll study with the projector. See, there's your image." Sun smiled and pointed at the screen on the wall. Fuang shivered, curling up, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she only wanted to bite her tongue and kill herself rather than let this pervert touch her. Sun continued to lick his lips, making a long trail from her face to her chest. Nam could only writhe and scream, "You dog! Let go of her. Don't touch her. Let her go. This is just the warm-up. I've prepared a better show for you to watch. Calm down, young man. What do you think if I strip off your girlfriend's clothes now?" Then he reached out to pull Fuang's pants. As he touched Fuang, suddenly a man's voice echoed, with an extremely majestic tone. "You demon! Stop!" Sun turned around, realizing that a righteous person with inner power was approaching. He was surprised. "Who are you? Why are you here? And you, why are you here?" Sun looked in confusion at the girl standing next to him. then saw the shadows of two strangers approaching. Ni secretly rejoiced. Master Ba is here. I am here to exterminate you, demon. I am a practitioner of the way. I will not help those who use evil for wicked purposes. Hurry, let them go. Shut up, old man. Who are you to preach to me? And you, traitor, you're the one who led this old man here to ruin my plans. Do you recognize me? Yes. I asked Master Ba to come here to kill this beast who harms innocent girls with black magic like you. I've been watching you for a long time. Today will be your death anniversary. Flashback to last night. After Fuong's group went to the back of the house, Ni saw a girl who had stumbled and fallen. Fuong quickly rushed to help the girl. Who are you? Why are you hiding here? I am Han. I've been following Sun, and I wanted to warn you too. That's enough for now. Let's go inside and talk. After entering the house, Ni gave Han a glass of water. I still don't understand who you are, why you're tracking Sun, and what you want to warn us about. I am his ex-girlfriend. He and I dated for a year. Many times he demanded sex, but I adamantly refused. One time, when we went out, he drugged me, and what happened happened. After that, I broke up with him and followed him to find evidence of his crimes to report to the police, to prevent other girls from being deceived like me. And then, I overheard your conversation with him. He has evil intentions towards you too. You shouldn't go to his house. So that's how it is. But you know, I'm also looking for evidence to bring him to justice. So I decided to go to his house. And what about you? 3 years ago, a girl was harmed by him. Just like you. She asked for our help. Where is that girl? She's dead, sister. Dead. She's dead. Then you can help us. Yingok's spirit appeared. She's here right now. But why did she die? After he defiled her, the girl intended to report him to the police, but he killed her unexpectedly. And with you, he even wanted to take responsibility and marry you, but you refused and demanded a breakup. Did he let you go because of that? Han then remembered, oh, we have an idea. This is Master Ba's address. Take this and find the master. Back to the present. In the large space of the room, Master Ba clearly felt a huge evil energy covering everything. This was clearly not a normal place like other rooms. Suddenly, Master Ba discovered that Ongok was tied by a seal, floating in a room. He took out a talisman from his pocket, squeezed it tightly, then shouted, "Raise the seal!" Then he threw the talisman towards Ongok. In a split second, the seal was broken. A stream of black energy suddenly erupted, then dissolved. The talisman also ignited, then disappeared. Seeing his seal easily broken, Sun was astonished. So you're a sorcerer. It seems I've met a formidable opponent today. Don't talk nonsense. Release the girl. If you want to save this girl, then come here and save her. With that, Sun pulled out a knife from his pocket and lunged straight at Master Ba. Master Ba also lunged. As he approached Sun, the master suddenly spun lightly, dodging the knife. Now, the positions of the two had swapped. Master Ba shouted, "Angok Han, quickly come here. Get away from him." Immediately, Han and Dok ran to Master Ba. When Han reached Fuang, Han quickly asked, "Are you okay, sister?" "In my back pocket, there's a folding knife." "Take it out, sister." Han took a knife from Fuang's pants pocket and cut the ropes to free Fuang, then ran to Nachi and Nam. "You two, bear with it for a bit. I'm cutting your ropes now." After everyone was rescued, Nam lunged and hugged Fuang. "Fuang, are you okay? I'm useless. Seeing you like this, I couldn't do anything." Nam hugged Fuang back, gently stroking her hair, then lightly kissed her forehead. Fuang's eyes welled up, and she wrapped her arms around Nam, crying like a child. Nam felt something soft brush against him. Nam looked down, seeing what every man in the world would once want to see. Fuang's full round breasts, white as grapefruit blossoms. Nam swallowed hard, realizing something was wrong. Fuang blushed, looking at Nam. "Nam, what are you looking at?" "Oh, I'm not looking at anything. It's just too big." "What's big?" "No, I didn't say anything." On this side, Master Ba stood opposite Sun. "Now I give you two choices. One is to surrender, submit, and accept the law's punishment for the crimes you committed. 2. I will let the girl you harmed 3 years ago take revenge. You should remember, if you surrender, you still have a chance to start over. But if you're stubborn, I can't guarantee your life." Hearing that, Sun burst out laughing. "Old man, you're too old and senile. I choose a third option. I will send all of you to the underworld. And now, enjoy the show." With that, Sun pulled out 2 talismans from his pocket, chanting, "Fire Leaf Spirit." Suddenly, the 2 talismans in Sun's hand burst into flames, forming 2 dark green fireballs. The 2 talismans flew straight towards Master Ba, but Master Ba quickly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Hold the fire! Art reveal!" Master Ba's hand suddenly glowed. The 2 fireballs, as they approached, immediately vanished as Master Ba waved his hand fiercely. They quickly turned into a small ball of smoke. "Very good, old man. You truly are a master. It seems I can't underestimate you anymore." This time, Sun took out a packet of powder containing tiny particles. Sun threw the powder into the air, clasped his hands together, and chanted, "Illusion Magic Review." Suddenly, the wind howled, scattering the tiny particles everywhere. The surrounding space was distorted, blurry, and illusory. Then, a series of spirits and ghostly soldiers appeared. Sun smiled sinisterly. "Old man, let's see how strong your inner power is. Can you break this illusion magic of mine?" Seeing the illusion magic appear, Master Ba was startled. "This magic, how can he do it?" Master Ba was deep in thought. Sun waved his hand and shouted, "Soul-piercing dark magic." Immediately, thousands of sharp needles, covered in a black, dark green aura, suddenly appeared and flew towards Master Ba. Attacked by surprise, Master Ba quickly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Golden body protection." Suddenly, Master Ba's body was enveloped by a circle of light. The sharp needles, as soon as they touched him, immediately vanished into thin air. Master Ba was now in a defensive stance. Sun immediately launched a flurry of attacks. He pulled out a white talisman and shouted, Ghost imprisonment seal, reveal. Then he threw the talisman straight at Master Ba. Immediately, the protective circle was shattered, and another dark aura enveloped the Master's body, paralyzing him. Seeing Master Ba trapped, Thuong panicked. Only Power. Oh no, what do we do? Immediately, Master Ba shouted. Thuong, the coin I gave you. Remember the old coin Master Ba gave you earlier? Understanding what Master Ba wanted her to do, Thuong quickly pulled out the coin from her pocket and threw it at Sun. The coin hit the dark aura surrounding Master Ba, which suddenly disappeared, and Sun spat out blood, flying backward. He stumbled to his feet, clutching his chest, blood dripping from his mouth, his eyes wide and red. Old man, today I will risk my life with you. If I don't die, you will. Suddenly, Sun opened his mouth wide and looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath, then screamed. Forbidden art, ghost god unification. Around him, spirits and ghostly soldiers flew from somewhere and possessed him. More precisely, his body was absorbing the ghostly soldiers. Sun had transformed into a demon. His body was now covered in a dark, purple aura. His eyes, blood red like a demon. Ghost God unification. This is forbidden magic. How do you know this magic? Who taught you? This is the most powerful magic my master taught me. Your master is too hot, isn't he? You know my master? From the very beginning, when you performed the illusion magic, I already suspected. Now that you're using this forbidden magic, I'm certain the one who taught you is too hot. How could he risk teaching you this magic? Ghost God unification is forbidden magic. Once used, the body gradually loses spiritual power over time. If used for 10 minutes, the internal organs will bleed and the user will die instantly. I don't care how you know my master. I just care that you must die now. Sun's voice became raspy and monstrous. Immediately, Sun vanished, leaving only a lingering afterimage. He rushed towards Master Ba with a powerful blow. Struck, Master Ba fell heavily to the ground, then staggered. Sun then flew towards Ni and Nam, kicking them both, making them fall and spit out blood. With another kick, he stood directly in front of Thuong, still with that perverted, lustful expression. He looked at Thuong. Ah, I'll suck all your life force, dear. Han, from behind, suddenly grabbed the folding knife and lunged, stabbing it into Sun's chest. But it seemed to have no effect. He gently flicked his hand, sending Han flying far away. His hands then lifted Thuong, and he buried his mouth into her neck. He wanted to suck all of Thuong's life force. On this side, Master Ba quickly shouted, "You demon! Today I will send you to your death." Master Ba bit his middle finger, drawing blood, then drew a circle on his other hand with a small white dot in the center. Master Ba shouted soul-snatching formation. "Open!" Master Ba then pressed his hand towards the circle and at Sun. Immediately, a flame erupted, and Sun's body began to burn. At this moment, he was like a bright light. The wandering souls and ghostly soldiers were also burned, screaming loudly. Sun writhed, letting go of Fuon. He fell to the ground, his whole body continuously screaming in agony. A few minutes later, the space in the room was no longer distorted. It returned to its original form, and on the ground, Sun lay motionless, blood spewing from his mouth, and Han's knife still embedded in his back. Sun was dead, a bitter end for a wicked and cruel person. A moment later, Fuong's group and Master Ba stepped out of the villa. From a distance, in a dark corner, the eyes of a man watched the group's every step. Tu Hoat sighed deeply, muttering to himself, "You really are a fool, son." The man's shadow then gradually disappeared into the night. 2 days later, strange news was reported in the newspaper. House number 13 on Trantendau Street suddenly caught fire for unknown reasons. Meanwhile, at the flamboyant tree behind Fuong's house, Master Ba, along with Fuong, Nai, Han, Nam, and Engok, all stood before Engok's grave. Master Ba then spoke. "Now that everything is done, you must reincarnate. Master, let me say a few words to everyone. Thank you for helping a ghost like me. I will never forget you. Reincarnate and try to live a good life, okay? You must be as beautiful and strong as Nai here." Ni smiled. "And I hope in your next life you'll meet a man who truly loves you." "And you really are beautiful," Nam smiled. Master Ba took Engok's remains, which had been dug up, and gathered them in one place. Then he placed the bones on a Buddhist scripture, sprinkled some gasoline around, and following the instructions, lit a match. "Farewell, my child. Reincarnate. Try to live a truly meaningful life in your next existence." He threw the match down, and the flame flared up. Angok's soul also slowly vanished. She waved her hand, her mouth speaking gently, smiling like an innocent and pure son. "Goodbye, everyone. If fate allows, we will meet again." Angok smiled brightly and then disappeared. A gentle breeze blew, and Angok's soul gradually dissolved into white snowflakes. The sunset cast a sad, lingering scene. Fuong reached out for Angok, and on her cheek, 2 lines of tears suddenly streamed down. She cried, but peace had come. This was perhaps a memory Fuong would never forget. The night scene in the Mekong Delta, with its rivers and water, possesses a unique beauty. It intertwines nature with human life. As night falls, the bright moonlight reflects on the golden water of the canals and ditches. The gentle sound of waves lapping against the banks creates a melancholic symphony. Tall coconut trees along the banks, their silhouettes still on the water, combined with the croaking of frogs and the occasional splash of fish jumping on the water, create a vibrant yet truly peaceful atmosphere. The lights from small houses along the river emit a warm yellow glow, highlighting the familiar and intimate scene. Night scenes often feature small boats gently gliding by, with southern Vietnamese mothers paddling to the night market, or to collect goods to sell the next day, or people going fishing or setting nets. The aroma of rustic dishes fills the air. The Mekong Delta region seems intertwined with stories, familiar voices, and the laughter of children. A clear night market, sparkling with stars, creates a dreamy ambience. The night scene of the Mekong Delta is both romantic and simple, leaving people with a feeling of peace and warmth. But that peaceful and quiet rural night was quickly disturbed by the blaring horns of reckless young street racers. This night was once again a night when the young ruffians in Kimnam village gathered and began their street racing. The ear-splitting roar of the engines, accompanied by chaotic shouts, made the surrounding villagers shake their heads in dismay. Many times, due to frustration, some village elders came and advised these youngsters not to race like that. But they wouldn't listen. They even cursed and threatened to hit those people back. It was too troublesome, so no one bothered to say anything anymore. They just silently endured and secretly cursed in their hearts, wishing for these ruffians to disappear from this place as soon as possible. It was almost time for the race, and the atmosphere became more intense than ever. On both sides of the road, more and more young ruffians gathered and cheered. They regarded this as a real competition, and the preparations were meticulous. The modified bikes were adorned with various colorful designs, and the participants' outfits were also unique. The boys wore Ivesu shirts or plaid shirts, caps and ripped jeans, a chaotic fashion style. As for the girls who came to cheer, their fashion was equally bizarre. Their clothes were out of this world, their hair dyed strange colors, accompanied by incredibly annoying screams and shouts. Like this, not a single night could the surrounding villagers sleep peacefully because of them. Among those street racers, of course, two notorious figures from the Mekong Delta couldn't be missing. They were the #1 troublemakers of Kimnam village. They were Namdong and Sarteo, who roamed around causing trouble, street racing, and stealing. They made their parents embarrassed and ashamed in front of the villagers. And they also had one unforgettable incident that made their names famous throughout the village. That was the incident of stealing bananas from Mr. High's house. That night, in Mr. High's banana garden, Sao Teo and Nam Dong sat talking to each other. Sao Teo turned and took Nam Dong's hand, speaking in a gentle tone. "Nam, you and I have been friends for a long time. I cherish and trust you very much. I just helped you earlier today. But now I want us to become sworn brothers, blood brothers for life. We'll live and die together. Do you dare?" Namdong was surprised, then looked at his friend, speaking with astonishment. "What are you talking about? You and I are brothers, born into poverty and death. Don't you trust me now? Tonight, I've decided to swear an oath with you. You and I only have each other because we're blood brothers." Saying that, Sao Teo pulled out 2 small cups from his pants pocket, which he had stolen from his mother's ancestral altar. He placed them in front of Nam Dong, then ran to his modified bike outside to get a bag of wine he had bought on credit from Mrs. Chin Ban's grocery store. He returned, started cutting the corner of the wine bag, and poured it into the 2 cups. Then he held them up, offering one to Nam Dong, and said, "You and I will become sworn brothers, true companions in society. These 2 cups of wine will make our brotherhood ritual complete." Namdong looked at Sao Teo, surprised, but quickly agreed. After drinking, the 2 planned to steal bananas from Mr. High's house to sell at the market the next morning for money to gamble and party. These bananas, it turned out, were quite valuable. The 2 began to go to their bike, which was parked outside on the road, then pulled out a small bag. Inside was a large knife, ready for action. Sao Teo urged, "Hurry up. If Mr. High comes out to check the garden, you and I will end up at the police station. he said that because Mr. High was a village policeman, and he had a banana garden to earn extra income for his family. Namdong's and Salteo's parents were very close to Mr. High's family, yet these two, without thinking, did such a shameful thing, truly disgraceful. Returning to the scene in the banana garden, Sao Teo and Namdong were excitedly cutting down banana bunches when suddenly, from a distance, they heard footsteps on the ground, along with a flashlight beam shining towards the garden. They immediately understood that it was Mr. High coming out to check the garden as usual. Before they could finish stealing, they ran off in all directions, scrambling out of Mr. High's banana garden, leaving their tools behind. They quickly jumped on their bikes and sped away. Hearing the footsteps, Mr. High knew someone had broken into his garden. He shouted loudly, "Thieves! Neighbors, thieves!" Because Mr. High's banana garden was located in a rather deserted area. No one heard him when he shouted. Besides, it was already 8 p.m., and most people had gone to bed. Mr. High quickly approached the basket and knife lying on the ground, and was furious when he couldn't catch the two boys. "That bunch of devils! I know whose children you are. Whenever I catch you, I'll invite you to the police station for breakfast and tea. You think you're so smart, you can run. It's like something out of a devil movie." Mr. High pondered for a long time, then bent down and pulled out an old mobile phone from his pants pocket. He found someone's contact and called. After a few rings, the other end picked up. "Uncle Nam Hai, is there something urgent that you called me?" Mr. Hai suddenly called a colleague who also worked in the same village, asking for help. It seemed this time Mr. Hai was determined to catch these banana thieves. This meant it had happened many times before, and Mr. Hai had let it go. But this time, Mr. Hai decided to pursue the matter to the end. On the other end of the line, he spoke in a tone that was both pleading and commanding. "Tan, are you free? Come over and help me with this. Are you free now, Uncle? I'm at home, so I'll come over right away. I'm in my banana garden. Come over now. I'll wait." After hanging up, Mr. Hai walked around his banana garden, looking at the tools like the knife, the basket, and especially the basket contained a bunch of green bananas, freshly cut. Sap was still dripping, sticking to the dusty ground. They came back and didn't even have time to take them, Mr. Hai thought, trembling with anger. "Damn your mother! I've been cultivating this garden, waiting for the harvest day. And you young punks don't understand anything. You'll die by my hands." And just as he finished speaking, he heard Tan's motorbike approaching and parking outside the garden entrance. Mr. Hai turned around, and indeed, Tan had arrived. Tan quickly ran inside. "Uncle Lam, what's wrong?" "You called me so urgently." Mr. Hai, his face furious, looked at Tan and said, "Tan, look! These young ruffians are so brazen now. They know I'm a village policeman, but they're not scared at all. They broke into the house and stole bananas as if it were normal. Don't you see how bold they are? I've let them go many times before, but today I can't let them humiliate me. I plan to do this." Then Mr. Nocteli, "So," Hai whispered to Than for a while, as if discussing a plan. Meanwhile, nearby, Namdong and So Teo were riding their bikes at breakneck speed. They stopped near the banana garden and parked their bikes by the roadside. Then sat down to talk. Sao still panting, said to Nam Dong, "Man, we were so lucky. We almost got caught and taken to the station for tea." Nam Dong looked at Sao reproachfully. "You urged me to hurry, but you were so slow, cutting those banana bunches, like a snail. You almost got us caught by him. Damn it. We almost had money to modify our bikes." With a tense atmosphere, Sao quickly soothed Nam Dong's feelings by saying, "Never mind, it's over now. Let's just say you and I were unlucky. If not this opportunity, there are plenty of others for us, right? No need to regret those stupid bananas." Sao words gradually calmed Nam Dong, and he felt more relaxed. He said to Sao "Let's forget it. It's just bad luck. But it seems we're sworn brothers, sharing fortune and misfortune. If we had ended up in jail together, we would have done it together, both." Then looked at each other and laughed. Zhao, though somewhat shy, decided to joke with Nam Dong. "Sworn brothers, 1 million each. Blood brothers, 1 million each." Nam Dong burst out laughing and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, you idiot? Your body is so weak." Nam Dong suddenly had an idea. It seemed he was desperate for money, so he was stubborn like this. He turned to Sao and said, "Sao, have you ever heard the saying, 'The most dangerous place is the safest place'?" "You know I've heard that saying." "What do you mean?" "Just tell me straight. I'll tell you the plan." Nam Dong spoke quietly to Sao. "You and I are strapped for cash to modify our bikes, right? That day, we almost got money, but we lost it. Now, what's a way to get money? No. Now, let's go back to Mr. High's banana garden and steal more bananas. Are you crazy? Didn't you see him chase us away earlier? Now, you want to go back to a death trap. That's why I said, the most dangerous place is the safest place. You don't truly understand the meaning of that saying, do you?" At this point, Nam Dong patiently explained to Sao. "I'll tell you my reasoning. Earlier, he couldn't catch us. He must be very angry and went home. What's the point of staying there and guarding it? So, that's why I said the dangerous place is the safe place. Just trust me this time. Now, that banana garden is like an open door for you and me to walk in. See how brilliant my idea is?" Nam Dong said, feeling his idea was superior to others. Sao also saw the logic and decided to go with Nam Dong to steal bananas from the garden again. Part of the motivation for them to return was also because they needed money to upgrade their bikes, to be better than the other young ruffians in the neighboring village. So, the two stood up, got on their bikes, and rode back to Mr. High's banana garden. Where they parked their bikes on the main road, the two began to quietly walk into the garden to assess the situation before getting their tools and continuing to cut down banana bunches to sell. After walking around the banana garden for a while, there was no movement. They dared to affirm that Mr. High was no longer there. Now, the two began to act brazenly and naturally, as if they were on the street. There was no sign of them being thieves at all. Nam Dong looked at Sao with a triumphant gaze. He said, "See, didn't I tell you? Wasn't I right? Sure enough, he's not in the garden anymore. He went home a long time ago. He's really good at guessing. Now, let's get to work." With that, the two walked to where they had left the knife and basket in the banana garden, picked them up, and went to cut bananas. One held the basket, one held the knife, and they excitedly cut down banana bunches, putting them into the basket one by one. As they were excitedly cutting the third bunch, suddenly, from behind them, two figures rushed out and grabbed their shoulders. Then they pulled them back, just like the police raiding a criminal hideout. Before they could compose themselves and wonder what was happening, a familiar voice came from behind them. It was Mr. High's voice. He was angry and said, "I knew you two would come back. I've forgiven you many times before, but you don't know how to turn over a new leaf and keep repeating your crimes, so there will be no more chance. Damn your parents for raising you like this, only caring about destroying the village. I really don't understand what you two are thinking." As he spoke, he looked at them and shook his head in dismay. Salteo then burst out with a defiant, thuggish attitude towards Mr. High and Tharn, who were standing there. He struggled to break free, swearing, "If you win, you're king. If you lose, you're a beggar. If you old men catch me, you can hack and kill me as you please. I'm not scared. You stand there lecturing me. It's so annoying." Hearing that and seeing their arrogant attitude, Tharn angrily turned to Mr. High. "I wanted to ask you to forgive them, but now they're so arrogant, defiant, and disrespectful. So we must teach them a lesson. You're right." "You took the words right out of my mouth. Now no more talking. Let's take them to the station first. Then we'll see." So, after that night, the two boys were taken to the station to be lectured and drink tea. But it seemed they still hadn't given up their bad habits and rebellious nature, which was deeply ingrained in them since childhood. The next morning, at the gate of the commune police station, two people walked in. They were two men. It turned out to be Saul's father and Nam's father, who had come to the police station to ask for their sons not to be sent to the juvenile detention center. Dan, from inside, stepped out. He looked serious, but also a little gentle. "You two are here? Please come inside." The two men walked inside and sat down. Then Tharn and the two fathers of the boys went straight to the point. Theo's father spoke. "Well, my foolish children have caused trouble, so I asked the esteemed police officers to let them return home. I will discipline them myself. Please, don't send them to the detention center. I promise this situation will not happen again." After a while of pleading, Than finally agreed not to send the two boys to the detention center, but to let their parents discipline them at home. The two boys followed their fathers out of the commune police station. Their faces were still very arrogant. From their demeanor, they still hadn't realized what they had done wrong. They were still very defiant. From that day on, the two boys sat together by the banana bunch behind Saw's house. Nam then said to Sao, "Well, sworn brothers, you and I are blood brothers. I said we'd live and die together. Share fortune and misfortune, right?" The two sat there and drank until they were completely drunk because they couldn't act tonight. It could be said that they had to stop this stealing for a while. "You two are clinging to each other tightly." This was a saying their grandparents often told their grandchildren to be careful about relationships. But at this age, perhaps they were too young to realize that. If Salteo hadn't been so brave and sworn such an oath, perhaps now he wouldn't be facing so many problems and fear. Sao Teo and Nam Dong were best friends. In other words, only those two could hang out together. The reason was that these two were known as the #1 troublemakers in Tan Tu village. That day, Sao Teo returned home from school with a furious expression. At this point, he was only in 9th grade. He angrily threw his backpack into the house. His mother was cooking lunch in the back. Seeing him return, she was surprised and ran out. "Oh, why are you home now? Aren't you supposed to be at school?" Sao Teo's face was full of anger, with his stubborn and rebellious nature. He grabbed a chair and slammed it down, then sat heavily, showing his mother how angry he was. "I'm not going to school anymore. I want to quit. I'm not going to that damn school anymore." Knowing her son's hot temper, Sao Teo's mother gently tried to soothe him, as she always did. "Come on, dear. If you finish school, you'll have a job and earn money, right? No means no." Suddenly, I didn't do anything, and the homeroom teacher scolded me. "Don't you think that's unfair? Tell me what happened to Mom. Are you sure you didn't do anything wrong to get scolded? You must have done something wrong for the teacher to reprimand you, right? I'm telling you, that guy in my class suddenly scolded me. I've decided I'm quitting school. No more talking. I'm too tired. I want to sleep. Now, I need food and drink." After his mother finished washing clothes, Sao Teo went into the house alone, not caring about his mother's feelings. Knowing she couldn't reason with her son, Sao Teo's mother could only let things take their natural course, helplessly watching her disobedient son. Then, Sao Teo started hanging out with Nam Dong, with whom he quickly became friends. Nam Dong was exactly like Sao Teo. Before, he was lazy at school, getting into trouble with friends at school, being disrespectful to teachers. He skipped school and class, and eventually he was expelled, but he still didn't give up his habits. Then he went home to tell his parents, borrowed money everywhere to party with his bad friends. Now, his parents had to work their backs off like cattle to pay off debts from one end of the village to the other. Yet, they still didn't show their parents any respect. Then, they gathered in groups of 5 or 7, walking around aimlessly, causing trouble in the village. Many times, they ran into real thugs, making them run so fast their pants almost fell off. Yet every few days, they would continue to cause trouble. They couldn't get rid of that habit. The favorite pastime of these youngsters was riding bikes loudly in the middle of the night. Around 2 or 3 a.m., when everyone in the village was sound asleep, the ear-splitting roar of their bikes would echo. People truly didn't know how much they hated them, only wishing for them to die as soon as possible. Besides, Mrs. Tam, in the village, out of frustration with their disrespectful behavior that kept everyone from sleeping, went outside. She looked at the group of street racers and yelled, "Damn you, you young devils! You destructive ruffians! You don't know a damn thing, always stealing money from your parents and modifying your bikes. Then at night, you make ear-splitting noises, not letting anyone sleep. I curse you all to die miserable deaths, no longer able to enter hell or heaven. You devils!" The surrounding villagers also cursed them countless times, wishing for them to disappear from this village as soon as possible. Only then would this village be peaceful. But as long as these two guys were still friends, people would continue to suffer because they didn't respect anyone. Moreover, these youngsters were very aggressive and ambitious. People didn't want to confront them. It would only bring trouble. So, everyone continued to remain silent and endure for a long time. But it seemed that the curses of the surrounding neighbors, day and night, were gradually coming true, because their so-called social brotherhood was about to fall apart. The sworn brother would become nothing more than a skeleton. Everything began that afternoon. Suddenly, Sao Teo asked Nam Dong to go to a coffee shop by the Hao River. His attitude was somewhat awkward, as if he had something he needed to confide in Nam. He asked his friend, Nam Dong, for advice with a demeanor that couldn't be more pathetic. Nam, I have something that's making me really anxious, but I don't know who to confide in. So, I asked you to meet me here today. I have to admit, among all the friends I've known, you're the only one I truly cherish. Because you live very emotionally, always generous and kind, helping friends. Honestly, Nam, I value you very much. In this conversation, Sao Teo constantly praised Nam in a very polite and strange way. Hearing it, one could already sense a bit of insincerity. But did Nam Dong not suspect anything? Of course not. His friend, praising him like that, made Nam very happy. What's wrong? Tell me, why are you talking so strangely? After a moment of thought, Sao continued. You and I are brothers, and sometimes there's no next life. So, I won't hide anything from you. Honestly, I'm about to be killed. Hearing that, Nam Dong was a bit scared and worried. He immediately pressed for the reason, wanting to know. Oh my God, what are you talking about, Sao Teo? Who's going to kill you? Tell me clearly. Don't make me anxious. After a long time of hiding, Sao Teo finally revealed the truth. It turned out that Sao Teo had been gambling on football matches with a group of thugs from the next village, led by a man named Hung Bom. Because of his ambitious nature, he thought that bet would surely not lose. He suspected it was a disastrous failure that made Sao Teo lose the bet completely. Now he owed money to that person, a very large sum. And hearing the name Hung Bom, Nam Dong's face turned pale because he knew that guy was the most notorious and aggressive thug in the village, with many subordinates. Anyone who heard his name would feel intimidated. Sao Teo was so foolish to get involved with them. Now, if he owed money, Hung Bom